Modern Horizons 3, Colorless.
Next on Eternal Dirtles.
Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our Patreon supporters out there. Thank you to the Dirtle Maniacs. If you want to be a Dirtle Maniac, go to patreon.com/eternaldurtles and help support the channel. It keeps things going. It keeps things updated. Thanks so much for watching. On with the show. Hello and welcome to Eternal Dirtles. This is the first episode of our Modern Horizons 3 spoilers. This is Colorless. Phil, any takeaways from the set so far?
That the entire format will be overhauled because of it.
Yes, I agree. I think that we're going to see a lot of new archetypes. I think we're going to get to see. I mean, especially with the colorless stuff. They're introducing a lot of colorless cards. I think they're making a few archetypes that didn't exist before or haven't been viable for a while more viable again. Notably, Eldrazi, I think might come back into play as a deck archetype. And you might see.
I think the biggest gainer from the whole set in a vacuum might actually just be Ancient Tomb.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, just because it's the most powerful version of like free acceleration. But we'll get into that.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's. We're just gonna hit the Scryfall spoiler here because if we do that, we can go right down the thing. So if you're following along with us, you can get to see. You'll get to see the cards. We'll put them up, obviously. But if you're listening audio only, you can look at the cards through Scryfall, or we'll have a list of them up on our Mox field as well, so you can go click there for that. This episode is brought to you by Tales of Adventure. Go to toamagic.com and use the code DIRTLES for 5% off your order. You'll be directly supporting the show, and you'll get the entire order in one package. No more waiting for several packages. That's toamagic.com, code DIRTLES for 5% off. So, the first card we have is Devour of Destiny. Devour of Destiny is a Eldrazi creature that is a 6/6. It costs 5 and 2 colorless. And it says you may reveal this card from your opening hand. If you do, at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your library, exile the rest.
And then when you cast this spell, exile target permanent that's one or more colors.
Yes. So this is kind of like, it's not exactly, you're not getting that like card advantage of what's the card called? Of like Once Upon a Time. But this is, notably, it's a 7 mana or more colorless card. So Ugin's Labyrinth this works with. So you have that like extra soul land functionality with this. But it's also helping you decide like what your first draw is going to be too.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough to like see all the implications of this card, but if we were to like actually imagine ourselves like, okay, what does a deck like this look like? And we actually open one. I mean, the combination of, okay, Ugin's Labyrinth is probably one of the more powerful cards in the set, and so you're objectively looking for colorless 7 mana value objects to put under it. But also, this is not only that, but it's like you said, it's similar to a Once Upon a Time. But then, like, if you just think of positions of like, serum powder-esque versions of those type of stompy lists that are just looking for something specific. It's like if you open your 7 and realize that your 7 is actually is 7 plus an extension of 4, or maybe 5, because it says you can put up to 1 card back and exile the rest. So you theoretically could just exile the top 4 cards of your library if none of them are what you want. And then the fact that this also, if you think about how good Ulamog is, getting to exile 2 permanents on cast. Now, this can't exile a land, notably, because it has to be 1 or more colors, which is significant. But the fact that this is 3 mana cheaper than Ulamog will do a lot of the similar effects of Ulamog on this is effectively an uncounterable trigger, unless they have a very specific kind of counterspell, like a Stifle or the new Stifle variant, to stop the cast trigger of you spending 7 mana and nuking a non-land permanent.
Yeah.
Now, granted, like, it being 1 or more colors, yes, maybe that means that you can't get rid of a Karn or you can't get rid of whatever. But the implications of this thing actually having text in an opening hand of filtering a draw for a stompy deck that would otherwise be very interested in having that kind of filtering that we've seen in the past. Plus, it's a 7 CMC colorless spell that works both in the early game and by fixing that draw, and the mid game for what would more or less be for a stompy deck, right? Like if you think, okay, we're getting Ubud's Labyrinth, if you're probably on Ancient Tomb, maybe you're still in some number of City of Traders. Like this is in the space of being, your card that you cast on your third land drop plus thing, or maybe your fourth land drop. So it's like not totally obscene if the other parts of your deck are trying to slow the game down to some extent, which I imagine it is, being, either a stompy or prison style deck. That this just has a lot of like subtle things that kind of deck would want. And I imagine that this is a lot better in practice than meets the eye, assuming Ugin's Labyrinth is the Nutter Butters we think it is.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing is Phil, one of the biggest hurdles that Eldrazi had to jump over, really, to like, to even be viable. And as soon as people figured out to play like Moat or Peacekeeper, at least there were cards that you could put in the deck to deal with. But like Moat was just like game ending against Eldrazi. So if Eldrazi becomes a deck again, this is a card that like, yeah, it has that functionality of being able to be played with Ugin's Labyrinth. And of course, who doesn't want a 6/6? But being able to play the 6/6 and get value out of it on like turn 4, and be like, okay, yeah, I'll get rid of that sideboard card you brought in against me that like stops my deck or something like that. I think that's where this card lives, and it's an obvious like for every deck that wants to play with Ugin's Labyrinth. I think period. Like I don't know that like that reveal makes it so that this card's just like worth playing in a deck where you're also playing Ugin's Labyrinth. I think if your like floor is Ugin's Labyrinth, this card automatically should be consideration in your deck.
Yeah, I also think that if it's like if this is the 4 of, there's also the implication of like I know you can't really judge cards this way, but there's the implication that if you open up 2 of them, you open 2 of them, and then you dig what
super deep,
potentially 8 potentially 10 cards deep. Like I mean that. Like there will be games like that where it will be, if your deck is like filled with a bunch of 4 ofs, it will feel effectively like demonic tutor a lot of the time in those positions, which is also really powerful. But it's like if you have both Ancient Tomb and Ugin's Labyrinth and some number of City Traders and Eldrazi Temple and Eye of Ugin, like you effectively are just mono soul lands. And I get that this is a 7-drop, but like it means that you more or less on turn, like if you have 4 lands in play, that like this also moves around days if you do that. Like, nothing about this card is like feels super like, oh wow, insane, this is amazing. It's more of like everything is just like practically effective. You know what I mean? And in that kind of way, it's like this doesn't feel flashy. It just feels efficient for what it is doing and the tools that are around it that would otherwise be really good. The other side of it too is like, in the same way that you could play Eye of Ugin and tutor for an Ulamog as an answer to things like, you just moving into this thing where it's cheaper, but it's still a Vindicate for the most part, or it's a Vindicate in a way where if you're playing, if you have to play catch up, it's a big Vindicate. Feels really good. And then Ugin's Labyrinth not punishing you for actually imprinting, the fact that you can return it after the fact. And if you think that let's say you're in all those soul land type space for Eldrazi that we were talking about, okay, well, if you Ugin's Labyrinth the card that you imprinted back into your hand, that means that you lose the Ugin's Labyrinth for the turn, for mana. But if you just have all these other soul lands in play, then your 7-drop is going to be a lot more appealing than your 10-drop.
Or your 8-drop even, right? You're losing only 1 mana, right?
Right. It's like you lose what was a soul land by putting it back into your hand after you imprint, but it being 7 mana as opposed to like the higher end, the even higher end stuff for a very, very closely similar effect that is very good at playing from behind. Because your 6/6 may or may not stabilize the board, but you can probably point whatever the removal that's tacked onto it at the thing that would otherwise make it so that wasn't stabilizing. Does that make sense? It's like, either this thing is the biggest thing on the board, or it exiles the thing that would otherwise stop it from being the biggest thing on the board in a meaningful way.
And it's a cast trigger, so even if this does get like dazed or countered or whatever, you're still getting that, like Meteor Golem effect.
Yeah, and we'll have to see like how deeply impactful I forget the name of the counterspell off the top of my head, but the counterspell that is effectively like it stops a cast trigger or any amount of colorless spells with replicate. Like
Yeah.
that new spell is obviously just targeted at hitting all of these Eldrazi that are otherwise very powerful. The problem with those types of counterspells is if they're not ubiquitous, if they don't like fit in somewhere like meaningfully across the format, then they fall into a space of like, okay, it's a sideboard card, but then it's a sideboard card in a way that may or may not be actually good against the thing that it's intended to stop. We've seen those kinds of counterspells before where it's like these kind of like the
it becomes an narrow zealot.
Yeah, the more narrow but efficient counterspells that are supposed to be targeting this thing, but like the thing is like if you're doing the thing that stops the good thing instead of just doing the good thing yourself, you're probably doing it wrong or at a disadvantage inherently. So I imagine that like we will see a lot more of this card doing effective work for the decks that want it than we will for the stuff that's intended to stop this type of thing.
Yep. All right, let's move on to Emrakul, the World Anew, which is a 12 mana Eldrazi, legendary creature, of course. When you cast this spell, gain control of all creatures target player controls, flying, protection from spells and from permanents, protection from spells and permanents that were cast this turn. When Emrakul, the World Anew, leaves the battlefield, sacrifice all creatures you control, and then it has Madness, pay 6 colorless. I don't know about this card as far as like where it would belong or if it belongs at all, but that Madness cost has me thinking.
Yeah, so the one aspect of this card, and we should, I guess, clarify, is does Eye of Ugin, it still, like, it reduces all of your Eldrazi spells, which means that if you cast this for Madness, that Eye of Ugin does contribute to the colorless, right?
Yeah,
it costs 2 colorless
does Eye
less,
of
right?
Ugin reduce by colorless mana, or does it reduce generic?
That is a reasonable question that I'm actually not totally sure the answer of.
I'm going to find out right now.
Like,
inquiring minds want to know.
Because Eye of Ugin was released before colorless, like the actual colorless mana became like a thing. So I don't know if like the generic mana that it reduces it by.
No, it's generic. It is generic.
It's generic, and so it doesn't contribute to.
Correct. It will not do anything for this.
Okay.
It will reduce this to a 10 cost card, but you will still have to pay 6 actual colorless mana to do the Madness effect.
Yeah, so I think that like obviously the crux of this card is how effectively you can Madness it, and then like because if that's where the discount is. So if you can Madness it, like if you're a Gaia Reach Sanitariuming off of all of your soul lands, like maybe you're in a space where this becomes cheaper and you can do it at instant speed and shit.
I think the best for this is like we have to look at the floor for this one too, and it's like, does a deck that wants to play this card care about its opponent's creatures, right? Or would you just rather pay 3 more mana and cast actual Emrakul and then attack and have them sacrifice 6 creatures, right?
Well, I think that's going to be the crux for a lot of these. A lot of these Eldrazi's in general is that like when I look at these cards, a lot of them to me are just majority flavor text. Like it's just a mana cost and flavor text, because all of them theoretically just say win the game on them. And so like if literally every Eldrazi that's 10 mana or more contextually in actual play is just functionally reads win the game, and then it's just a matter of like flavor text about what that actually means in practice. But like if they all are effectively the same thing, then like this is just a mana cost plus win the game on it. And if that doesn't change any of the other ones, then you're just going to do whichever one is most efficient, right?
Here's something to think about though, Phil. Like Currency Converter, a classic card. If you play, this like new Cloud Post deck with like Currency Converter, which gives you that discard outlet, right? And then you hit like turn 3, right? And you play your 3rd Locust, right? And then you're like, okay, cool. I'll discard something for Currency Converter, and then it's Emrakul, and then I'll just pay 6 with my like 3 Locusts out, right? 1, 2, 3. I'm tapping 2 of them to create 6 mana. Boom! Here is Emrakul. That's a thing,
right? Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we're talking about. Like this is entirely critical on like if all of these cards, if all of the Eldrazi functionally read win the game, then you just play whichever one is the most efficient. And so if the Madness of paying 6, like if that actually reads in practice with whatever tools are used, that this just reads Emrakul the World Anew and it costs 6 as opposed to any of the other Eldrazi that cost 10 and above or whatever, then it's like, yeah, you obviously play the 6 drop and functionally win the game because that's what all of them do anyway. So if if those tools like a currency converter or something that is otherwise playable that the deck would want in general anyway, that makes it so that this is just the cheapest version of whatever Eldrazi you would otherwise pack into your deck, then you just play that, and the only other thing that you would do is like the other efficient stuff like Devour of Destiny that like helps fix your draw to like get to that state, because if you can compact the game down by 2 or 3 turns because this costs 6 instead of 10 or 6 instead of 12, then you're like, okay, what's the fastest way that I can get to that? And this feels like if the madness can be done in a way that the Emrakul, the Promised End, with its like cost reduction out of the yard, like nobody really moved into that space because you were just like, well, there isn't a meaningful way that I want to play the Eldrazi or the colorless big deck that dumps a bunch of shit in my yard. I would just play the other thing because by the time I would do all the stuff that dumps in the yard, I'm just that big Emrakul anyway. So if there is a legitimate, like, oh yeah, currency converter is something that we've wanted in general, or something like that, that like the deck otherwise would want, and then this just makes it so that this is the cheapest payoff to that thing that we otherwise already want, then I see World Anew just becoming the new face of what that looks like. But I am not the Cloud Post player or the Eldrazi player in general. So like I have no experience for what like that enabler actually looks like of like, oh yeah, we would absolutely want that. Like I can tell you deduce is the fucking truth for miracles, because the draw a card just sitting on the board for whenever you want it is an insanely powerful thing for the thing that kind of deck wants. But I have no idea what that looks like, what the deduce of a Cloud Post or the deduce of the Eldrazi deck is, because why would I ever play those cards?
Yeah. Eternal Dirtles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield. Moxfield is the best Magic the Gathering deck building website on the internet. You can create, share, and find decks from Commander to Legacy, and even fan-supported formats like Pre-Modern and Old School. You can see all of our decks on our Moxfield. Follow the links below to stay tuned. All right, so moving on to Glaring Fleshraker. Glaring Fleshraker is a 2 and a colorless for an Eldrazi drone creature that is a 2/2, and it says whenever you cast a colorless spell, create an Eldrazi spawn token. That's an 0/1 that sacks for a colorless. And then whenever another colorless creature enters the battlefield under your control, Eldrazi Fleshraker deals 1 damage to each opponent. I'm looking at this, and the first thing I think is like, do I want this in 8-cast? Because throwing down baubles and getting paid for them and doing damage to your opponent seems like kind of not bad, right? Like, I play a bauble, I net mana, basically, right? And I ping my opponent. I don't know that that's exactly where I want to be personally, but like that's not terrible. Having a bunch of baubles is like is interesting enough to me that like remember artifacts are colorless. Like it doesn't have to be devoid creatures or Eldrazi to knock this off. So this might be one that actually has crossover outside of the Eldrazi style decks.
Yeah, when you first brought up the idea that, oh, like maybe this is an 8-cast card, my first instinct went where my instinct always goes as a blue player, which is this better than the other 3 drops that are blue? Because I know that blue count is something that is always a concern for those types of decks. Now, the thing is I don't know exactly what the ratio is of like the optimal version of what 8-cast looks like these days, but I imagine that blue count would be something. It's like, is the payoff or the return of this card weighted enough that the cost to the blue count is significant? Because like when I first read this card, my first thought was this is like the old Eldrazi aggro, like the clone plus Thought Not Seer plus Reality Smasher. Just count
the mimic.
Amount of, just count the mana you have and play whatever that card equals in your hand, and don't think much beyond that. Like I imagine that this card is in that space because this card leans aggressive to me because of the damage, obviously, but it also just not caring what your like it not needing any color, obviously, whatever, like you're already in your soul land space, so this is like easily a 2-drop through days. But then it also converting all of the other things that you're doing, accelerating you of just being able to sack your stuff to then like continue spamming your hand. Like it just leans into a very like don't think, just dump style of gameplay when I read it in a vacuum. And I imagine that like if that's the simplest space that it could go, then it would just go there. And we already know that deck had a spot for what this would slot into, which is Reality Shaper, I think was the name of the card.
Reality Smasher?
not Reality Smasher. It's the 3-drop that was just like a 3-mana 3/2 that when it dies it replaces itself or whatever.
Yeah, replaces itself. This is better than that, I think.
This is obviously like leagues better than that.
Yeah.
And so it's like if you were just literally to take that deck, if it were to function and then just got a significant upgrade to that slot, that like, oh, now this deck not only has reach, but it also has this other stuff. Like maybe that's a thing.
All right, so next up is Herigast, the erupting nullkite. That is a 9-mana legendary creature, Eldrazi dragon, for a 6/6. This has emerge. The emerge is 6 and 2 red mana. And then when you cast a spell, you may exile your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. And it's got flying. And each creature you cast has emerge. The emerge cost is equal to its mana cost. So this is interesting because, okay, down to 8 mana, which is like not that much of a discount. But you think about things like, like I said, if you're playing that like Eldrazi style deck, right? You're already reducing the cost of Eldrazi by 2 with your temples, right? Or your Eye of Ugin. And so this is, and I believe that affects the emerge cost too. So you're looking at an emerge cost of 2 red and 4. And so if you sack something like a Thought-Knot Seer to this, right, you've already removed a card from your opponent's hand. Maybe they get to draw some random dumb card. But then you, if you're on empty, right, you just refill your hand with 3 more cards. And everything you have has emerged now. So like you could be like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I've got all these other guys. I've got, my Matter Reshaper, I'll sack that and pay a mana for another Thought-Knot Seer. Like this card's interesting because as a 6/6 flyer, it's like whatever, that's fine, I guess. But the draw 3 cards, like kind of re-up your hand, and the added ability to give all your stuff emerge is pretty good.
Yeah, I think like there's again, all of these Eldrazi are under the guise of, okay, well, you have Eldrazi Temple and Eye of Ugin as additional soul lands. So like the density of soul lands just makes it so that any of these cards really are always going to have their mana cost cut in half, because you will always only be playing with soul lands for the most part. So it's like, yes, this is 9 mana. I don't think the emerge cost of red is ever really going to come into play unless you are playing with like Lotus Petals and other like color-based fast mana, which will not be things like Chrome Mox, because you're going to be mostly colorless cards. So I don't imagine that the emerge actually shows up too much on this card. But if we were to look at it and go, okay, the mana cost of this thing is actually 4.5. So it's like by the time you are like at that space, like because it's half mana and you can only be over the top of that you're like, okay, well, I usually am going to be able to play around days. But then this thing does 2 things that I mean, again, not an Eldrazi expert, but it does 2 things that are pretty exciting to me, I would imagine, if I was playing that classic Eldrazi style deck, which is, 1, this is card advantage and card draw in ways that the deck otherwise never really had, right? It was just sort of like count your mana and cast the biggest thing in your hand and hope that it's good enough and, herp derp, not think too much beyond mulligan decisions. I don't think that's a hot take, by the way. I think that's just like pretty objective.
Yeah.
But the other thing about this thing is each spell you cost has emerge. The emerge cost is equal to its mana cost. That line, if you think about it, okay, well, if you have multiple Herigast, the first Herigast is in play, the second Herigast is free because you just sack the first Herigast to cast that. So like for it's like if you play.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about the red mana. You're just like, blap, here's another one.
Yeah, I think that's where the powerful thing comes into play, is like once every creature spell you're casting has emerge and you're just like sacking your way through, if you're doing things like this that just like add more value, it becomes, okay, here's 0 mana, draw 3 cards.
Treasure cruise. Yeah.
Right. So it's like if you're at the space where it's like, okay, after a couple of soul lands are in play and, some amount of exchanges on the overpowered Eldrazi, because like if we think back on it, like Thought-Knot Seer and Reality Smasher are still above rate, like by a wide margin, even if they've been like, not around for a while, because there's just not the support around it. I think this set gives enough of the support. Like we were talking, it's like, part of the concession of playing shit like Thought-Knot Seer and Reality Smasher before was you had to play things like Reality Shaper, and that card sucks. And now if you can replace it with actually like legitimately good cards, then you're like, oh, okay, well now there's no, it's like, you think back to like when people were playing like Goblin Stompy or whatever, like olden days, like Mogcatcher Stompy, and then eventually they just printed enough powerful Stompy cards that you were like, oh, now I'm just playing with only good cards because only good cards exist. I feel like that's where Eldrazi is getting pushed by this set, because once you have a Herigast in play, every Herigast or an other creature thereafter is functionally free. And if those cards generate any kind of value, then thinking like, yeah, 0 mana Treasure Cruise into 0 mana Treasure Cruise into 0 mana Treasure Cruise, like I imagine the game the game has to be buried by that point, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you obviously have to get to that space first, but like being able to play Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple and this new Ugin card, which this one is compatible with because it is more than a 7 mana card, plus Ancient Tomb, plus your City of Treasures on the back end of all of that. If you even need that many lands, like now you just have an abundance. It's not now like, oh, do I need the soul lands like X through X? Now you're like, what soul lands am I not playing because I'm only playing with soul lands? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then the other side of this too is that like in a long game, we don't know the full. I mean, we'll talk about the Harbinger of the Tides or whatever. This is the wrong name, but the new Magus of the Islands. That if you're playing against a deck that would otherwise normally be like, you know, messing up your soul lands with like Magus the Moon, if the game extends any amount, the emerge cost works with red, and you like also work into that space. So that's what I mean by like all these cards on their face. Maybe there's a lot going on and we can't fully contextualize it, but like if we just think practically for a moment of like what game states actually look like with the available tools to us, given the new influx of just like powerful cards that like those shells already wanted, this feels like way hotter of a card than meets the eye, at least from what it seems like I've seen people talking about, because I feel like I haven't seen anybody really talking about this card. And in the same way that we're talking about Devour of Destinies or whatever, it just like it feels practically way more in line with what all those decks already were looking for in the first place. That now that plus Ugin's the new land, like it just feels way better than I think anybody's fully contextualizing it, because we're not fully thinking about what it looks like in play patterns. But that's how it reads to me, at least.
One other point I wanted to make about this, since you were talking about like if you draw the extra Herigast and you put it into play, Herigast and put it into play, it's legendary, and at that point doesn't matter.
Right? Yeah.
You know,
you just sack it as part of the cost.
Yeah. All right. So next we have It That Heralds the End, which is my favorite name of a card probably in a very long time. I don't know, maybe ever. I'm a big Cthulhu fan. I have like a Cthulhu, robot Cthulhu on my arm. Big fan. It That Heralds the End is like the most like HP Lovecraft like possible name. But anyhow, so this is a 1 and a colorless mana for a 2/2 that reduces the cost of your colorless spells that cost 7 or more by 1, and other colorless creatures you control get +1/+1. So this is kind of like that perfect. It's perfect for a couple of reasons. One, turn 1, this guy, right? Boop, playing this guy, right? Then when you get to that point where those awkward 7 and 9 mana cost guys for your soul lands hit, right? This is reducing the cost by 1, 2, maybe 3 if you have a bunch of them, you know, like who knows. But like you're able to reduce that mana to the point where you're getting it in a turn earlier. Like I think this is the card that sort of ties the room together, and this is what I would replace Matter Reshaper and like Eldrazi Mimic. This is like an auto include as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I fully agree on everything that you just said, except for that last take of the Eldrazi Mimic getting by the wayside, because if you think there's like you just said that like this leans into that aggressive space as well, because like this is a Lord, right? It's a 2 mana Lord for the aggressive shells. But like if we think like, okay, turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic, turn 2 second soul land, play this thing. Okay, well now the Eldrazi Mimic is a copy of this thing. They're both pumping each other, right? So it just the Eldrazi Mimic by itself right there hits for 4.
I don't think the Eldrazi Mimic is an actual clone. I think it just clones the power and toughness.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, let me just double check that.
You might be right.
I think it's like it's just power and toughness.
You're probably right.
Yeah, it's just base power and toughness. When that creature comes into play, you may change its power and toughness to this. So you can't like get like +2/+2 or like reduce everything. Okay. That'd be sick though.
Good to know, because I imagine I wasn't the only person who forgot what Eldrazi Mimic actually did.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the thing that you mentioned about how the math works out with soul lands, the fact that this is reducing the cost of things that are 7 or greater, and you want to be playing some higher density of 7 or greater stuff because of the new soul land, that this one of these taking your soul land package down from that one additional land drop, like that one additional soul land, down into a space where you're just casting your shit. That's a full turn cycle faster.
Yeah.
And like, but in a way that's like actually critical because the soul lands are already making everything half turn.
Yeah.
Like, or double speed. And so doing that an additional time is, it's exponential, right? So,
yeah. All right. So next we have Kozilek. Kozilek, the Broken Reality. This is a 9-mana Eldrazi that is a 9/9. Other colorless creatures you control get +3/+2, and it says when you cast the spell, up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards from their hands. For each card manifested this way, you draw a card. So this is interesting in that, like, obviously this the wording there is like for, like EDH or whatever. But like, even if you decide like, yo, you can manifest 2 cards, I'm still going to draw 2 cards. That's actually not bad. And there's times when you're just like, I need an out. Let's see what I can do. But this is giving your manifest cards come in as like 5/4s. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, sure, you can have 2 2/2s. I'm going to have 2 5/4s.
If you manifest 2 cards from your hand, you did just make 19 power for 9 mana. That then also either cycled through Chafe that you otherwise couldn't use and drew 2 cards for them. Like, it is not only making 19 power, but at the very minimum, if you manifested 2 cards, you are just replacing those cards. So those are functionally just free 5/4s. But I think thinking a little bit deeper on this card, one thing that I think is interesting is when you cast a spell, up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards. It's not may manifest. If you choose your opponent, they have to manifest.
Yeah, so like you could really mess up their game plan. You're like, oh, do you have outs? No, these cards. You're tapped out. You can't swords my guy next turn because you had 2 swords plowshares in your hand that you're going to use.
Right,
and now they're 2/2s.
It's essentially if you are already in the space of playing these an Eldrazi deck and casting this kind of shit, you're already in the space of like bullying the opponent around in a way that's like overwhelming. And I think that one thing that like really flies under the radar is this can be cast at a moment where if you force your opponent to manifest 2 cards and make them 2/2s that they may or may not be able to flip over, but if you force them to manifest, that's also disruptive. That's just like if the 2/2s don't matter, which I mean, considering that you're making 19 power of your own for 9 mana, shouldn't really matter all that much if they have 2 2/2s. That you are also functionally him to Turok-ing them while also going up 2 cards, right? Like whatever they were doing with their cards, they probably weren't in their deck to be 2/2s.
Yeah.
So if you him to Turok them and divination and make 19 power, clip back to the beginning of the episode where I was like, all of these Eldrazi just win the game on them if you cast them. So what does it matter? Your opponent, it should just say your opponent scoops. But yeah, that's like the extent of this just compelling your opponent to scoop seems fairly high to me.
Yeah.
Like I would be surprised if you cast this against me and you were like, I'm going to manifest and you're going to manifest. The odds that I'm actually manifesting and not scooping, I feel like are lopsided the other direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And let's be honest, Phil, like it's not 19 power. It's probably like 22 power because I probably have reduced the cost with my that heralds the end, and my guys are getting +1/+1. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. I think in practice when you get to it, like the game is over if you get to swing with your guys, especially if you decide that you don't want your opponent to manifest cards from your hand, so they don't have blockers, something like that.
If you have 2 bodies already on board and you just play this and it's functionally just haste 6 power and you just like it's like you don't manifest, like even if nobody manifests and you already had a board and you're just like, yep, here's also haste 6 additional power or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're probably winning that game that way as well. So I guess in this way, this means that if you just cast this card, you win the game in a plethora of different ways.
Yeah,
it's your
exactly.
option. If your opponent doesn't,
like we've said, if you're playing like that old Soul Land deck, this is happening on turn like 4 or 3.
Right.
Ridiculous. All right. So, moving on to Kozilek's Command. Kozilek's Command is a kindred instant Eldrazi for X and Colorless. And it says choose 2. Target player creates X 01 Eldrazi tokens that sack for a colorless. Target player scries X, then draws a card. Exile target creature with mana value X or less. And then exile up to X target cards from graveyards. So this is kind of that utility card that the Eldrazi deck didn't have before. I don't know how much you need, like, exile stuff from your opponent's graveyard in that deck, but it's utility. I see this as like a situation where you're like a little bit behind and you're like, well, I'll just draw a card and like get your token, or something like that. I'm not saying this card's definitely gonna see play, but the crazy thing about this card actually is that, like, let's say you have 2 in your hand and you decide you want to get like bonkers, you could be like, I'm gonna make 4 01s, and then the next turn you untap and you're like, all right, we're gonna scry a bunch, remove your giant dude, and draw a card. This card, it just seems like a good utility case for this deck, and it costs 1 in X.
Yeah, I think that's the part that is sort of hidden behind this card, is that this card never actually is what it says it is, because all the soul lands just make it effectively half price. So this is the type of card where it's like this command, you could see this command being like blue-black X for like all of the stuff that it does. Yeah. And if it were blue-black X, it is unplayable, right? We have seen that card before. We've seen double color X spells with a bunch of like otherwise attractive abilities and just not even being remotely close to playable. But the fact that this one can do all of the things on your second land drop, and also Eldrazi Temple can cast this thing because it's a kindred instant Eldrazi, and Eldrazi Temple says add colorless, spend this mana only to cast colorless Eldrazi spells or activate abilities of colorless Eldrazi. This is a colorless Eldrazi spell because it's a kindred type, so like it also works with Eldrazi Temple. So in a way, this card was designed effectively at just half cost of what every other variant of this kind of card has ever been priced at. And if this card was literally priced at blue X, I would be playing a lot of it.
Yeah. Well, it's actually blue half X, right?
Right. Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
That's the crazy part. Is like on turn 2, right? If you really needed to, you could be like, casting this, X equals 2. That is a 4 mana spell that you're casting and getting 4 mana worth of value for what is ostensibly 2 mana in your deck.
Right. I'm double checking right now because I want to see.
Is I Have Ugin work this way too?
It does. Colorless Eldrazi spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. This is an Eldrazi spell.
Woo!
So it is like, now here's the thing, like how valuable is all of this stuff? I mean, I think like compacting, removal, plus graveyard hate, plus a way to spam bodies, plus just like filtering draw. All of those are valuable.
Phil, do you remember this card we had before the, what was it, Glaring Fleshraker? This ends the game in some cases if you have a Glaring Fleshraker on the board.
The other thing that I'm also thinking is if we are looking at all of the stuff that we've talked about that of like the aggressive Eldrazi deck, right? It that heralds the end is a Lord. If you just play that, if you like end step, make a bunch of 01 bodies and then untap, you know what I mean? Like, but like, it's like, but at the same time, like, there's a bunch of these lords that are attractive that it's just like, hey, not only this, but then like, even if you were to play this, it's like every other thing at instant speed now that you want to do with your colorless mana. It just like stop, like, okay, you can never deal with removal because, or I mean, your opponent can never deal with the shit with removal because you're just like, whatever, sack my board, add all this mana, your shit resolves, it fizzles, recast another Eldrazi thing, just rebuild all of that again. So it's like effectively insulated because the Eldrazi spawn just sacked to make more mana for the next thing. So it's like all of it is subsidized by all of the things that are already there in a way that like will make this card effectively half price or less. And then like, I think the thing that like we keep coming back to without actually saying it out loud, so I'm going to say it out loud, is every one of these, the first one is good. And then the second of any of these things after the first one is just berserk.
Absolutely bonkers. Okay. So let's go on to Null Drifter. I know this is technically a blue card, but I'm considering all of the. It's the same thing with like the Herigast. It's red, but it's blue. But I'm just going to include all these here. So Null Drifter is a 7 mana 4/4 flyer that is also an Eldrazi. and it says when you cast this card, so you can. It has Annihilator 1 as well, and when you evoke it for 2 and a blue, it has evoke. Sorry, it's when you cast a spell, draw 2 cards. So this is deceptive because this isn't the worst card to just evoke against like a reanimator deck, and then they're like, oh, I'm gonna cast exhume. Oh, looks like I got it back, But it's big enough that like if someone tries to reanimate this against you, that's not gonna be great. But also like there's just times when like you want to draw cards with this card, and you can do that. This is also like it's just an interesting card because I feel like it shouldn't be rare. I feel like but a 4/4 flyer, and this is the same thing with Herigast. Again, flyers are not something that deck had access to before. So I think that to me is like one of those things where it's like, that gets around moat. That the deck had a problem with moat before. Not that anyone's playing moat anymore right now, but there are moat variants of differing types. I think Teferi's moat is a example of cards like that.
Five mana, yeah.
Yeah. Peacekeeper is another card, obviously, but 4 mana, like this card almost feels like I could think about playing it in 8 cast as like cast 9 through 12 if I really wanted to. Unfortunately, it's not blue, so I'm not pitching it to Force of Will. I just love this card. I like it a lot, but I don't know if it actually needs to see play in that deck. But maybe Cloud Post just wants to refill its hand and put a 4/4 into play.
Yeah, I think that the other side of this card too is that if depending on you have Eye of Ugin, Eldrazi Temple, Ancient Tomb, and then if you are on enough of the what is it, Ugin's what's the new land? No, not Eye of Ugin. No. The new one in this. Ugin's Labyrinth. So depending on how much Ugin's Labyrinth is part of your mana base, I feel like it influences.
Thanks for bringing that back. I forgot about that. That's why this is here.
It's all contingent on how many of those you play. If that is like your base backbone 4 of, then you need some density of 7 drops. And
indeed,
then what is the balance between what we were talking about with it at Heralds the End versus that sort of aggressive Eldrazi slant that is playing like Thought Not Seer and Reality Smasher and just being really aggressive, like or the new 3-drop that we're talking about that replaces Reality Shaper that spawns a bunch of things and has reach. So it's like how much of that space is more enticing and more effective that Ugin's Labyrinth is sort of secondary, because if you're playing Ugin's Labyrinth, the cost of having to play all of these additional 7 drops, which slows you down by a turn cycle, when really it's just the 2 and 3 drop that's the actual thing that's going to push the archetype. That I think once people figure out which of the better versions of Eldrazi it is, I imagine it's just the get 'em dead, overpowered, everything is half price deck is just the more powerful version, because historically, I mean, the cheaper card is usually the better card, right?
Yeah.
Especially when all the cards do all the things. So I imagine that the more aggressive slant that steers away from Ugin's Labyrinth is probably where we're at, because Legacy, unlike Modern, Modern doesn't have the same plethora of soul lands for Eldrazi that Legacy has, because Eye of Ugin is banned in Modern. They don't have Ancient Tomb. They don't have City of Traders. Like Legacy is already subsidized with all of those soul lands, and so they like Ugin's Labyrinth may be excessive. In which case, if they don't need that, then they can just go harder on the aggressive slant of these creatures that are already overpowered and undercosted to begin with, and move into that space, and that will just be more effective. If this card is appealing for Ugin's Labyrinth, the other side of it is you can evoke using your Cavern of Souls to make color, and that's not nothing. So there's stuff to be figured out here. But
Phil, I was looking at, so I was spending a little bit of that time looking for a card that I thought like, will this card be the like sleeper like MTG finance play? The card's called Corrupted Crossroads. Do you remember this card at all? Did you play Oath of the Gatewatch Limited at any point in time? So it is a colorless land that produces colorless, and it says pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, spend that mana only to cast spells with Devoid. I was like, if it was for Eldrazi, this would have been great. Like a great include as like a 1 or 2 of. But because so many of these things don't have Devoid, that's kind of a bummer.
It is weird that Devoid is specifically a names mechanic on that card as opposed to just being
if it
colorless.
Was like Eldrazi or colorless spell. Yeah, unfortunately, like if Devoid also meant colorless, so never mind with that. But let's talk about our next card, which is this is a tough one to evaluate actually for me, which is why I want to talk about it. Null Elemental Blast. This costs 1 colorless mana, which is a shame. It should just cost 2. Like, come on, get on the boat, guys. So choose 1, counter target multicolor spell or destroy target multicolor permanent. So it's a red elemental blast, blue elemental blast, but it's for multicolored cards. And you need colorless mana to cast it. So how do you feel about this?
I mean,
overall, like even maybe in this deck or like just,
Yeah, it's a cool callback. It's interesting because you just like will never you're at least in Legacy you just never cast this for 1 mana. It's always going to be when you tapped your soul land, so you always will have. It's just it's like it is weird in that way, but they're designing for Modern. I think that like I don't imagine this card actually sees much play contextually because I can't think of like any multicolored spells or permanents that.
Would you really want to counter a like a Baleful Strix that badly? Like, who casts Baleful Strix anymore?
That, and then also it's the other side of that too is you would need to be playing this, like this would be like your red elemental blast or blue elemental blast that's like sort of trying to line up with something specific. Like when I bring Pyroblast into my deck, it's like, well, I have to have the most efficient way to deal with a Teferi or a Narset. Like, it's like the Pyroblast isn't, in my mind, when I play those types of cards in my sideboard, when I play Blast in my sideboard, I'm not doing it generically for red decks or for blue decks.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a very specific idea in mind of how this card is supposed to line up in the post-board matchup against something. It's like, this blue elemental blast I'm bringing in has to catch the Magus of the Moon or I die.
Like this is the most like relevant card to hit on this is like after a Atraxa has already entered play from a reanimate. It's like, oh great, they drew like 4 cards already though.
It's like that or like Minskin Boo, which it's like an Eldrazi deck would go over the top of that anyway. But also like Minskin Boo is also in one of those power outlier cards that we talked from last episode where the window has shifted, so it's just been pushed out.
Yeah.
But like Beanstalk is the new power outlier that has like shelved Minskin Boo that was otherwise an already power outlier on its own.
Just cost 1 more mana,
So, but it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm happy to never ever see a goddamn Minskin Boo ever again in my life. Like, I
miss playing them.
that card playing itself is the most uninteresting piece of shit I've ever seen. But I'm happy that theoretically we never see it again because these power outliers, one disease will eat another. But I also can't imagine. I sort of can't think of anything in the format that Null Elemental Blast would A, have a home in, and B, have a home in with a critical target that you would board it for anyway. So.
All right. So then we've got Twisted Riddlekeeper. Here's an even costed card. 8 mana for a Eldrazi Sphinx. It's an uncommon. 5/5. This has a merge, but the emerge cost is weird. 1 colorless, 1 blue, 5. So it's like almost like a multicolored emerge. And it says, when you cast a spell, tap up to 2 target permanents, put a stun counter on each of them, flying. And I include this card for its emerge cost, obviously. But on top of that, the tap down ability, and it has flying. Like there's like a lot going on with this card that makes it like it feels like a card that you want to play in a draft deck, unfortunately. And with so many other cards that have flying that I would choose beforehand, like, again, the moat isn't as big a situation now. So this was a card that I just looked at and was like, maybe, but, tapping down your opponent's guys for like 2 turns, I think, like, if you're casting things for 8 mana, you're probably already winning the game.
I was going to say that I think, like, a lot of the play patterns of, like, thick beat face Eldrazi are just beat face and who cares?
Yeah, just play something bigger than this.
That's
right?
a lot of the pattern. But also I think that like Kozilek's command being its own set of removal, like, is just cheaper for what you would want to like make combat a night. Like more than the already nightmare that it would probably be for your opponent anyway. And so I can't imagine that like this overcosted thing that you just have to sort of functionally read as removal, right? It's just like a way to like tap down and get in the damage. And it's like if you're at this point where you're like looking at an 8-drop, you're probably just looking at the new Emrakul, the new Kozilek, you know, any of the, you know, if you're in that 7-drop space, there's already the other 7-drops we talked about. Like this one just feels like it is a casualty of its surroundings and everything just being more powerful and better at what it offers, that it is unlikely to see play and constructed.
Yeah. All right. Next we have Ulamog the Defiler. Ulamog the Defiler is a 10-mana Eldrazi. It's a 7/7. When you cast a spell, target opponent exiles half their library rounded up. Sweet. Ward. Sacrifice 2 permanents. Ulamog the Defiler enters the battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile. And it has Annihilator X, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on it. So, this one's interesting to me because it still does get those +1/+1 counters in the Annihilator if you like were to reanimate it. Assuming that something is in exile, you know?
I think this one is the most glaring example of who cares what the hell is written on the card. You know what I mean? Like, but also it being the exact same mana cost as the other Ulamog that on cast exiles 2 permanents.
Yeah.
I think that like if you were to look at at a baseline, what do you get for when you spend the 10 mana? The mill or the exile half a library versus exile 2 permanents is just like so lopsidedly favored towards the previous Ulamog that I'd be really surprised if anybody was like looking at those 2 cards and going, yeah, this one is the correct choice if you're spending the equivalent amount of mana. But I also think that like there's enough cards now that maybe the previous Ulamog that exiles 2 things also is sort of crept out because there's cheaper and more efficient versions of win the game on them that are also Eldrazi.
Yeah.
That, you know, maybe that is also crept out. So like I'd be really of all of the ones, like I am more sold on Emrakul, the new Emrakul and the new Kozilek as like offering maybe new potential, like just cheaper versions of win the game.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't think this Ulamog is doing anything more effective at quote win the game than the previous Ulamog. So this one's the least impressive to me of all that because they all functionally win the game. This one just does it in a way that's like less efficient.
The biggest problem I have with this Ulamog is that we used to call the middle Ulamog Nulamog. Now this is Nulamog, and you know that's just gonna screw everything up.
Well, I think that this one isn't actually constructed playable in the way that the previous one is. So I imagine that Nulamog that we know and hate still remains the one that we know and hate. Because if anybody casts the Defiler against me, I'd be like, oh, this is like if somebody cast this, exiled half my library. If I didn't like, scoop and was like, oh, you're telling me that if I use my Swords to Plowshares on this, I get to choose what I'm sacking as opposed to you getting rid of like the word, you know, like that seems infinitely better than the other alternative, even though both of them probably just say win the game.
You're like, well, I don't need this counterbalance against your deck, so I guess I'll sack that.
Yeah. It's also like, and it's also one of those things like the part of the like that like Annihilator is just so dumb because it's again like the type of thing where I feel like it just never says what it actually is, which is the game your opponent concedes. Yeah. It's like who cares if the Annihilator is any amount over whatever, like who cares how many it is.
Over I think 3 the game is over.
Yeah. You instead of Annihilator 6 you have Annihilator 14. Wow, like who gives a shit? It's the same.
Definitely text there for EDH games where you're just like, this has gone on too long. All right, so we have what is this card? Eldrazi Vanisher. What is that? Did I just like make up the name of a card?
I think it's just Eldrazi Vanisher, not.
I spelled it weird, I guess. Okay. Apparently, I just spelled a card very weird, and it just like messed me up. Where is that card?
Oh, it's also because it's a translation. So it's I have it pulled up on Scryfall, and it's saying that it's called Wastescape Battlemage, which is 1 in a colorless for a 2/2, an Eldrazi wizard, and it has kicker green and or kicker 1 in a blue. When you cast a spell, if it was kicked with its green kicker, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. When this card is cast, if it was kicked with its 1 and a blue kicker, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So I think that this is an example of if the aggressive version of Eldrazi is where this lives, right? Like if the aggressive slant is where it is, this feels like it's the card that feels the sideboard like disenchant-esque space.
Yeah.
Because if you have this, I would be surprised if it's I would think that this is more cast with its green kicker because it's a single thing than with the blue kicker. But I imagine that it is on the back of Cavern of Souls. And I imagine that Cavern of Souls is the only non-soul land that exists in these aggressive Eldrazi decks. And if you can just have this, like, because Cavern of Souls can make the color to kick this thing, that I imagine if there was a problem artifact or enchantment that the Eldrazi deck post board was worried about in some particular matchup, that rather than trying to play whatever effect that is, you would just play the aggressively costed thing that exiles the thing as opposed to destroys it. And if you're playing Lotus Petal and Cavern of Souls, then you theoretically have enough in that space. I forget if the old Eldrazi decks, I imagine that they played some amount of the Spirit Guides. And
something like that. Yeah.
Okay, if you're like, I'll just play Elvish Spirit Guide, and then this is kicked, and I can exile the artifact or enchantment or whatever. It's like, all right, cool. Like, great.
Good enough.
The one thing about this is that because unless you're playing actual factual basic wastes, you can't actually kick this under a Blood Moon because it requires colorless, and you're only going to be able to make red. So maybe it's not the answer. This is not one of those cards that's a slam dunk to me. It just seems like it's a role player if it actually fills the hole of solving a problem, of which I don't know in the context of what format we're going into will be or would be for Eldrazi. But if this lines up against whatever that is, then this will see play. And if it doesn't, then it'll just be for whenever something does come up that it would see play, because it's just efficient. It's a 2-mana disenchant that also gives a body, and it exiles the thing instead of destroys it, which is meaningful. Because let's say it's you're against a deck with any amount of recursion, now your Emry or whatever can't recur it,
Yeah. Well, the one reason I looked at this card is mostly because I used to play Bant Eldrazi in Modern, so this fits those colors, But with that said, that is all of the colorless cards. If you like what we're doing here, we're gonna go through all the 5 colors, and we're gonna have one that's like multicolored lands and artifacts is one episode. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, comment if you think we missed something, or if you think that we're completely off base about one of these cards. If you can support us on Patreon, it's patreon.com/eternaldurdles, and that'll do it for colorless cards from Modern Horizons 3. White cards from Modern Horizons 3.
Next on Eternal Durdles.
Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our Patreon supporters out there. Thank you to the Durdle Maniacs. If you want to be a Durdle Maniac, go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles and help support the channel. It keeps things going. It keeps things updated. Thanks so much for watching. On with the show. Hello and welcome to Eternal Durdles. I'm your host, Zach Clark, and with me as always, Phil Bleckman. Phil, how's it going, man?
Zach, I know we just talked about it right before we got on camera, but the fact that there's no Magus of the Sensei's top, but power balances in this set, dude, what the actual F, dude?
I think the best part about that is when you said power balance, I thought that you meant them balancing the game design of the set and not the card power balance.
Balancing the power of the game design went out the window in 2019, my guy.
It's true. It's true.
Can we get Magus of the Sensei's top, please?
Please. Well, I mean, you've got Fibblethip, Lost But Seeking, or whatever that card is from the last set, right?
Yeah, we can have 1-mana creatures that flip into planeswalkers, but we can't have Magus of the Sensei's top? Come on now.
Yeah. All right, well, let's start off strong with white with a Johnny Nakatl Pariah for 1 and a white. It is a 1/2, and it says, when it enters the battlefield, create a 2/1 white cat warrior creature token. Whenever one or more other cats you control die, you may exile a Johnny and return to the battlefield transformed. His transformed side, let's flip it over here, is a Eternal Durdles is sponsored by Tales of Adventure. You can go to toamagic.com, use the code DURTLES for 5% off your order, and you're going to get that whole order in one package. No more waiting for 5 or 6 or 12 packages to show up at your door so that you can finish your deck. toamagic.com, code DURTLES for 5% off, and you'll be directly supporting the show. 3 loyalty planeswalker that has a +2 that says put a +1/+1 counter on each cat you control. The 0 is create an 0/1 cat white creature. Create a 2/1 white cat creature token. When you do, if a red permanent other than a Johnny, if you control a red permanent other than a Johnny, he deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to any target. So a Johnny's dealing that damage, not the Cat Warrior. And then a -4 is each opponent chooses an artifact, creature, enchantment, and planeswalker from among the non-land permanents they control, sacrifice the rest. So Cataclysm, but including planeswalkers.
It's a one-sided Cataclysm.
One-sided. No. Yeah, one-sided Cataclysm, each opponent. All right. I mean, is this card interesting? A 1/2 that like gets a death trigger from the token it makes is I mean, I don't know, man. I'll just feed into the meme that we always have on the show. Does Death and Taxes want this card?
So here I'll be real brief about this card. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a white card that presents a lot of value for 2 mana. Obviously, the backside seems crazy. It is if you flip it, it is functionally doing Gideon Ally of Zendikar type shenanigans, and you flip it, you plus it once, and then the following turn you can Cataclysm your opponent and still have a Johnny on the table. Now,
yeah,
all of that is very good. Everything about this card has no downside. Whenever one or more other cats you control, you may exile a Johnny, which means that if you flip the first Johnny, the second Johnny gets to come down, and if the cat dies, you don't have to flip that Johnny yet. You just get to have it all and keep plussing that and making your board real wide for no mana. This is obviously very good. It's a very pushed card. It's sort of dumb that this kind of shit exists now. The aspect where I think that this card, if you think about this card in play, though, the reason why I think it, like, will it show up? Yes. Will it be powerful? Yes. Will it be, like, the saving grace that we need? No. And here's why. The natural play pattern is, okay, it's my turn 2. Let's say I'm on the draw, right? My opponent has their 2 lands. They pass the turn. I have my 2 lands. I can't cast a Johnny.
Days.
You know why? Well, not only days, but if I cast a Johnny, create my 2/1, right?
Yes.
You cast an Orcish Bowmaster. You shoot down my 2/1 token, and I cannot flip my Ajani. Why can't I flip my Ajani? Well, if I flip my Ajani, he goes to 3, and then he just functionally doesn't have any text. Because he flips, he's at 3 loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
You then attack him down to 1. Okay, so he can either plus to put a +1/+1 counter on nothing, unless there's a follow-up Ajani, or I can make a 2/1 that I then go, okay, I'll just attack my Orc army into your 2/1, and then we just play this thing where you just don't control the narrative in that situation, right? Because now, like, you functionally still can't cantrip unless you have another removal spell. You have to either play a red permanent.
You have to find a cat.
So that if you then follow up and play some kind of red permanent, but like they get to untap first and advance their board, right?
Yeah.
Like you flip the Ajani, they attack it down to 1, plus they get to do something else. So like, okay, where are we even at? That's just like a natural play of like you have a 2-drop and I have a 2-drop and that's it, right? Like all of the other complications of that. And all that is to say that the way that this card lines up against Orcish Bowmaster still sucks. So
yes,
will this card see play though? Yes, it is like aggressively pushed, and it sucks that cards are aggressively pushed like this. But I don't see this changing the paradigm. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully there's a red permanent that you naturally pair with this card. Maybe this is like the Jeskai Delver 2-drop, and it's like in Grixis you get Orcish Bowmaster, and Jeskai you get this now because you have red permanents, and then being able to be like, okay, I'll make some cats, I'll plus my cats, I can go wide, or I can reach and like dome you that way. It's like maybe that's where this world is. Maybe this is the Jeskai. Maybe 4th Aerolingus wasn't the card that Jeskai Delver needed, and maybe this one is. And we can embrace the fact that we have another Days Wasteland shell to look forward to playing against.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern about this card is not that it's good, is that like what deck has red permanents that wants to play this white card, right? And and what you were saying about the Orcish Bowmasters is actually kind of salient because if your opponent kills the cat and you don't flip it, you literally have to find other cats to play in your deck. So you're either playing like 4 Ajani just to like flip your Ajani just in case. So I don't know. I'm not super high on this card, but I think it's important that we at least discuss all the flip planeswalkers that they have in this set because I think that the fact that they are low costed enough to actually see play makes them at least something we should discuss.
I think that if we actually look at the positive sides of the card, I think the gross part of this thing is like you can just go turn 2 Ajani, make a token, turn 3, a second Ajani. They legend rule each other, so your second one flips. So now you just have. So then you get to plus. So then you have a 5-mana planeswalker that's threatening to cataclysm you. Plus you now have 2 3/2s on the board that are attacking, and all you did was cast your second 2-drop of the same name. Like that's what I mean by like it's really stupid that that kind of design exists. Like, what did you do? You cast your second 2-drop of the same name, and now you threaten a cataclysm plus have 2 3/2s on the table, plus like an engine that's just going to make additional 2/1s every turn for no mana.
If you think about it, Phil, this is everything Doc Brown warned us about in Ghostbusters. In Back to the Future 2, is that if you look at another timeline's version of yourself, Cataclysm.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like we should be excited about like really high, intensely powered sort of effects as opposed to like antithetical to them. It's just like what kind of gameplay is it really going to create? It's like, okay, well, if I don't have the answer for the first Ajani and they just play a second Ajani, okay, well they went wide, and now we have in multiple colors. Now we have just 2 drops that generate ETB value on the front and then have lasting effects when any game action is otherwise taken. So like we have to consider that. And then this thing is just generating value for free. It's not like it's a minus ability. Okay. And then that minus ability, if you have any other red permanent, is now also removal. And it's just like, it's another card that does all of the things. And the investment is, do you have 1 and a white? And that's so boring. It's just so boring. Anyway.
All right. Well, let's move on to Eternal Durdles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is the best deck building website on the internet. You can find all of my and Phil's decks in links below, including decks from this episode. And if you do, you'll be directly supporting the channel. Guide of Souls for 1 white mana, human cleric, a 1/2, a squire, if you will. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life and get an energy counter. Then when you attack, you can pay 3 energy. If you do, put 2 +1/+1 counters on, and a flying counter on target attacking creature. It becomes an angel in addition to other types.
Your thoughts?
This is one of many cards that's paying you off. That's trying to make energy a thing, and I don't want to, don't make fetch a thing. But I think we're getting closer, and we're not there yet. I don't think. To a world where energy and getting that additional payoff off of energy that seems kind of ancillary might become useful. And this is just one card that is like doing a thing with energy, so I wouldn't say like this is the card that's doing it. But it's also like, this is a third Soul Sister, if you will. So maybe mono white Soul Sisters is gonna be a thing.
Well, this is just a strictly better Soul Sister in every facet because it's a 1/2 instead of a 1/1, so it's actually like playable within the context of the format. I mean, one thing that like it is fun to look at is how they have had to design cards now looking through the lens of like Bowmaster is half the metagame, and so
we got squires instead of soldiers now.
If you look at a lot of the design of this set, you'll just notice a very conscious effort to give 4 toughness or 2 toughness.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, well, we know that everything is dictated by exactly Bowmaster and Bolt. So we now have to respect Bowmaster and Bolt and just tack on additional toughnesses for no additional worth because that's just the world we're in. And so, like, there's that's it. That's like,
these things warp the format. And it's not the first time we've seen design like this, Phil. There was a point in time where Wildfire Emissary was the hottest creature in Magic the Gathering, and that was a 2/4 that could pump itself and had pro white. Could get around Bolt, could get around Swords Plowshares.
Here is a sweet play pattern that is going to be super sweet for your super sweet deck. Okay, you're going to go turn 1, Guide of Souls. Get that energy, get that life. Turn 2, you're going to play your Ajani, Caller of the Pride, or whatever the name of that new card is. And then that's going to get you an energy, and then it's going to create a token, and that token's going to get you an energy. And then you're going to attack with your Guide of Souls, and you're going to use all 3 energy that you have, and you're going to turn this thing into a 3/4 flyer angel, and it's going to be sweet. And then
it's like, oh, continue. There's more.
That's it, man. That's it. You want to know what you did? You want to know what you did?
You made a Surrender the Freet that didn't deal you damage for 1 mana.
You know what you got to do? You got to go, do I have a white mana? Sure do. And then the next turn, you get to go, do I have a spare mana and a white mana? Sure do. And then the cards play themselves, and it's sweet.
All right. Next up is, I almost called this Metastatic Angel. It's Metastatic Evangel. It's a Phyrexian human cleric for that is a 3/1 for 1 and a white, and it says whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, proliferate.
Hold on, man. Can we go back real second to Guide of Souls?
Sure, Guide of Souls. Let's talk about it more.
We got one more. I want to talk about one more play pattern for Guide of Souls. All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right, Guide of Souls. You have your sweet white mana, right? You're like, all right, got that white mana. I'm going to cast this thing. I got this 1/2. I'm going to get that energy. I'm going to get that life. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. Pass it over to you. Untap. I'm going to play this Bowmaster. This Bowmaster is going to get me an energy. It's going to create an Orc army. That Orc army is going to get me an energy, and I'm going to swing in with my 3/4, and it's going to be sweet. Yes.
Oh man, that's probably the better play pattern. Actually,
it might be the better play pattern. If we, that is to say, now we have a couple more options for 1 mana 3 power flyers in the format. So now every color is going to get one. Every color gets a 1 mana 3 power flyer.
Yeah. All right, Metastatic Evangel. So we talked about this 3/1 for 2 mana. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, proliferate. I am not saying that this is going to be like a game changer for Infect, but it is a card you can put in Infect to have like reach. I don't know. Right now, I think an X1 is just not where you want to be in this format. But tacking on whenever to cards is often worth looking at, and proliferate can get kind of bonkers, especially if you consider whatever your opponent's doing with counters on them. Now your chalice is a chalice on 2, which would be terrible for this card in particular. But stuff like that. I'll in the mirror against Death and Taxes, I'll tick up your thing to 6 instead of 5. Just there. This is an interesting play space, but unfortunately at X1, I don't think it's really where you want to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal this episode, man. You gave this card so much time, and that's admirable of you.
All right, on to Ocelot Pride. Ocelot Pride is a 1/1 for 1 with first strike and lifelink. It has Ascend. That means if you have 10 permanents, you gain the city's blessing. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, create a 1/1 white cat creature token. If you have the city's blessing, each token you control entered the battlefield this way gets copied.
Yes.
For each token. Yeah, okay.
What are your thoughts?
Again, it's an X1. This is an X1. I get that. This is my thoughts here were like, if Bowmasters goes away, it's a big if, and you get this card, and you've got the Guide of Souls, and you get the Soul Sisters build, this could start to pile up as like, as sort of an interesting build for what is ostensibly going to be a budget deck for the format. But interesting nonetheless. Maybe not interesting.
Yeah, I mean, First Strike Lifelink, okay. I mean, First Strike's pretty good. But yeah,
Blocks of Ball Lightning?
Well, it's a 1/1 that you need something else. And I don't know if there's actual competitive incidental life gain in a deck that would want this thing. And I think that's it. Ascend is not a mechanic that exists in this format.
No.
Because to get 10 permanents means that you have to be doing something obscure.
If you have 10 permanents, you better be winning the game. Well, I don't care if they're 1/1s.
There is no deck in the format that would ever naturally acquire 10 permanents that would care about this type of card. So this card would need to be paired alongside something that is doing something oddly degenerate in order to generate that kind of cardboard. For example, I know we haven't gotten into blue yet, but Tamiyo's Meets the Story Circle is the 2-mana enchantment that the second chapter says you discard a card or discard any number of cards and then you investigate twice for each card that you discarded. So if you went turn 1, play something, turn 2, play Tamiyo's thing, turn 3, draw, that's 2 lands, 2 cards you should draw so you can theoretically discard, I can't do all the math off the top of my head, but let's say you can discard 6 cards, that makes 12 clue tokens. You no
then
longer
you
have
slam
a hand.
your Ocelot Pride.
You no longer have a hand, but you just generated 12 pieces of cardboard for 0 mana. So, that sounds pretty degenerate, but also, what do you do then? Who cares?
Theoretical
this card's not going to see any legacy play, so we can go to the next one.
This is fair. All right. On to Phalia Exuberant Shepherd. This is a 2/2 Corgi, legendary dog for with flash for 2 mana. And it says when it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 other non-land permanent at the beginning of the next end step. Return that permanent under its owner's control. If it entered your battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Phalia. This is just a cheaper with flash built into it. Flicker Wisp. It's legendary.
It's a little bit different than Flicker Wisp in that this thing has to attack in order to get the trigger. Where
did I say attack? Okay, hopefully I read that right. That does make it a bit of a difference. I think that this is a card that you might see as a one of a fun of, as it were, in Death and Taxes. You compare it with you can save it with Caracas and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean the one side of that is that this could theoretically be a ramp tool as well, or a way to generate mana because if you have any I know we've talked about it before, but some of the whenever we see a cheap white legend that has a powerful effect, I always lean towards that really aggro Yosumaru deck that we've talked about a little bit. And it's if you go turn 1 Yosumaru and continue all your stuff and you get to play Mox Amber and then you get to play this thing and then you can bounce your Mox Amber and then that would also pump the Yosumaru and also get to hold up another mana and it's okay, maybe now we're doing stuff. In that space, they're both dogs, so you can then play Cavern of Souls and shit. Maybe there's a dog tribal aggro deck or some shit, but at the end of the day, Grief and Beanstalk exist, so these kinds of cards are really going to have a tough time outside of the funos that you were talking about.
Well, here's the other thing is if you're that 80 card Death and Taxes deck, right? Getting a second free bounce out of your Urion, where you're just bouncing you're just flickering everything, and then you attack with this and flicker everything again. It's not the worst, but you really have to want to be that deck in particular.
Yeah, I think right. Go ahead. I got nothing productive to say about it.
All right. Static Prison is a 1-mana enchantment. When Static Prison enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Static Prison leaves the battlefield. You get 2 energy. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, sacrifice Static Prison unless you pay 1. 1 energy.
You want to go before I do?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, this card is the first card that I think is good. 1 mana exile any non-land permanent, pretty solid. Even if it's a spend 2. But if we look at any of the other energy enablers, even if it's another copy of this thing, you can also prioritize your timing on how something would work. Because
you can go through combat first and then do this, right?
What do you mean?
Well, it says at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, so you'd want to cast this on your post-combat main phase.
Oh, yeah. I mean that just in general that even though this is a temporary removal spell, it being only 1 mana for any permanent is really good. And 2 turns in Legacy is a lot. And then any of the other energy enablers in this set that are even remotely reasonable, even remotely playable, generate what is effectively 2 a deck that would want this is like, my kind of control deck. In which case, if you play even something like, we have to get into blue, but if you play something like Tune the Narrative, which is just blue mana instant, draw a card, gain 2 energy. Well, if this is the only real meaningful energy output in your deck, and it's just like, oh, really efficient removal, and the cost is I just use whatever other flex slots I have on general, like, velocity cards, like churning through my deck at instant speed. Okay, like that doesn't seem like a huge burden. Like maybe it costs some amount of slots, but the offset of that is you're getting unbelievable efficiency in 1 mana remove anything from the table. So
this is basically leyline binding for an energy deck, right?
Yeah, the difference between leyline binding is that like instant speed is really powerful, but leyline binding also compels you to have a really shitty mana base. So if you can play a much cleaner mana base, and we'll get to another white card in this set that like is probably going to steer people to like at least explore that direction, then this card's stock ends up going way up. And if this card's stock goes up, then you have to look at every other playable energy card through the lens of, well, if this card is worth playing, then the other energy cards incidentally also, gain value, because you're like, I would like to be able to hang on to this thing for as long as possible. But then there's also some amount of cards in the format where you could remove this, and then if it goes away, even if the thing comes back, either it's no longer relevant or there was something that just disappeared under it in the first place. If you hit a token with this card and then it goes away, you can just sack it, keep your energy for your follow-up thing, and it's like, okay, you used a removal spell on an Urza Saga token or whatever. Like, is that a great exchange? No, but you net 2 energy, and then your next one, keeps whatever you wanted off the board for 4 turns, right? Like,
well, let's not even forget the fact that, like, let's say you want to get rid of a Murktide Regent. Right, it comes back as a 3/3. Right?
That's what I mean. Like, even if you remove whatever, if by the time it comes back, there are a lot of positions where it may not matter.
Yeah,
anymore.
The game may have progressed. I was thinking,
like there's some times where I've been like, oh damn, like my opponent has like, I don't know, a Leyline of the Void, and is that like winning the game for them? No, but is it like limiting my options in a way that's kind of annoying? Yeah. So what I could do is I could exile it. 2 turns, put whatever I need to into my graveyard around it, and then when this thing goes away and the Leyline comes back, it's like, okay, it doesn't matter. The thing I need in my graveyard is in my graveyard now. Little things like that where like it creates a pocket of time, and that pocket of time might be able to be leveraged in some way that's not obvious to the eye outside of context. And I mean, the more and more, like when this card was first around, I was like, I don't know, like you don't want limited answers. Like there's already a card that is 2-minute instant, exile a non-land permanent, I believe it's exile a non-land permanent that your opponent controls, and then they can cast it anytime they want, but it costs an additional 2. And I was like, well, that I've always wanted to explore that card, but every time I do, like the crux of being like, okay, it puts me down a card, and then I'm trying to play a long game, and every one of these effects always incentivizes you trying to close the game as fast as you can because it's a narrow time window. And, one thing when we get to lands, when we get to like the flip lands where it's like, pay 3 life or it comes into play tapped, I want to talk about those cards in a philosophy of design space. But when it comes to this thing, which is a pocket of time, the more and more that I've thought about Static Prison, the more and more I think it on efficiency alone, and the fact that it lets you maintain a relatively clean mana base, incentivizes so much positivity towards like the value versus any other kind of removal spell that just doesn't exist for non-land permanent, in that Prismatic Ending sort of requires you to have a really shitty mana base because you want to be able to get up to 4 mana, or at least 4, so you can remove things like Karn, One Ring, blah, blah, blah. With a Leyline Binding incentivizes a really shitty mana base, and that exposes you to a whole bunch of different things that like really suck if you're not an exactly up the beanstalk variance. So this card opening up a lot of space, the more and more I've thought about it, the more and more sold I am on it. And so you will see me playing a lot of Static Prison, at least in these early days, trying to figure it out. Yeah.
All right. Well, we found one good white card so far. Next up is Thraben Charm. 1 and a white for an instant. It is a modular spell. It says choose 1. Charm deals damage equal to twice the number of creatures you control to target creature. Destroy target enchantment. Exile any number of target players' graveyards. Obviously, I'm looking at this for the last 2 things as a, like, maybe include this in your sideboard kind of situation. Sure, maybe you'll end up killing a creature with it or something. I don't know. I just looked at this and was like, it might be worth looking at just because it's offering you choice.
Yeah, I was also thinking about it similarly of, like, the last 2 modes, but unless you're, like, really bottlenecked and not being able to move into other colors. Like if you're
Yeah.
mono white or for some reason unable to move into green, we've seen exile target something from your graveyard or destroy artifact enchantment on moto spells before in green. So that's not new. Like this is not a new effect. Maybe it's a new effect in white, or it's the cheapest version in white. But I really do think that if you're not able to squeeze the juice meaningfully out of all three modes in some capacity, then this is a flexible spell. If it shows up, it's a charm, right? Like flexible spells have shown up. It wouldn't be surprising to me, but I would be really surprised if it showed up in a world where it wasn't able to actually squeeze the juice out of all three modes. So if you're not exactly in a deck that is interested in this kind of effect that can also play some number of creatures to leverage it as a removal spell, then I just don't think it makes the cut. It'll always be like card like 82, 83 in your 75. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. White Orchid Phantom is a Spirit Knight 2/2 for 2 white mana, flying and first strike. When it enters the battlefield, destroy up to 1 target non-basic land. Its controller searches their library for a basic land card and puts it into the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
Yeah, I think putting Wasteland on a 2/2 flyer with first strike is pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is a card where, like, if you really want to do that, like, mana denial version of Death and Taxes, this helps you lean into that a little bit harder. I actually like the design of this card. I think this is, like, a totally fair, like, do I want to play against this card in that or that deck? No, but, like, I think this is a totally, like, fine, like, avenue to take as a Death and Taxes player.
This is one of those cards that, depending on how much play it sees, will dictate the rest of the format. Does that make sense? If this card sees play in, let's say, every like version of Death and Taxes, whatever that deck looks like right now, whether it's with Bowmaster or whatever, like if every single variation of that deck, that archetype in the metagame moves into 4X White Orchid Phantom, then you can't go into an event being like, okay, if I'm going against it, if I know that I'm going to be running against Daze Wasteland, and then I also know that some portion of the non-Daze decks are going to be 8 Wasteland decks with the potential to flicker half of those.
Flickering it too. Ugh.
Then you no longer can be like, okay, I can't. You have to move into a space where you either respect that or you have to like dedicate your counter magic to being able to hit that. But if they are able to like play, whether it's Cavern Souls or Eighth of Isle or whatever the hell, to get around all of that, and then they're just nuking your mana base, and then
you have to be Toper Orb.deck.
Well, it's like if now there's Daze Wasteland, which is mana denial deck that's trying to close the game as fast as possible, and then you have some amount of D&T, whatever version of that deck looks like, but then it moves like aggressively back into mana denial as its primary version of how it wants to operate because of this new card. And then you also just have incidentally like some of the control decks and some of the lands decks, whatever those look like post MH3 as like looping Wasteland or ways to just like continuously disrupt your mana base. Like if so much of the format becomes I can mess up your mana base, 5 color control players. Like you guys suck now. Then there has to be a pivot towards more basic lands to offset that, because the way that you beat these cards is you just respect them. But if all of the pressures of the format that we've talked about before, where everything is so fast and you have to be able to deal with everything immediately and you can't take the time to develop because there's just no such thing. But if the axis that everybody wants to fight on is nuking your mana base, then if the texture of the format is such that you playing basics means that they can't develop their strategies in a meaningful way because their cards are dependent on you having a bad mana base, then you can get that development. The problem with that scenario is it is contingent on what your opponents do, not what you do. Right? True. You can't proactively play the like clean basics deck and expect to do well because you'll just get run over if people don't give a shit that you're running basics. Yeah. If they're all in on this sort of thing, and then you just have to play basics and more or less ignore what they're trying to do, great. You just made a really good metagame call. Yeah. So what I mean by that this card is can dictate the format is if opponents decide to proactively do this shit and you respond to that, you can take advantage of it. But you can't proactively respond to the thing that doesn't exist yet. So you got to wait until you see what the format shakes out to look like. I mean, granted, that's what Control has always looked like to some degree, but like that might be the case for a lot of other, like a bunch of the combo decks too. Like if this card is seeing a bunch of play, maybe this applies some amount of pressure to like the Surveil lands, because if you're playing cards that come into play tapped, and then you nuke them, then your surveillance can only come into play at the end step, in which case if you naturally draw it, your tap lands look really bad now because of all the mana disrupt. There's a little bit of texture here. Now, is it great? I don't really know. I think that, like, you know, being able to, like, disrupt mana in a meaningful way is, like, sort of the wrong problem. The problem is fetch lands, but we won't get into that. So, but like, yes, this card is obviously good and it will see a bunch of play, but like how much play it sees, it depends on like what people are actually trying to target in the format. If Beanstalk or whatever becomes a really difficult problem, sure, but double white is not a nothing cost if you're also trying to play Wasteland and
possibly Orcish Bowmaster, you know?
Right, yeah. So like depending on what it looks like, double white is the bottleneck here, but if there's enough, you know, people move away from Bowmaster and towards this because it's just a cleaner plan as opposed to just being raw power, a 2/2 flying first striker is still going to do a lot of damage, you know, across the board. So
yeah. Speaking of double white, we've got Wrath of the Skies for X and double white. It's a sorcery. It says you get X energy counters, then you may pay any amount of energy, destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with mana value less than the amount of energy paid this way. What do you think about this, Phil? This is a possible like get out of jail kind of card, especially if we're in this like energy deck where we're playing the like tune. What is it, the blue card and the static prison card, and we have Wrath the Skies. This could be like kind of a funky archetype. What do you think?
Yeah. If I'm already sold on static prison as worthwhile testing, and will probably be pretty strong depending on what the shell around it is. I think all of these cards are just contingent on Tune the Narrative. I think none of these cards are good if Tune the Narrative isn't in your deck. That's the true test. If Tune the Narrative is not too much of a burden to play in terms of like how many card slots you have available, then all of these other cards are good. Without Tune the Narrative, you got nothing with these cards.
Spoiler alert, we included Tune the Narrative in the blue episode.
Yeah. But again, Tune the Narrative is contingent on how powerful or how much value do you ascribe to these cards in the context of the format, right? Yeah. So these cards are contingent and good only if you're playing Tune the Narrative. Tune the Narrative is only as good as you think that these other spells, Wrath of Skies and Static Prison, are to be enabled. So it is a precon for sure. Like these cards are precon together, but that might be good enough because they're all very efficient. Now, at the baseline, let's say you don't think Tune the Narrative is worth it because you don't think Static Prison is worth it. At a baseline, if you don't want to move into red and you don't want to move into black, then you could use this as your functional meltdown because white X is 0 still melts down the board. So that is something of value. Now, we have seen some amount of 3-drops, that Wrath 1-drops, as playable historically. We've seen what's the 3-mana saga that's one red black, Hidetsugu's
it's Unthirsting Hunger or something like that.
Whatever that saga is. Historically we've seen like Wrath 1-drops across the table for 3 mana as a way to clean up the board, impactful in some positions. So you could do that in this card where this card is just 3, make 1 energy, Wrath 1-drops across the table, and then as a nice way to clean up. That's also not bad. I think at your baseline, this is only going to be as good as Tune the Narrative. Or it will be good if you are looking for a meltdown effect and don't want to move into red. Now I say you don't want to move into black because you have pest control, and pest control having cycling is just like a cleaner way to do that if you're looking to do that ability and have access to black and white. But if you don't have access to those things and you want something, then Wrath of Skies will see play. So of all of the cards that we've talked about in white so far, aside the Spirit that we just talked about to me seems like a slam dunk, assuming that you're willing to commit to white. Wrath of Skies is just like, to me, the one card that's like guaranteed to show up to some capacity because it's just another meltdown, but it's a meltdown,
it's a meltdown
colors
for
that otherwise
white
didn't
decks.
have it.
Yeah.
It's a meltdown for just white, and like that can be appealing for, I don't know, any like I'm the blue white mage. I'm happy to not have to splash a third color because the only reason that I'm splashing a third color right now is for prismatic ending. And if Static Prison and Wrath of Skies means that I don't have to play prismatic ending or meltdown, then I'm like really interested in this space. In which case, I'm really interested in Tune the Narrative. So like it all comes together contextually. So this card to me is a slam dunk in that it will see play. It'll just be contingent on how powerful it will be, which is contingent on Tune the Narrative.
Yeah. All right, and we have to talk about all of the flares. So Flare Fortitude is 2 and 2 white for an instant. You may sacrifice a non-token white creature instead of paying its cost. Until the end of turn, your life total can't change, and permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible. I think I won't say this is the weakest of all of them because I can't remember what they all do off the top of my head. But I don't see this as this looks like an EDH card. This is like don't wrath my board, bro. Right?
Yeah, it's very EDH-y.
I wish it said your opponents you can't lose the game, your opponents can't win, because then it would be like kind of a foil to like Cephalid Breakfast or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that there is probably something to the you gaining hexproof. To some extent, that you get to like blank a bunch of stuff. I don't know in the format off the top of my head if there's any valuable creatures that are in white that you'd want to sack for free for value in the same way that there is in like green and black. And
like I wouldn't put this into my infect deck because I don't have any white creatures. So
yeah,
it's like
to be totally honest, in my thinking, like this thing says that you have to have a creature in play, and that's cringe-inducing to me. So like, why would I ever put a creature in play?
You're like, I'll sack one of these angels.
Yeah, cool. You know, I mean, if this sees play, I imagine it's probably more of a sideboard card where like 0 mana hexproof at instant speed is of value to you in context. Whatever that may look like, whether it's like, oh, this is just like maybe you're out instead of Mindbreak Trap. This means that you can't be Tendrils or Grape Shot or whatever from Storm. Like maybe there's something there where this is play in Legacy to a degree where that deck would otherwise want that because a player can play around Mindbreak Trap, but by like thought seizing you proactively. But like if you have the creature and then you 0 mana this in response to that sort of thing, then you sort of time walk the turn and they can't go off yet. And then maybe you have another thing. I don't know. It seems a little too contextual. I'm with you. I think that this one doesn't have a home to me immediately, but like 0 mana instant speed spell that can give you hexproof isn't nothing. Yeah. Like if it shows up, like I wouldn't be surprised, but I feel like it would have to be showed. Like it would be very specific for that thing. It's not like a general free spell that's good, like Force of Negation and Force of Vigor and shit.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is all of the white spells, white cards that we have zeroed in on for possible Legacy play. If you like this episode, oh wait, what?
Well, I'm just going to give one shout out. We don't need to talk about it much because it's not like there's much to talk about. But Witch Enchanter is it's a 3 and a white for a 2/2 that says when it ETBs, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. But then the backside is the flip land that you can pay 3 life and it comes in as an untapped white source. And there is the talk of that being an additional white card that just replaces the previous, like I forget, Amirios Call or whatever in all of like the
the MDS style, yeah. For like Upsal spells type decks.
For Upsal spells or for Boros Initiative or for whatever, like there isn't anything to talk about. It's not like it's an interesting thing. It's just that before you weren't really casting Amirios Call, you were just using it as an additional white card that happened to be a land. And this one actually is just like a more functional card, and that's just a 4 mana 2/2 that disenchants something on ETB that's also a land and does the same functional thing. So it's just an upgrade in that space. It's not actually doing anything interesting. But while we're here, I do want to just comment real quick because it's my avenue to on the flip lands and the way that the philosophy wise, the way that they have cost these sort of things. And it seems like the only way that they have, or the only real thing that they do to like sort of flex these sort of trade-offs is limiting on. So like they'll do something and they'll be like, pay 3 life, and then you can get this thing. So the trade-off is life. Same thing with Ancient Tomb, same thing with these kinds of lands before. Or they've really dabbled in the space aggressively on we'll do this thing that will put this thing in exile or stymie it for a couple of turns or for additional mana investment, which is just like some amount of time. And my problem with that particular design is I get that for challenging the thing. It helps incentivize, and this is definitely a biased position. Okay, so grain of salt me here because it's definitely biased. But all of these types of effects incentivize you either being super aggressive because the punishment is 3 life. So the way that you punish that is by being aggressive.
Yep.
Or it incentivizes and enables combo decks that don't give a shit about the fact that they lost life because they're looking for a very narrow window of time in order to kill you.
Game over.
So the incentives of the trade-offs of these cards enable either hyper-aggression or hyper-aggression in the form of combo. So if you are looking to be mid-range and or control, these cards, like the trade-off of the cost to pay to be able to get the benefit of these cards is just not for those archetypes or those types of strategies.
Yeah.
It is only for the hyper aggressive or the combo decks. And there's been a consistent pattern in their design of how they do that. They're like, this thing sets you back for a brief period of time, in which case I need to either aggressively kill you or I need to combo you out. Or things like this, where it's like, I can pay 3 life, and if I'm paying 3 life, I am incentivized to get the game over as fast as possible because I am at a lower life total. So I either need to get you dead as fast as possible with aggression, or I need to combo you out. And so there is this constant bias towards the aggressive decks and the combo decks with these kinds of modal, like flexible utility type cards that aren't offered to the mid-range or control decks. And
so what you're saying is Wizards needs to get woke and make better drawbacks.
So I'm saying that the thing is that they've only experimented really in these type of drawbacks. They haven't experimented with, you can play this and it comes into play untapped, but then you can't cast spells for the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
Or this comes into play untapped, but then your opponent has hexproof or something till the end of the turn. You know what I mean? Like things that don't incentivize just getting the game over as fast as possible. Yeah. They just haven't looked at any of those other alternative things that they could be putting instead of the trade-off of life or the trade-off of like a narrow window of time that only incentivizes the game to get get over faster. And that may be the thing. They want the game to be over faster, but they just haven't explored that at all. I would like to see one, Phil,
that does like if your opponent, like when this enters the battlefield, if your opponent lost life this turn, it comes into play tapped. So like each player gets to choose, right? Like, am I attacking my opponent, right? But you also have the option as a player to be like, I'm going to sack this fetch land. Like,
yeah, there's
something like that, you know?
Yeah, all of the options of like what they could do, I would just be interested to see if I would be interested to learn if they have even considered making these drawbacks for these types of modal cards advantageous to decks that are not exactly aggro or combo.
Decks that would traditionally want to play more than one color.
And when we get to the blue one, there are all the blue spells. There's a blue spell that's 1 blue, and it's bounce a non-land permanent an opponent controls at instant speed for 3 mana. It's a bounce spell, or you can play it on the flip side and it's pay 3 life, and it comes in as an untapped blue source. Now, what deck would ever want that outside of exactly the combo deck that wants to bounce the permanent that's causing it to not be able to combo deck, and then kill you? So it's like, okay, either this is, so it's just incentivizing more of those types of decks where it's like, okay, it's removing the critical piece that is otherwise, stopping the deck that doesn't want to interact with you at all anyway from interacting. And it's not that that's necessarily bad. It's just like, why is that the players that we're looking to protect or enable? You know what I mean? And it's like, you can do all of it. You can do all of it. It's totally fine to do all of it. Like, it's just that we haven't seen any of the other side of the trade-off being, let's extend the game as opposed to narrow the game. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'd be interested to see them actually explore that if they haven't thought about that before and just said, that's not what we want. It would be cool to hear them say, we've explored that. That's not what we want. But without knowing that they've explored it, it's just like, have they? And not knowing makes me go, are they just not thinking about it?
So what I'm hearing, Phil, is that you want access to Cloud Chaser Eagle so bad that you're willing to die on this hill for it.
I might already be dead on the hill.
All right. Well, with that said, so that's all of the white cards for Modern Horizons 3 that we saw that might see Legacy play. If you like this video, like the video, subscribe. If you can support us on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. And with that said, thanks for watching. Modern Horizons blue cards.
Next on Eternal Durdles.
Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our Patreon supporters out there. Thank you to the Durdle Maniacs. If you want to be a Durdle Maniac, go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles and help support the channel. It keeps things going. It keeps things updated. Thanks so much for watching. On with the show. Hello and welcome to Eternal Durdles. I'm your host, Zach Clark, and with me as always, Phil Bleckman. Phil, how's it going, man?
Zach, I still don't understand, man. Why is there no Magus of the Sensei's top in this set? What is happening?
Yeah, you would think that they had power balance. You would think that they would come up with Magus of the Sensei's Divining Top at this point. But alas, foiled again. We'll have to wait till Modern Horizons 4. Or, I don't know, what is next year's, maybe they'll put it out in Assassin's Creed. As
Dude, is there a Marvel character that just could be Sensei's top? That is just Professor X?
Is it just Professor X? Power Leech would be a good choice. Power Leech is very much the Fibblethip of that universe.
Let us pray.
All right. Well, so we're going to start with the Flip Planeswalker. Tamiyo, Inquisitive Mind, is a 1-mana legendary Moonfolk wizard, 0/3 with flying. It has, whenever it attacks, Investigate. Y'all know what Investigate does. When you draw your 3rd card in a turn, exile Tamiyo, then return her onto the battlefield transformed. That transform is a legendary planeswalker with a loyalty of 2 that has a +2. Whenever until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you or planeswalker you control, -1, -0 until end turn. So like the Jace Architect of Thought text, basically. -3 will be return target instant sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. If it's green, add a mana of any color. Okay, that's the Semic part of this card. -7, draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library. Rounded up, you get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. Phil, what do you think of this card?
I think it's awesome.
You like it, okay?
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, where this card goes remains to be seen. But I mean, it's another one of those cards that is just going to make the play draw really, harsh because.
But not like Ragavan harsh, No.
It's not going to be Ragavan harsh, but it will be similar in that like I play this card and then you go. And then if you don't remove it immediately, if I get an attack in, it's already replaced itself, and then it will just continue to threaten to draw a card every turn. So, like, while a 1-mana Ophidian is not like gonna, break the game in any meaningful way, if this gets in, like, if on my turn, if I get a second attack in with this thing and investigate a second time, like my 1-mana putting draw a card twice onto the table is just like it's very powerful. And also the fact that like if you let me untap with it, then your removal is not necessarily guaranteed anymore because you have to just presume that a brainstorm blanks your removal. So if I get to untap, investigate, and now I'm holding up 2 mana, which theoretically represents that card. If you tap out, then I know that your removal is theoretically off unless you're in a Solitude deck. So I can then, crack that clue, draw a card, continue my development if there's development to be had in the matchup. But if I can also just not move if you don't move, and then your removal can't be turned on unless you are willing to fight over brainstorm, drawing additional cards to flip this thing at instant speed. So, like I think that's where I haven't heard anybody talk about really is like the play pattern of like what being able to flip at instant speed actually looks like. Yeah. Because if I have mana open, you now have to respect me being able to flip it at instant speed, but I control the narrative because if I get to attack with this thing, I just get to draw a card. So you are compelled to act, but you being compelled to act means that I get to respond to blank that compulsion, and then you just get wrecked. So, and all of that is I had a blue mana, which is not really difficult in this format. Yeah. So the idea of being able to function at instant speed while also accruing value for 0 mana that this card allows you to do is really powerful. And that is not even to like get into the space of it's generating an artifact, and what can you do with artifacts,
Sacrifice them for cards is the answer. I think this card gives us a weird play space, like a fun, weird play space that also, it seems like the kind of card you're going to want to fight over. You don't want in a game where the number of cards in your opponent's hand over the course of the game matters. I think this is interesting, and it obviously dodges Orcus Bowmasters, so there's that. The Planeswalker part, like, I'm not super excited about any of the text over on that side, aside from, like, the draw half your deck, which I feel like you'll rarely do. But, I mean, I've ultimated Jace Architect of Thought a few times. It feels pretty good, so...
Yeah, it is also it is functionally like the fact that it's a 1-mana card that flips into this walker that can threaten to win the game. Yeah. Like like the draw half your deck have no maximum hand size, so it's like, okay, my hand is just going to be 20 plus cards for the rest of the game. Yeah. Like that the game is functionally over at that point, right? We'll just be in garbage time. So it just depends on how how difficult is the will of your opponent to break at that point? Because the game will functionally be over if
assuming you have enough
cards.
life to untap.
Yeah. But like the fact that this thing can just plus and threaten the game ending in that way means that all you have to do is be able to present to them any other win condition, and otherwise you can't lose. So in that way, it is still really it is still relevant that it has the ultimate that wins the game on it, or functionally wins the game on it, because your opponent will have to respect it if it is ticking up at +2. And the other side of that too is that it's +2, and if you're not actually affecting the loyalty at all, if you ultimate this thing, go up cards, Tamiyo still stays on the table. So that's also not nothing. I think that the one aspect of this card that I haven't heard people talk about too is it's also another playable wizard. And that means that like those Flame of Anor decks that people were experimenting with early on when they were doing the Sleep Cursed Fairy as a way to get additional wizards into their deck, and then that card proved to like not be quite up to snuff because it's a bit too slow and the format's way too fast because you never actually get to turn 3. That it's like maybe this card is the additional wizard that you needed, and being able to like do that with your Flame of Anor shenanigans is like, oh, now there's like an actual shell here to like do this sort of control-y style, maybe a little bit more aggressive style deck.
Eternal Durdles is sponsored by Tales of Adventure. You can go to toamagic.com, use the code DURTLES for 5% off your order, and you're going to get that whole order in one package. No more waiting for 5 or 6 or 12 packages to show up at your door so that you can finish your deck. toamagic.com, code DURTLES for 5% off, and you'll be directly supporting the show. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go off the script for a second because so much of what we'll be talking about will be based on this one card. I'm going to skip to Tune the Narrative. Tune the Narrative is a 1 blue mana instant that says draw a card, you get 2 energy counters. Phil, take it away.
Yeah, so we talked about this on the episode about white cards, where it's like any of the reasonable energy cards in the format, if they're not used as a combo card, so like Guide of Souls theoretically could be a combo card in some capacity because it has some shenanigans with creatures entering the battlefield and giving you energy, and maybe there's a payout for that to like create a loop of some kind. But if you're looking at any of the other cards that just like ask for energy in any capacity, then you're going to be looking at Tune the Narrative as the means for it to actually be, for those cards to be playable. So like when we get into red, there's a removal spell that like generates 3 energy and then can remove a target, but it can't go face. So it's like, okay, if your deck that is playing Bolt also doesn't want to play Unholy Heat because you don't want to actually have a spread of cards for Delirium, then maybe you look into energy. And if you're looking into energy, then you kind of have to look at Tune the Narrative as thus the generic, just do a good thing card that doesn't.
The glue that holds it all together, yeah.
Yeah, it's like instant speed draw card is just like the baseline of whatever, like the baseline of not asking you for anything really, to be able to then do this thing that is otherwise enabling all of these other cards, where something like the Galvanic card in red that generates energy, it needs a target. And if you don't have a target fired off, then you can't actually use it as a reliable enabler. Whereas like you will always be able to draw a card unless there's something that specifically says you can't draw a card. But even if you can't draw a card and just want the energy, like let's say a Narset's on the table, you could theoretically still just use this. You just don't draw a card, but you will still get the energy because the energy is not contingent upon you drawing the card. So it's like, if you're playing any of the energy cards in this set in a meaningful way, that's not that like actually is interested in the energy part. And we talked about Wrath of the Skies in the white episode, and it's like that one you could theoretically do it for X = 0 because you just want a meltdown effect. But if you actually do want the energy of any of the like energy aspect of any of those cards, you do need Tune the Narrative. Yeah. In my point of view, you need Tune the Narrative in order to enable those cards. And then the bottleneck doesn't become whether or not you have enough energy. Really, the bottleneck will be, do you have enough slots in your deck to allow for Tune the Narrative as the enabler for those cards? Yeah. And that's where then you have to figure out what your slots look like, your flex slots look like. But Tune the Narrative will see play if any of those other cards see play. Yeah. I will be testing out a bunch of Tune the Narrative because I really want to test Static Prison, but that is a perfect example. I'm not interested in testing Tune the Narrative. I'm interested in testing Static Prison.
The other cards,
and by extension, I need to play Tune the Narrative. Yeah.
Yeah. So to that end, then I want to also quickly jump into Aether Spike as a card to talk about. Aether Spike is a 2 mana instant that's 1 in a blue for an instant that says choose target spell. You get 2 energy. Then you may pay any amount of energy, counter target spell unless its controller pays 1 mana for each energy paid this way. What do you think?
It's unplayable. Totally unplayable.
We don't need a mana drain when actual counterspell exists, right? Like,
well,
I think that's
it presumes that you can actually spend mana on counter magic these days, and you can't.
yes. All right. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Those two cards specifically because one sort of precludes that maybe you want to play the other, and just to get that out of the way, like Aether Spike is not where we want to be in the format. Let's talk about Brain Surge. We had an episode somewhere pointing to wherever the hell that is. We had an episode where we talked about Brain Surge in depth, but let's just give it a once over real fast, broad strokes with it. This is a 3 mana that's 2 and 1 blue for an instant. It says draw 4 cards, then put 2 cards back from your hand on top of your library in any order. Brainstorm with card advantage. Phil, what do you think?
So I don't think this is going to move the needle on anything meaningfully in the format, but I am also going to play 4 of it and have already commissioned an Alterist to alter them for me.
Amazing.
So I'm into the card, but I don't actually think it's going to like be a paradigm shifter. What I really would have liked is at 3 mana, it's not good enough. At 2 mana, it's probably too good. So that applies to me that this
2 mana and
probably
2 energy.
if this was 2 mana, it's too good. If it's 3 mana, it's not good enough. So it's probably in the space where it should have cost 2.5 mana, and there isn't really a way to do that.
Yeah.
So what I would have loved for if they're trying to like boon the players like me that really are interested in this type of card, what I really would have liked is if they made it like 1 blue white, had the exact same text, but then also said gain 3 life on it. Essentially,
yeah.
I don't think this is good enough at 3 mana, but it's too good at 2 mana. So in order to make it good enough at 3 mana, give it something else to juice it a little bit, but then you can alter the cost in a way to make it so that actually is a reasonable thing to do. So like if this was 1 blue white, exactly what it says, plus gain 3 life, then we're off to the fucking races, man. Like I am committed to this card for life, right? Whereas like right now, it is very good. Like it will be good for the purposes of like the things that I like to do, but it's not going to be like better than any of the 3 mana walkers. It's not going to be better than any of the other things that you can do at 3 mana in the format as it currently stands. If anybody is playing it in the control decks, you're probably just better off playing Uro. You're probably better off playing any of the 3 mana walkers. You're probably off just playing Beanstalk plus your 0 mana cards that actually cost 5 and 6 to like just draw a bunch of cards and do it better that way. Because this is not going to draw cards better than Beanstalk. It's not going to filter your hand any better than what Brainstorm would already do in the format. So if you're looking for Brainstorm's 5+ whatever, you're probably just looking at other effects unless you specifically need Brainstorm, in which case you're also then fighting this between Jace the Mind Sculptor. And if Jace the Mind Sculptor isn't good enough at 4 with all of its other text, I doubt that this is going to be good enough at 3 with its current text, even if it goes up a card because it's a one-shot. So, well, don't get me wrong, I'm a believer. I will be casting this as a 4 of in my deck for a long time, and it will be altered by the end of the year. Like 100%, I'm in on it. But do I think it's actually like the game changer I'd like it to be? No, it needed to do something that the decks that this card would play, like what I play, it needed to give us another avenue or another access that we didn't have access to, like incidental life gain. Or if it said exactly this text plus, shuffle 2 cards from graveyards into a player's library or something, like literally like any additional something else that is an access that a deck like that this card would want doesn't have access to within its pool at the moment, then it would be something that is like I'm actually a legitimate believer in. Right now, it's just like, nope, this card speaks to me. I love it, but is it good enough? Probably not.
What if it said, draw 4 cards, then put 1 card back on top of your library and another card in your graveyard?
Right. Even if it's an enabler, it would be a worse enabler than anything else.
Fair.
That's what I mean by like, it's like if you wanted to do something like that, like put a card into your graveyard, there are just more effective ways to do it. There are more efficient ways to do it.
Right.
But if the decks that are trying to play this, instant speed card advantage spell while also setting up the top of the library, it needs something in a way to like extend the game or disrupt the opponent in a meaningful way. So if it gained life, or if it prevented damage, or if it stopped, if it had some other effect that applied to some other axis of the game, like that's where the appealing design is. I know that we had talked about like what I really was hoping to see in Modern Horizons was blue-white instant, gain some amount of life, and then exactly Gaia's Blessings text, right? Yeah. Because it's like, oh, instant speed, graveyard disruption, plus gain life, plus draw a card would be really sweet. Now, that's just like not too powerful of an effect. It's totally fine effect that's contingent upon a bunch of contextual parts of the game. And if this did anything...
Yeah.
And it doesn't exist. And if this thing like dabbled into that space where it's like, okay, yeah, it's like it gains some amount of life and then does the brainstorm thing for 3 mana at instant speed, but otherwise it doesn't affect the board. So like it's not going to be overpowered, but it offers something that there isn't another tool for in the space. So if it was a new tool, that would be sweet. I'd be so hyped for a new tool. Yeah. This is not a new tool. It's just an extension of tools we already have, but it's doing it less efficiently, which is why I don't think it's going to change anything meaningful, but it will be something that you'll see me playing.
All right. Consigned to Memory. Speaking of new tools, Consigned to Memory is a 1 mana instant with Replicate 1 Colorless that says counter target triggered ability or colorless spell. So this obviously for 2 mana you could counter Ulamog and his triggered ability as he comes in. What else were you thinking about with this card?
So the reason I'm interested in this card is it being half of a stifle, countering a triggered ability. There are multiple axes why this is the type of card that I would be interested heavily in my sideboard, depending on what the context of the format is, because it has a lot of crossover. So some of that crossover is I have played a bunch of Stifle to stop initiative creatures, right?
Yeah.
Now that sucks. Like that is not good enough of
not
an answer to the like Stifle for the initiative creatures is otherwise not good enough. However, if this is a card that's in a sideboard slot that can also at that same extent, also counter the Chrome Mox, or counter a Chalice of the Void, or in some decks, counter a Karn the Great Creator. There is enough crossover, but also this card against specifically something like Initiative to be able to stop the initiative trigger from hitting, or stop the Chalice of the Void, all for a mana. It's like, maybe there's enough crossover there where it's actually an effective enough tool to warrant a sideboard slot if you want to respect those types of decks. So in the way that it does it, in ways that no other card has been able to do, like that unique set of things against exactly that kind of matchup, I'm really interested in. And then, of course, you have the aspect of, like, if Eldrazi comes back, it is going to be really nice to be able to go,
it's a
2 mana counter. Yeah, 2 mana counter your Ulamog from attacking me and also counter the spell, right? Because, like, we haven't had access to that in a meaningful way before. So, like, that is also nice. But it is, like, the real reason that I like this card is specifically exactly for that initiative matchup and or for the, like, Karn matchups where, like, being able to hit both Chalice and Karn for a mana is really relevant.
Yeah. Well, an interesting thing to think about this also, Phil, is that, like, those initiative decks play Cavern of Souls, right? You don't care about countering the 3/4, right? You really care about the initiative because you can get rid of the 3/4 any day of the week. This counters the initiative even if they cast it with the Cavern of Souls.
Right, which is where the Stifle came in, because you had to respect Cavern. You had to assume that your counter magic sucks. Yeah. But one thing that's also fun about this card is because it has Replicate, let's say the Chalice stuck, you can cast this card and replicate it to get the additional copy through the Chalice.
Yeah, get it through.
So similar to how, like, Flusterstorm Storm Trigger goes on the stack, so you can play through Flusterstorm through a Chalice.
Yep.
This also has a similar effect where, yes, it will steal that mana, but if they get to go turn 1, play their Chalice before you have this online, if the follow up
is relevant,
if you get to the later point in the game where you actually do get to have 2 mana, you can 2 mana this. You can replicate this through the Chalice of the Void, and that's not nothing. Is it good? Maybe not, depending on the play draw and depending on how fast how powerful the draw is. But it's not nothing, and it not being nothing is still more than anything else we have that exists right now. You know what I mean? Like, will this card be the best of its version ever? No. Like, it's still not great because it assumes that you have to be reactive and it doesn't recoup the card and they still get to do the thing that they wanted to do. And even if you traded 1 mana for 2 mana, their 2 mana was off of a soul land, so it's not like you actually traded for anything.
Exactly.
It's an equal land drop. So none of it is actually favorable exchanges. It's just a more condensed version of effects that you would otherwise want to combat those sets of things. Even if it's still not good, it's the best of what we have. So am I excited about the card? No. But is it the best tool for the thing that we don't have any real good, reliable tools for at the moment? Yes. And that's what I'm talking about before with Brain Search. This is a new tool that we didn't have access to before. Is it good enough? Probably not. But is it better than everything else we've got? Yes. And that's why I'm, like, excited to, like, get a set of these to have access to if Boros Initiative comes back in the format at any point.
So you would ask me if I added this card to the list, and apparently I did, but at the time it was called Crying About Birds because we didn't get a real name for it yet. So Crying About Birds is consigned to memory. All right, so let's talk about Dreamtide Whale, a 7/5 for 3 mana. It is a 2 and a blue for a creature whale that has Vanishing 2. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, proliferate. Choose any number. Yeah, we know what proliferate does. So it's a 7/5 for 3 mana with Vanishing 2, but has ways to keep it in play. I don't think it's good enough, but it is an interestingly large card. And it says proliferate. It doesn't say like add a counter to this, you know? Like, so you might be able to use that as a way to like get other things going.
Zach, I am shocked at your take. Shocked at your take. Because there are so many times where a card is otherwise laughably unplayable. And you're like, well, I guess you could slot it into Infect.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the answer is Infect.
Even though you and I both know, and everybody listening knows, that when we all know that when all of those other shitty cards will never make it in Infect, you still present as though, like, maybe we should explore that idea momentarily. And this time around, where it would actually make legitimate sense to, you didn't do it.
I just wanted to troll you a little bit. So yeah, we can move on from this card.
You have played True Name Nemesis in your sideboard as a way to pivot around your opponent's, disrupting all of your Phyrexian creatures that would otherwise have Infect as a pivot plan. And that plan, to me, on the outside, I'm sure I voiced it to you, but I always thought that plan sucks shit. And now,
that's a bad plan, honestly.
And now you have a similar space that's a bit easier on your mana, that gives you a 7/5 that also works with the Infect plan if that's still part of your plan post board, but it's also a very thick creature that is not unhappy to have pump spells paired along with it to end the game faster.
Let's also
and it's
add,
blue.
Phil, it's blue, also great, but you can turn to this. Like, off of Manador,
Yeah. I'm saying that, like, of all of the pivot plans that you have tried in Infect, all of them historically have always been bad. And this is the first one that is, like, nodding to Infect while also giving you the side plan of, like, oh, this also works with my pump spells in a way that it doesn't suck. Yeah. Because literally one pump spell plus Berserk gets this over the 20 damage mark. So, like, if any of those,
it's just spells, a whale, so your embiggen doesn't work very well with it.
No, but like you can still go if you went, like you said, turn 1 Noble Hierarch, and they have like their damage based removal spells to try and fight over your Infect creatures. Well, now instead of your pump spells having to function as counter spells towards damage based removal isn't going to touch this thing.
Nope.
And then you can just go for broke when you feel like when the coast is clear. So,
of course.
Now, is it good enough? I don't know. I don't play Infect to know for sure. But like the fact that all of the aspects that lean into that sideboard that pivot that you've tried to do before that has nothing to do with Infect, the fact that this sort of covers that pivot plan that you've explored before while also proliferating nodding to Infect, meaning that, like, oh, it's not like totally out of line with everything that you want or that your deck is otherwise doing, like, and then we don't even explore the idea. It's the first time where it would have made sense, man. It's the first time.
All right. You got me. All right, let's move on.
No, dude, I didn't get you. You got you.
You played yourself. All right, let's move on to Harbinger of the Seas, a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard for 1 and 2 blue. Non-basic lands are islands. Man, if this card had come out like 10 years ago, I might have won a Pro Tour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how deeply we have to talk about this card because, obviously,
it's
Blue Magus of the Moon.
Obviously, Merfolk wants to play this card.
Yeah, well, obviously, Blue Magus of the Moon is good. Like, I don't know if we need to get into that too harshly. Yeah. Like, okay, yeah, people play Blue Elemental Bass specifically to like make sure that they can deal with Magus of the Moon. Yeah, people will play Pyroblast if in their red decks to like deal with this if that becomes a thing. Like. Happily, they like have finally taken the note, like, hey, maybe be a little bit more conscious about putting 2 generic mana plus Pip. That way, we can actually pay attention to Ancient Tomb a little bit because of that fucking egregious mistake. But like, okay, yeah, this card's obviously going to be good, and it will be good in the ways that we think it'll be good. And maybe it opens up the door for like, some other decks, like, yeah, maybe Merfolk can come back in a more meaningful way because now you don't have to play like Tide Shaper or some shit. You can just play like this is your 3 of, which is like meaningfully disruptive in a really powerful way, and also like wrecks all of the decks that you like would otherwise have problems with. Like, if you can like get this in off your Aether Vial to like turn off your 5-color Beanstalk opponent from having like relevant removal colors, like also great, right? Cool. Like this will show up and it will be good when it shows up, and that's fine, I guess. Like cool. Like I mean, I don't know. Like this card isn't exciting to me. It's just going to be good because it's just a blue. It's just a blue slant of a card that we know is good.
Yeah. Eternal Dirtles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is the best deck building website on the internet. You can find all of my and Phil's decks in links below, including decks from this episode. And if you do, you'll be directly supporting the channel. All right. Kozilek's Unsealing is an enchantment with Devoid for 2 and a blue. And it says, whenever you cast a creature spell with mana 4, 5, or 6, create 2 Colorless Eldrazi spawns. They're 0-1s that you can sack for a Colorless. And then whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 7 or greater, draw 3 cards.
So I saw people online, I guess in Modern at least, they were like flipping out over this card. But then I saw other people saying like, oh, this is just better than Up the Beanstalk. And I'm like, are you guys out of your minds?
I wouldn't say this is better than Up the Beanstalk, but I would say
it's not better than anything. It's 3 mana that doesn't do anything, and then is contingent upon you having a bunch of other shit in your deck that doesn't want a 3 mana do nothing enchantment. Like if you're playing the stuff that pays this off, your entire deck is committed to getting that stuff on the table, not playing this 3 mana do nothing enchantment. Like I see this card as entirely unplayable, but I remember when it was first spoiled that people were freaking out, and I was like, if people are freaking out, like I trust the mass more than I trust myself in a lot of ways for this type of stuff. And I'm like, what am I not seeing? Because to me, this is wholly unplayable. Well, but everybody else saw this and lost their minds.
Phil, for me, it is, they just printed a new Mirror Enforcer. Is that what that card is? Mirror Enforcer? That's 7 mana.
Okay, so I guess people are talking about it in just Affinity?
Like Affinity, so yeah. So like, imagine I have a bunch of baubles, right? Throw those baubles down. I get just enough mana that I can cast my. I have this out like on turn 2 or whatever, and then I fall up with a 4/4 that draws me 3 cards. But everything that I have is Affinity. So like, okay, I cast the Thopter. I forget what it's called. Thought Monitor, right? I draw 5 cards. Oh no, I drew 2 more 7-drop. Like you're gonna get to a point where you cycle through your deck really fast, and you have a board presence that's redonkulous. And it's also like you can't melt this down. Like there's 7-drops, you know?
Yeah, okay. I mean, if we're talking about specifically in the context of 7-drop affinity cards, I mean, okay, sure. I mean,
now is that a winning strategy? I don't know, but that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I can totally understand. Like, okay, you play this, and then you're revolving around your, all these, affinity cards. But then I mean, is there a high enough density of playable affinity cards that if this card is not on the table, that those cards are playable? Do you know what I mean? Like,
well, historically, yes. Like people have been playing Frogmite and stuff. Like, so I'm going to say, yeah. Like there is a world where these cards are good. It's just coming up with the proper build, I think, is going to be the big thing. And, we were just talking about it on the Discord. If you're not a part of the Discord, there's a link below. Join the Discord. How 8cast right now just won a challenge playing my boy Giraffe the Fleshlight. So I think for me, like I don't know, I like looking at these different kinds of ways. This is also, it is a blue card technically, but it can't be pyroblasted, so there's that. Also doesn't pitch to force, so there's that. So I don't know. It's this card's interesting because also like casting 4, 5, and 6 creatures will like at least get you closer to being able to cast that 7-drop in your hand. I don't know.
I mean, I'll say Affinity was not in my head when I was like looking at this card of like how it could be playable. So like if it's playable in that one archetype to then snowball, it's just like I'd be curious if the best way to do it is like if the best version of a deck that is doing that, where you're just like playing these 7-drops and then just ancestraling for 0 mana across all of these cards that then draw cards and then continually draw more cards, like that like I feel like that play pattern incentivizes you to just like be like affinity with a combo finish is a affinity that like just spams the board and then passes the turn. Like maybe it's good enough to just do that, but I mean, if it's I guess that's fine. I don't know. Like that doesn't strike me as like something incredibly powerful outside of like if you're gold fishing, because if you have to play a bunch of affinity cards, then okay, is just a bunch of meat on board enough for this format? I mean maybe, I don't know. Like can your affinity deck beat an Atraxa on the table that like would otherwise stunt your 4/4s, or can it beat like is there enough protection to be able to beat a combo deck if you're playing all of these colorless cards and you can support Force of Wills, but like is that enough disruption?
Yeah, like, I mean these are all like inquiring minds want to know questions. Like I think the answer is yes, you can get past an Atraxa thanks to stuff like like okay, they drew like 4 cards off of Atraxa, but you just drew like 9, right? And you probably played them all for free. So like I think there's a race to be had there, and Kappa Cannoneer is part of that answer. And then you also have like Aether Spellbomb, stuff like that. There's other cards that allow you. And this is all magical Christmas land until we actually get a chance to test this card out. But it is an intriguing card to me to at least to try and build around.
Yeah, I mean, if it shows up, I'd be curious to see if that actually is viable.
It's also not an artifact, so again, like artifact hate to that particular card is not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not totally sold, but I can see where people would be like, yes, this has a home.
Yeah,
I just don't know if I believe in that home, but it's not nothing.
All right, Strix Serenade is a 1 blue mana instant that says counter target artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Its controller creates a 2/2 blue bird creature token with flying. Initially, I look at stuff like this and I'm like, nah, not good enough. But the fact that this says creature, artifact, or planeswalker, like any planeswalker you counter with this, you're net positive, right? Like you're just like, oh, did you cast like a Narset and I gave you a bird instead? If you counter a what's called think about the things you'd be trying to counter with Spell Snare, right? Like if you counter Orcish Bowmaster with this, you're happy. I don't know. I think this is a card that we could that could see play at least in sideboards. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not a believer in this card. Not that it might not have a place, but I know that it's like we can't really compare it to Swan Song because it's doing different things. But I don't think that the format is in a place where these three, like catching these 3 things in exchange for giving them a 2/2 flyer is a reasonable exchange. And partially is also because it's sort of competing in my mind with Consigned to Memory, which I actually can see a clear home across multiple decks that I would want that type of counterspell, where it's like, I don't feel that Strix Serenade does. Now, maybe there would have been a world where like I would have been happy to have something like this as a 1 mana counterspell for Planeswalkers back when people were playing the like 4 Narset, 4 Teferi, some number of Sabine's Reclamation deck. But even then, maybe not, because this thing can't counter both the Planeswalkers and the Sabine's Rec. So like there's some tension there where it's like, okay, you counter it, but then they can just continue to jam anyway. So I am not sold on this. Like if it shows up, like I guess I'm not going to be surprised. It's a 1 mana counter spell, but like in the way that Swan Song hasn't shown up because the trade off is just not good enough for what it does. I also don't think that this is good enough for what it does. So I'm not a believer in this until there's some kind of vast metagame shift that would really require you to have a 1 mana answer to multiple versions of these 3 card types, which I just don't think there is right now. Because, and it goes back to, I'm already not convinced that you can spend mana on counter magic these days.
That's fair.
Right. Yeah. So at a baseline, it's like you already have
costs one too many.
Like this card has it trades, and what it's presumably trading on efficiency is giving your opponent plus a card, which is a 2/2 flyer. But the context of the format we're in is not that you're getting the advantage of the efficiency anyway.
Yeah.
In my point of view, counter magic can't cost mana anymore. So the fact that it costs mana means that I'm the one who's already making the concession by putting
counter magic that costs mana in my deck. So if anything, I should be getting the benefit because I'm spending mana on counter magic for the thing. Does that make sense?
It
does.
Because yeah.
The constraints of the format don't allow for mana that is contingent upon spending mana, right? Like, yes, we've seen hard cast Force Negations and hard cast Force of Wills, but they're not in your deck presuming that you're going to spend mana on them. They're playable because they don't cost mana.
Yeah.
So the fact that this does is already me making the concession, not you making the getting the bad trade on efficiency. So like the card is dead if you don't act. So not only is it not doing anything if you don't act, but also I'm the one making the concession of adding mana, of having a counter spell that costs mana in my deck. So giving you the plus side when I'm already making the concession makes it feel like it's not a playable card.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to Sink into Stupor. Sink into Stupor is a instant for 1 and 2 blue, and it says return target non-land, target spell or non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Full stop. No, it's also a land. It's also a blue mana source called Silverific Springs, and you can pay 3 life to have it enter the battlefield untapped. So it's a double face card that it basically has Boomerang on one side, Bolt Land on the other side.
It has better than Boomerang because you can bounce a spell.
Yes, also spells.
So I think rather than us hashing this out again, I think we should just copy and paste what we talked about in the white cards episode and put it at double speed.
Yeah, that's fair. Basically, this card is going to enable combo decks moving, and we can move on from there. So that means next card is Tamio meets the Story Circle, which we did talk about in our 3 cards episode. Our sort of like spoiler to spoilers episode. But we'll talk about this real fast. It is a 2-mana enchantment saga. It says for the first one, until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, it gets -2, -0 until a turn. Chapter 2, discard a number of cards and then investigate twice for each card discarded this way. And then 3 is shuffle up to 3 target cards from your graveyard into your library. Like I said, we've talked about this card already, but Phil, it's a 1 card, technically 2 because you want the second one in there. But this is a 1 card win condition for the grindiest of grind decks.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the card in that episode where we covered those 3 cards early on. I mean, I'm interested in this card. I will probably test this card. It will probably not be good enough. But the one aspect that I don't remember if we talked about in one aspect that I haven't had any meaningful conversations really with too many people about like what this card could do that we haven't really considered is the second chapter, discard any number of cards, then investigate twice for each card discarded this way. If you're a deck that's just looking to discard your hand and make a bunch of permanents, now I don't know what that deck looks like or what that deck is, but the fact that on turn 2, you can, or on turn 1, depending on the deck that you're playing, on turn 2, you can play this, and then on turn 3, you go to the second chapter, you still have mana open, you can dump effectively your whole hand and make anywhere from 12 to 14 clues. Now, just being able to make 12 to 14 squares of cardboard, like for that many game pieces for 0 mana, that early in the game, feels like there is something potentially busted to be had. Now, I don't know what that is. I haven't really explored what that could look like.
Let's ask Mufuz Van Gogh about that.
Well, the thing is, like a deck like that is too all in for the stuff that I like to play, so I haven't explored it. Yeah. But at the same time, I can understand that 2 mana on turn 2 and then 0 mana on turn 3 make 14 pieces of cardboard and discard your whole hand as a potential, which is potentially where your hand would want to be, give it for some number of decks. That's nothing to me, like that there is something, there is potentially something there because that is a uniquely insane effect. Right? Like discard your whole hand, generate 14 game pieces. That's insane. That coming out of my mouth, generate 14 game pieces for 0 mana sounds incredibly good. So I imagine that there's maybe a way to abuse that in a way that like, I don't know what it looks like, but
Aether spell, what is it? Aether Grid Hub, whatever that thing is that like taps you can tap artifacts and do damage to your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also like on the side of like, I don't know, maybe there's a world of like, we're in Riddler or something, and it goes to the second, you go turn 1 Riddler, and then if you untap I don't know. I really don't know. But like the idea of like that many game pieces.
The thing that like does damage per artifact that enters the battlefield or something. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Or something. The fact that you can generate that volume of game pieces that early in the game for that little mana is just so unique that I can't think of anything else that's even remotely close to anything like it. And it being a unique game piece in that way makes me think that there's some kind of degenerate something that can be done with it that I'm just not thinking of. So I would challenge our listeners to explore that space a little bit, because I don't know what it is, but it would seem strange to me if there isn't anything to explore there.
Good luck grief in my hand if I don't have one.
Wow.
All right. Ugin's Binding for 2 and a blue. It is an instant with Devoid. Says returned target non-land permanent you don't control to its owner's hand. Then it also says, when you cast a colorless spell with mana value 7 or greater, you may exile Ugin's Binding from your graveyard. When you do, return each non-land permanent you don't control to its owner's hand.
I mean, this is more the card that I would think like has space and affinity. Like, you know, I get that 3 mana is a lot, but if you're in soul land territory, it's really a 2-drop as a bounce spell that, like, if you're in the tempo space of like cheap creatures anyway, to like get in some damage, and then every one of those affinity creatures just represents a Cyclonic Rift. Like,
yeah,
you know, whenever you want it, you know, like that's not bad. The other space that I was thinking of is like, I've seen a bunch of people like exploring with like Phyrexian Dreadnought. And I mean, we gotta like the idea that if there's a mono blue Phyrexian Dreadnought deck to be had, I mean, granted, like every Dreadnought deck is always going to be at some point a concession that you're playing something in tier 3. But
yes,
if you're in this sort of space, there's the card that I was thinking of is forgetting the name of it, but it's the 7 mana colorless spell that protects a creature with power.
Oh man,
draws the instant.
Yes, otherworldly something.
We can pull it up on screen.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it, but it's a free counter spell if you control a creature with, I think, power 7 or greater or something like that. That I remember people will use in Turbo Depths, and like the idea that if you have this as a bounce spell for a deck that like is interested in having at least generalized removal, that having a free counter spell that also just nukes somebody's board, and then you're looking to get the game over relatively fast is not nothing. Like, maybe this is all too contingent on playing bad cards alongside this card.
Not of this world. Not of this world.
That's what I was thinking of. But like, I mean, there's also this the space of like I don't know. I mean, it's mana value 7 or greater, not mana value, not power or 7 or greater. But then Not of This World is power 7 or greater, I think, right? So maybe there's just not enough here. Like maybe the pieces around this card are just not there. Outside of like, you know, the obvious, like, okay, yeah, your Fado draws you or whatever that would have nuked my board anyway. Now nukes my board for real.
Yeah.
But like whatever, the game is over regardless. So maybe this card doesn't have a home, but because it's devoid, it also can't be pitched to force. So like your blue count is also being conceded in some concession. So I'm not totally sure. Like if this shows up, I imagine that it'll be good enough to like have that overwhelming effect. But I don't think this is like showing up in like just generically in like random things. Like This is like part of what you're doing in a meaningful way, or it doesn't exist in the format.
Yeah, you're not like playing this because you need to bounce one permanent and then like, whoops, I got 7 drop and you Cyclonic Rifted your opponent. All right, so final card is Volatile Stormdrake. For 1 and a blue, it is a creature Drake, 3/2. It has flying and hexproof from activated and triggered abilities. When Volatile Stormdrake enters the battlefield, exchange control of Volatile Stormdrake and target creature an opponent controls. If you do, you get 4 energy, then sacrifice that creature unless you pay an amount of energy equal to its mana cost. So I was looking at this card and thinking, this is a cheaper version of Gilded Drake that, like, you know, stops lands from throwing a 20/20 at you, you know, if they're not paying attention. It's Gilded Drake for like people on a budget, right? But you had an interesting thing to say about it actually, well, in the pre-show.
So I actually think that this might be better than I actually think that this genuinely might be better than Gilded Drake, in that it's, you know, a 3 mana 3/3, or I'm sorry, a 3/3 flyer to your opponent as opposed to a 3/2 flyer with contingent protective ability, like hexproof abilities or whatever. Gilded Drake comes into play. Exchange of a target creatures one that your opponent controls. Like, I don't know exactly the ruling, and this is what we were talking about before, where I'm more or less interested in this card, is if you play this new updated Drake and they don't have a creature, because it says when it enters the battlefield, you exchange it with target creature. But if there's no target, does it just fizzle? And if it fizzles, does that mean that you keep it? Because if you keep it as just a 3/2 flyer with the hexproof abilities, then, and it doesn't go to your opponent, then that's not a bad rate, because the hexproof abilities are not nothing in this format, because both Leyline Binding and Solitude are both triggered abilities. So it having hexproof from meaningful disruption or meaningful removal that is played in the format is not nothing.
And Orcish Bowmaster, also,
and Orcish Bowmaster. I think that the hexproof line is like subtle enough, but like meaningful enough that if we're just interested in having a 3/2 flyer in space as like, yes, it's good, it can steal the creature and do the thing that it like is obviously set up to do, and like, maybe make a powerful exchange because you're probably getting a better creature than your 3/2 flyer. But even at a baseline where you're not getting that type of exchange, is it being a 3/2 flyer that also lines up well against a lot of removal that is currently played in the format? Is that good enough? Now, I don't know exactly how the ruling works, where if there isn't a target to exchange, that they just get it and you get nothing. I don't know if that's how it works, but I would be interested to see what the ruling technically is on it, because if it does fizzle and you just get to keep your 3/2 flyer, that means that the baseline is a 3/2 flyer that might be good against relevant removal. Yeah. So, that's more than I thought the card could do before.
Also,
so if
Phil, a thing to just drop is, let's say your opponent reanimates an Archon of Cruelty, right? This takes the Archon of Cruelty and turns it into a 3/2 flyer as opposed to like something gigantic, because you have to sacrifice the creature. So you still do get to exchange, even if you don't have a butt ton of energy. You have dealt with the problem on the other side of the board. I think that's worth mentioning.
Say that again.
So if you take whatever your opponent has, if you deem this is worth stealing, right? You just have to sacrifice it if you don't have enough energy. It's not like they get it back, like it goes to the graveyard,
Yeah. I mean, you go down the turn, but then, there's also maybe the space that you're, playing the energy stuff, and then there's something to be had with the energy. Yeah. Like, I don't know, there's enough contextual pieces that, like, if this shows up, if that ruling goes the way that I'm thinking it does, where you wouldn't actually exchange the creature if there's no target, like, okay, if this shows up, like, it's not like it's a bad rate. The hexproof abilities have some amount of relevancy. Like, I'm not overwhelmed by this card, but I'm also not like, oh, this is unplayable. It's
also interesting because you have to think, like, do I want to slam this on turn 2 under my opponent's creature, or maybe they're going to cast something I'm going to want to get rid of,
And the one deck that has played Gilded Drake is the like Esper Vial deck. Now, whether or not that's even playable at all anymore because Bowmaster exists, I don't know. But like, I do think that this is just straight up a strict upgrade to Gilded Drake.
Yeah.
And being able to flicker your own thing to get your thing back, like, in all those shenanigans, like, oh, that's nothing either, because this thing, has the ruling where you actually get to keep it if they don't, like, having the hexproof abilities is relevant against a couple different versions of decks. So
yeah. Cool. Well, that does it for blue. Thank you for watching, everybody. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, comment. If you can support us on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. We really wish you would. But with that said, thank you everyone for watching, and have a good one. Modern Horizons 3 black cards.
Next on Eternal Durdles.
Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our Patreon supporters out there. Thank you to the Durdle Maniacs. If you want to be a Durdle Maniac, go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles and help support the channel. It keeps things going. It keeps things updated. Thanks so much for watching. On with the show. Hello and welcome to Eternal Durdles. I'm your host, Zach Clark, and with me as always, Phil Blackman. Phil, how's it going, man?
Zach, I swear, even if they put Magus of the Sensei's top in black, I would play it.
Yeah,
I would use it.
I bet they would. I bet you would.
It doesn't matter what color you put it in. I'll play it. I'm here for it.
Right. You'd have to get it altered, obviously. To that end, Phil, someone asked us, and I'll pop the question up here, but someone asked us about your your altars. Let me get the exact wording of that question so that I can answer it properly here. Which was, what's Phil's go-to place for alterations? So you're known as the altar guy, and before we get the black cards rolling here, you sent me kind of a nice little wall of text on this, and I think I'd just like you to answer it for anybody who's wondering.
Yeah, for sure. So I initially got into altars back in the day, long time ago. I want to say 2012. It was after Avacyn Restored came out, because my big first commission for altars was for altering my Miracles deck. So that must have been early on. So it has to have been 2011 or 2012 was when I first got into it. And that was when, I was still fresh out of college. And so but I wanted to get my whole list altered. So I found at the time, it was a Canadian artist that was willing to do altars for cards. So I didn't have money at the time, but I had built up a collection of just like having played for however many years. So I didn't have enough money to pay for a large commission, but I did have like a bunch of cards where I was like, you know what, I really enjoy Miracles. I don't think I need to like have all of these other legacy cards that like I'm never going to play. Like, at the time I had like Tarmogoyfs when they were a bunch of money, and Wastelands that I wasn't going to use, and I had like excess cards that from other colors that I just like wasn't interested in. I was like, and at the time it was also when the community at large was in the headspace of like, you just play one deck, you get really good at it, the Reed Duke school of just get good at one deck and commit yourself. And so I enjoyed the deck. I had tried some other stuff, like I'd played Storm for a while, I played Merfolk for a while, so I was like, neither of those decks really, or style of play really speaks to me. And then I fell in love with Miracles, and I was like, okay, I'm going to move into this and commit to this thing, and it's going to be great. And so I traded a bunch of my collection for that first stint of like big commission. That's talking like my tops, my counterbalances, my Snapcaster mages at the time, my Jace the Mind Sculptors at the time, most of my duels at the time that were in Miracles. And then since then, I've only really gotten altars for, excessive altars for what is reasonably playable in Miracles. So I actually, even though people know me as the altar guy, I actually get altars done relatively infrequently, because my only stance now when I get something altered is it relatively a staple in Miracles, because that's the archetype that I enjoy playing the most. And so if I'm going to like actually bling anything out, but also at the time when I first got into altered cards, it was at a time where nowadays foils are cheaper than regular cards sometimes, because there's so many different variations and so many foils, but not the case back in the day. Back in the day, foils were double at least of any type of card. Like a foil Jace the Mind Sculptor ran you like $800, $1,000. Like it was like if you wanted to foil fetch lands. I mean, I get that the Onslaught fetches now are like really pricey still, like exceptionally pricey, but like they were pricey back in the day too. So it was actually cheaper to alter than it was to foil back then, because every altar, regardless of what the card was, as long as it wasn't too insanely detailed, your common would be the same price as your mythic, depending on the artist. So long story short, though. I went to an artist for a while back in the 2010s that was a good altarist that I had a good relationship with, that did a lot of my altars at the time. It's where I discovered that I really liked like the full art that like most people now, if you see me with new altars, you'll see that it's like full art that covers the text box. I really enjoy that like full window pane style of altar. But that altarist doesn't do any more altars. Since that altarist stopped doing altars, I just started branching into working with a bunch of different artists over the years. So like I've worked with I feel like it's been like a dozen artists in the last handful of years. And usually what I do is I'll just like either find their stuff on social, or I'll go to the Facebook altarist group where people post their stuff. And then I'll try and line up whatever card I want altered, like the actual art on the card, because I'm only getting full extensions. So whatever that art translates to, if it seems like an artist, it would work well with their style. So it's a little bit more in depth. It's not just like I go to one artist anymore that like, handles everything that I used to back when I was younger. Nowadays, I like sort of try and line up like, okay, this artist seems like they would be really good with the pattern or the style of this artwork that I'm trying to extend. And so I go. How
do you find those artists though, Phil?
Oh, that's what I mean. So usually I'll go through social media. So whether it's like Instagram or whatever, where people have like their, Instagram functions as their portfolio a lot of the time.
Got it.
Or I'll look on Facebook altar groups, which there's, a half dozen of. And people also post their work in there, and they'll let you know if they have commissions open or not. And then I'll also, if there are any artists that like I haven't worked with that I want to, I just sort of like have my own personal like little list where I like keep track of like, their contact info, and like, I'll routinely, whenever I need a new altar, I'll like go and see if they're taking commissions at the time, if there's somebody that I still want to work with, and I'll like, if they're taking commissions, great, I'll send them, I'll see what they think, because I have had times where I've gone to altarists before. So like a story, I won't share the Alterist because, I want to be respectful of them. But when I initially wanted Triumph of St. Catherine altered, I knew immediately when it came out, I was like, well, I'm getting a set of this altered immediately. So before it was even released, I like reached out to a couple of different artists to see what their availability was and to see if they wanted to do the commission, because it's not an easy commission to do. Yeah. So I reached out to one artist who accepted. And then a week after they were going to start working on the commission, they actually reached back out and were like, hey, man, so I thought that like this would work out. I had a couple of ideas what I wanted to do, but then when I sketched him out, he was like, I don't actually think this is going to look all that great. So like I'm going to respectfully decline to do this commission because I don't think that there's anything that I'll be able to do that I will like for my own portfolio, because you got to remember, like, any work that they do is a reflection of their work. But then also they were like, but I can't give anything that you want. And I'm pretty easy when it comes to when I commission somebody. I'm like, this is the style I want full art, whatever. But then like how you do it, what you do it, like, freedom to the artist, like how you want to figure that out, like what would it excite you to paint? But otherwise I'm just like, I want a full art thing that covers the text box that like leaves this window pane, but like otherwise it's all you. Sometimes I'll extend over the border depending on what the art is. But for anybody who tries to alter, things to keep in mind. Nowadays it may be looser because there's a whole bunch of different variations and nobody can read cards at all anyway. Yeah. But still technically in the rules, the name can't be obstructed, the mana cost can't be obstructed, and the power, toughness, and or loyalty can't be obstructed. So they can paint around all that, but any other text that is covered, even if it's the, where it says creature, instant, whatever, like that bar, or the text box, all of that can be covered because that falls under the foreign language rules, where if you're playing with Japanese cards and I can't read Japanese, it might as well be altered, right? I still can't read it. I'm essentially going off of what the artwork is. So before there was rules where like you couldn't have different artwork, like you couldn't put a whole new artwork that's like unrecognizable is the term that they use. So if you had art that's unrecognizable, it technically doesn't count, or it could technically be disqualified by the head judge. There's secret layers have upended that so entirely, and they have. So the thing is that they haven't updated the rules for alters to reflect the new world that we're in of all of these crazy variants. But if you use alters, always go to the head judge. If a judge ever at this point with all of the secret layers and stuff ever like declines you being allowed to use alters of any kind, as long as they can feel the cards don't have any additional thickness or texture, in which case they'd be marked cards. So if there's nothing like that makes them marked cards, they're just like, oh, I can't recognize what this card is. Literally show them, like, I don't know, literally any secret layer card. literally any secret layer with all the different variations. Like if any head judge is like, you're not allowed to play with these alters, in my mind they're just being an asshole because of like, we're mostly a casual format.
Appeal to their sense of decency and be like, hey man, like I can't buy these again immediately.
I have never ran into I have ran into that scenario exactly and only once, and it was long before all the new variations or world of like 60 different versions.
And you top 8'd that event famously with a basic forest.
No, I top 32'd that event, okay. But yeah. But no, so you just reminded me. So that was the second one. So it's happened 2 times, both of which were a long time ago. There was one time where I had an Umezawa's Jite that was altered, where Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was just holding the Jite, so you could still see the Jite. It was in the artwork and everything, but there was now this new character, and they were like, "You can't play with that. I can't tell what that is." And I'm like, "It's a Ninja Turtle holding the card," and they were like, "You're not allowed to play with it." So I was like, rather at the time though, Jite was $50, and I was like, "Well, I'm not shelling out $50 for this card that's in my sideboard." I was playing Esper Mentor in that event. So I was like, I made a joke. I was like, okay, I'm going to play with 14 card sideboard because I just like got a forest. But then I top 32 the event, and then it became the running bit that it was like there was no reason to use a basic forest. But the thing is that rather than think that I was just trolling, everybody assumed that it was there in earnest and tried to figure out what it could possibly have been for, which was very funny. The other time was when I had a set of Force of Wills that were altered with members of Marvel superheroes in place of like X-Men. The character in the art. Yeah, like it was the X-Men in place of the artwork. And even though they were, it was like, it's Force of Will. It's not like anything else is obstructed. It was only the art box, not anything else. But one judge was like, you can't tell what it is. You can't play with them. So for that event, fortunately, I was able to borrow a set of Force of Wills from a friend of mine who was not playing them that weekend. Yeah. But if that happened now, I would look the judge dead in the eye and be like, really?
Yeah.
Like, really? And then I'd go be like, can we look at any secret layer in any of these cases right now that I could play with legally? Yeah. So I don't fret that. But like, if anybody's interested in altering cards, like, every alterist has a different rate. different schedules. What commissions they're willing to accept will be different. So it's a little bit of effort, but like if you want to do it, it's fun. I obviously like it. It gives me a sense like I do it instead of getting my entire body tattooed. So I tattoo my cards instead.
I do the tattoos.
Yeah, you do the tattoos on the body. I do the tattoos on my collection. So, But yeah, that's where it is. I don't have any individual go-to artist. I go to a bunch of different artists these days, and I always am excited to work with new artists as well. So like, just like when also it is like when you let it be known that you are looking for alters, altarists sometimes will also reach out to you and be like, hey, I have availability if you're looking for something, if they know you. That's happened a couple of times. Like, I got some of my Life of the Loams and my Wastelands altered because there was an altarist who was like, hey, next time you're looking to get anything commissioned, like, let me know. I'd love to do some work. Because they had just seen my stuff on my deck on 90s MTG. So they were like, next time you need an artist, let me know. So like, I've worked with artists that way before. So, you just got to be open to stuff. And then, whatever you want to like, every artist has a different style. So like, look for the style that lines up with the card that you're looking to get altered.
Yeah. Eternal Durdles is sponsored by Tales of Adventure. You can go to toamagic.com, use the code DURTLES for 5% off your order, and you're going to get that whole order in one package. No more waiting for 5 or 6 or 12 packages to show up at your door so that you can finish your deck. toamagic.com, code DURTLES for 5% off, and you'll be directly supporting the show. All right, well, we're 10 minutes in. Let's talk about some black cards from Modern Horizons 3. So I just added one. Accursed Marauder is a 2/1 for 1 in the black. It's a zombie warrior. It says when Accursed Marauder enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. Oh, this is the cheapest that this effect has ever been on a creature, as far as I can tell. So I just wanted to mention that, throw that in there. I don't think this is like format warping or even a card that you're going to see come into play a lot. But I've had Fleshbag Marauder or like Plague Crafter or whatever that is cast against me, so this is a card.
Yeah, they just decreased it down by a mana, and if it sees play, like, okay, it's a deck that's looking to have creatures that like needs a removal spell. I don't know what deck that would be in Legacy, and also it's going to be really hard for them to creep another Edict harder than Shieldred's Edict that is effectively just Doomblade, or better than Doomblade. It's just remove target whatever you want. So like being able to remove any creature and or any planeswalker is functionally what Shieldred's Edict actually reads as in this format. So I think it'll be really hard for them to do anything more aggressive than target player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker of your choice.
Yeah. All right. So on to the first, I would say the first real card. Chthonian Nightmare is a 2-mana enchantment that is 1 in a black for an enchantment that reads, when it enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy, pay X energy, sacrifice a creature, return Chthonian Nightmare to its owner's hand, return target creature with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. So this is a callback to Recurring Nightmare. What do you think, Phil?
So all of the reanimation effects we have in Legacy are just the best versions that we're ever going to get because they're the cheapest. Then like it's 1 mana and 2 mana and that's it. So like that'll never be changed. I imagine that this is if this goes into anything, it'll be used as it's a 2-mana sack outlet that can be recursive. So I think it's the sack a creature type thing for value that we're looking to get with this thing. The issue though is that because it's based on the energy that you get, but you get 3 energy every time. I'm reading this actually as pay X energy, whatever that may look like, but return target creature with CMC 3 or less.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, unless you like recur something lower, and then when you bounce this back, and then you build up some amount of energy and then go again. But I assume that if this ever sees play, it will be the only energy card in the deck, which means that I imagine that you will never play it with any creatures less than 3 mana, greater than 3 mana. But also, like, are there any creatures that you would want to do that with anyway in the format? Probably not. It's sort of the format's sort of compressed to be that low anyway.
I'm thinking this is probably like a fun of and like a Lauren maybe like. Possibly is like, oh, I get back the thing I need, and then we're off to the races, like that kind of thing. Like I could see that happening, but I agree. I like there are better ways to recur creatures, but Recurring Nightmare is banned in this format. So I mean, there is that to say,
it is not banned in this format.
It is not. We can play Recurring Nightmare.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll put my co-hostship of this podcast on the line.
Oh no!
If a 3 mana conditional reanimation effect is banned when reanimate is legal?
We're about to find out, guys. Phil. All right, here we go. No, it is not. It is not.
It's on the reserve list.
Oh no, modern.
Sure.
Hold on, that was the modern one. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know where my mind's at about that. That's weird. That's weird that I thought that because we do like a band episode every year. You'd think I would have talked about that for like a second and been like, yeah, that's a card that can come off. Okay, well, anyhow.
Chthonian Nightmare, though, one thing that to think about, though, is if sack outlets are interesting to you in any capacity, that it is a sack outlet that you can play before you have the creature. It can just be on the table, right? So that's that. Like being able to play your sack outlet first that isn't a creature. So like, I mean, most times imagine people use the sack outlets that are the combo pieces, like the artifacts, what's the artifact where you sack a creature and then it's not Ashdod's Altar, it's Altar of Dementia, or those types of combo pieces that are sack outlets. I mean, we've seen Phyrexian Altar with like the grave crawler shenanigans in tier 27. So like
I struggle to see where this could get played, but like maybe you could do like Priest of Gix into Priest of Gix and create infinite mana.
Yeah. If you want to do a super cute A plus B combo deck that needs a third card payoff because there's only infinite of those available to us, but that one at least has Dark Ritual and it's all black.
Or you just have infinite energy to do something with. Okay, well, anyhow, Chthonian Nightmare is a card that exists, and you might see it. It might see play somewhere. We don't know where. All right, Emperor of Bones is a 2/2 for 1 and a black. It is a creature, Skeleton Noble. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard, and it has adapt for 1 and a black, adapt 2. Whenever 1 or more counters are put onto Emperor of Bones, put a creature card exiled with Emperor of Bones onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. It gains haste, sacrifice it at the end of at the beginning of the next end step. Now, the way, just because like it's been a minute, I believe finality counter, if you have to sacrifice it, it goes away forever, right? Like that exiled, just gets exiled. But, and then also adapt is you can't add more counters to this if it has counters on it. So you're gonna get to do this one time.
Adapt is a single time effect if it has +1/+1 counters. So if at any point you remove the counters of it somehow, you would be able to adapt again. But once it has adapted, you can't continue to adapt.
Yeah. I mean, this is like a weird graveyard hate card, almost like in the style of like where like Dothy Voidwalker exists, but you have to, I don't know. It just seems like a possible hate card that like some deck might want, and maybe you want to go on.
I was going to say my whole the only thing I'll say about this card is this card won't see play because Dothy Voidwalker exists.
Well, yes, that's it. I agree. But to that end, it's a design space for sure. And like I said, you do get that payoff the turn it comes into play, assuming you're casting this before combat. So it's a card that has some text on it that might be interesting. All right, let's go to Fate of Malice. Flare of Malice. Sorry, Flare of Malice is a 4-mana instant that says you may sacrifice a non-token black creature rather than pay the spell's mana cost, so it's one of the Flare cards. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker with the greatest power among creatures or greatest mana value among creatures or planeswalkers they control. I don't think this will see play for any reason other than like Children's Edict exists, and I think you'd just rather be on that plan if this is the effect you're looking for.
Yeah, this one is tough to me because I get that it is free, but there are so many just variations of this kind of removal spell that may or may not be good. I mean, the problem to me is that it sacrifices a creature or planeswalker, and I feel like you just really need exile. You need something to say exile on it. The best deck in the format that's been running rampant is all reanimation effects, so it's like your removal spell here isn't great, and then there aren't any reliable non-token black creatures that you would want to sacrifice unless you are doing this as like some kind of trade to a removal spell. But
just the Emperor.
If that were the case, it's like, yeah, like this one strikes me as just like you. I think you need again to get the value out of the sacrifice if this is the version of the card that you'd want to play, because we've seen a 4-drop with Convoke. So if you were playing creatures and, you know, like if you were playing Bowmaster, which is making 2 bodies, there's the one with Convoke that lets you connive for each creature that convoked that was printed earlier this year. That sees no play. There are just like other ways where if you have creatures in play to like get free or close to free with upside removal spells. So I just don't see this one actually making the cut, because I can't think of what deck would want this outside of a deck that is looking for another free sack outlet. But like this is a conditional free sack outlet because you can't. Well, I guess it's each opponent. So I guess you could sacrifice. You could just cast this even if they don't have a target. Yeah.
Yeah. I think yes. Yeah, I think you can. But because
so
it's no target. It's just each opponent.
Each opponent, right? Yeah. So given that, like, I mean, if anything, if you're looking to sacrifice a black creature, I could see this as powerful in that it reads 0 mana, sacrifice a black creature.
Yeah.
Okay. If you needed a free sack outlet for anything that like could generate some kind of absurd value, then you now have a 0 mana sacrifice outlet, at instant speed. So that's not nothing. But other than that, I don't think this is going to like, be fighting for slots over, the removal that's currently seeing play.
Yep, I agree. All right. This card, I do not think it'll see play, but I do want to talk about this interesting effect that it has. Mindless Conscription is 2 and a black for an enchantment. When Mindless Conscription enters the battlefield, and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, amass zombies 3. We all know amass because Orcish Bowmasters amasses orcs. The reason why I want to talk about this card just for a second, Phil, is obviously Brainstorm exists, so you can proc this off of Brainstorm, and like you could be like, I'll cast this in my like Pox deck or whatever, because like that's the only time I can think of a deck that would actually want an effect like this, where like you're just like, we're gonna make our opponent sack everything. But if you can find a way to draw cards, and there are ways to get to your 3rd card in mono black, this card is interesting because it's putting up sort of a threat, and then it's just building on that threat if you happen to do it again. So like doing this and just like having a 6/6 that's relatively expendable is interesting, and I just wonder if we're getting slightly closer to a point where a Pox deck might go from like tier 4 up to like tier 2/5.
Zach, I want to say that one of the reasons I love doing the show with you is how humble and admirable you are looking at this card as anything other than something that goes directly in the trash.
Well,
Zach, it is a 3 mana do nothing, and then the thing that it
doesn't do nothing. It puts a 3/3 into play when you cast it.
It's a 3 mana do nothing.
It's a 3 mana 3/3.
And then the thing that it asks you to do to get the payoff of what it does is a thing that would otherwise or should otherwise already win you the game.
Yeah.
How many times can you draw 3 cards and not be doing anything more powerful than make a 3/3?
Next up is Necro Dominance, a card that allows you to draw 3 cards. So I want to talk about that card. This is why I talked about Mindless Conscription, because Necro Dominance exists. And I think, hey, we've been saying for a long time, Phil, free Necropotence, and this is pretty close. Necro Dominance is 3 black mana for a legendary enchantment that says skip your draw step. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay any amount of life. If you do, draw that many cards. Your maximum hand size is 5. And then if a card or token would be put anywhere into your graveyard, exile it instead. So what do you think about this card, Phil?
I think I don't see this card doing anything interesting.
No?
And hear me out. By not doing anything interesting, I mean, if this sees play, it is just part of it. It is the thing that enables the combo deck to kill you with all of the other stuff that would otherwise normally already kill us, or it does nothing. Like the existence of this card,
it is 0 or 60. It's not. Yeah.
That's why I'm like, like all the talk about like, okay, if we could unban Necro, it's mostly just like do we need the single and only deck that exists to play it and actually leverage it to its potential necessary?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could ask Brian Cook, right?
Yeah. And it's like, the thing is, like, whether or not exactly and only Bryant and his contingent of Storm Bros are interested in this card, the thing is that if they aren't interested in playing it, then nobody's interested in playing
this
it.
is true.
Right?
Oh, well, no, not nobody. We were just talking about Cox.
If anybody else is playing this outside of exactly Storm, they're doing it either for like their fun F&M, or they're not actually maximizing the card for like the potential that it has, right? They're actively doing something weaker with it by choice, which is not like, it's not like, oh, theoretically you could do all of these different cool things with it. It's like, no, this either is killing you via Storm or enabling Storm to kill you, or it's just doing something that you are voluntarily doing worse than what it would otherwise could do. And so, is it powerful? Yeah. Will it show up and see play? Probably. Will it do anything of like surprise or interest? Absolutely not. Yeah. Will it be powerful when it actually does the thing that it does to kill you? Yeah, it's 3 mana, draw 19 if you want it.
If you think Phil's completely off base, we have a whole Patreon tier called Unban Necropotence, You Cowards. So my thoughts about this card are relatively the same, but I wanted to mention two things. This allows you to play cards like Leyline of Anticipation to kind of get around, like that like 5-card hand size thing. Like you could win that turn, which, is that interesting? I don't know. But it is a thing you can do. But then also, this could be combined with Energy Field to in the same way like Rest in Peace is combined with Energy Field, and that would be like a thing. So that would be, I mean, I don't know that you would want to play Energy Field in a 3 black mana permanent in your deck, but those are 2 points.
I want to go back to the idea: Energy Field plus Necro Dominance, super sweet, right? Like, that sounds so sweet. It sounds super sweet. And everybody who's looking at that super sweet deck, which I agree is super forking sweet, would be like, oh, or we could just, I don't know, play Dark Ritual and Tendrils of Agony.
Yeah, I agree. All right, moving on to a Nethergoyf. Nethergoyf is a 1 black mana Tarmogoyf, but it only counts your graveyard. So that's the difference between Nethergoyf and Tarmogoyf. And it also has Escape for basically Delirium. Exile any number of other cards from graveyards with 4 or more different types to escape for 3 mana. 2 and a black mana to escape Nethergoyf. Now, Nethergoyf, I think, might see play.
Nethergoyf will for sure see play. I mean, granted, like, it's got to be in the realm of, like, I think maybe it'll show up as like a 1 or 2 of as just like a recursive threat. That like the escape actually being valuable. However, like, it doesn't have evasion, and every other thing has evasion in formats that sees play these days. If it's not like some kind of like hate bear prison piece like on a body, so it's possible that it's just like not as good as Stalactite Stalker because Stalker has evasion, and being able to get chumped by an orc army is significant enough that it's not worth it. But it depends on the format that we're in, right? Like if we get into a bunch of Grixis mirrors where like, okay, you have Stalactite Stalker, so it can get big and it has removal, and it itself is removal and has evasion. Is that more impactful than just having a recursive threat that can theoretically be very large immediately for 1 mana, depending on what you're doing? Like, this is obviously only going to see play alongside, I imagine, Dragon Rage Channeler, because Forkin, obviously. But my biggest takeaway from this card is I wish that if they have keywords and they're in a set where they could use keywords, and they have Delirium in this set, that it's 2 and a black, escape any number of other cards from your graveyard, as you said, with 4 more card types among them, which is Delirium.
That's
and I want them to just like change their wording to be able to say exile any number of cards that are delirious from your graveyard. Like, I just want them to like condense the words down.
Yeah. Well, the fact that you can exile any number, maybe that becomes useful in some way. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the thing I was thinking about with this is like, so obviously, like, look, it's going to be played in some deck that wants to do tempo things for sure. But the question on my mind, and I think this is the question that this card is asking, is a 1 mana Tarmogoyf good enough? Like, if this card sees play, the answer is yes. If this card sees no play and hits bulk, the answer is no. Like, 2 mana Tarmogoyf, not good enough anymore. 1 mana Tarmogoyf may be good enough. Will we see Modern Horizons 4 with a 0 mana like an Ornithopter Tarmogoyf? You know.
Yeah, I think that the thing that I get that 1 mana is a big deal, and that's meaningful. I do think that the thing that will be the biggest condition of like whether or not you play this versus anything else, and why I expect this to only show up as maybe a 1 over 2 of first starting out, as people like test the waters for it, is the lack of evasion enough of a drawback given the power creep over the last couple of years where now everything is evasive. And I get that if everybody is playing with only evasive, then nothing has evasion because then the evasion doesn't matter. But one of the most played cards is Bowmaster, and if you can just put if we're trying to race each other and I have creatures with evasion and you have Nethergoyf and my Orc army can just sit in front of your Nethergoyf for a turn and blank a combat, that's meaningful. And if this thing doesn't have flying, can't block flyers, and that's meaningful in race situations, it doesn't matter how big this thing is if I have a body on the ground. And this is not doing anything meaningfully disruptive the way that a Bowmaster or a Dauthi Voidwalker or any of the other creatures that we play but I mean, Voidwalker also has evasion. Bowmaster is multiple bodies that does, I don't think it would necessarily be competing with those creatures because I think it's going to go in Grixis Delver and that's more or less it. But I'm sold on this card seeing play. I'm not sold on it like becoming the mantelpiece. I see it as like moving in and out, like the same way that like sometimes Death Shadow shows up as a deck. You'll see Nethergoyf show up sometimes as a creature that's played. So like I won't be surprised to see it across the table, but I don't think I'll be impressed by it either.
Yeah, I want to stop here for just a second, Phil, and we're about halfway through all of our spoilers. Does Modern Horizons 3 feel like a lower power level than the 2 previous Modern Horizons to you?
No.
Okay.
No.
I feel like it's lower. It certainly feels lower than 1 and lower than 2 in my opinion. But we've still got cards to go. I think part of that might be the fact that it doesn't have the pitch creatures. So
it might also be it might also be that I think we are so desensitized to the fact that we know power creep is coming.
It's true.
Yeah. So like, of course, like let's be real with ourselves. We literally just talked about actual factual fucking necropotence.
Necropotence, yeah.
They just reprinted necropotence with wording that is more agreeable to like the way that cards function today, rather than like the weirdness of like an early Magic card. But like they effectively just put Necrodominance into the format, right? And we're just like, yeah, it'll do what Necrodominance did, and we're just like sort of passive about it. My point of view is I'm so desensitized to the power creep that like, of course there's a bunch of like super busted things that we're not seeing, and like yes, it hides under the guise of like sometimes it's energy, and energy wasn't impressive, or it hides under the guise of like every new Eldrazi that's just like, yep, okay, whatever, they all win the game on them, so whatever. I don't think that this set is less powerful than the other sets necessarily. I just think that the cards are so bold-faced, powerful with what they do and exactly what they do in ways that aren't all that interesting in how they would make you think of like where they would go or what they would do, because they're so clearly one shot for whatever it is that they do. And if they don't do something like that, then they just don't feel, and they're not creating any type of new archetype, then it feels like you're just your hokey fun ofs, you know, like Chthonian Nightmare, like, okay, functionally, it's not actually going to do anything other than like it's going to do something, but it's not doing what it says it does.
Yeah,
right? It reads as energy. What it really reads is going to be CMC 3 or less for the most part. Like unless you are doing something excessive, which I don't think the format really gives you all that much time for. But
yeah, so it feels like it belongs in a deck that also wants to play Pernicious Deed, and that we're just not at that time anymore.
Yeah, I just get the sense that a lot of the cards, if they don't feel exciting, it's because they might just not be.
Yeah.
But the thing is the other point that I want to make on does it feel exciting? It might also be that because of the format is so constrained by the power outliers right now, that when we got Modern Horizons 2 and it overhauled a whole bunch of shit, including just giving Delver its brand new precon that like took the best shell and just preconned it into the modern era. Like if you look at, it's Dragon Rage Channeler, Murktide Regent. For a second it was Unholy Heat, and then it's been optimized from there. But like they just got a new suite of threats that just were power creeped into their new Days Wasteland show. I also think that like right now we're looking at everything through the lens of the current legacy format, And the current legacy format is so compressed by the power outliers that if anything doesn't fit into exactly those shells, we go, well, is it even that exciting? Because we know the context in which it's going to have to be in. And if everything is going to have to stand up to Grief and Beanstalk, then it's like, well, is that really all that interesting if, it's not actually going to do it? You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be so powerful and so free that if it's not doing those things, all of these really cool, interesting cards, it becomes tough to view them in a home that's going to do anything meaningful.
Yeah,
and that's not me trying to be a downer. That's just like where I get.
No,
like, I think a lot of these cards are sweet, but
I agree with your with what you're saying. But I think I feel like this set is a lower power level, at least as far as effect on the format is concerned. Perhaps that's where I'm coming from. Than the previous two. But I mean, we haven't even seen these cards hit decks yet, so we do have to wait before we make that feeling.
You might be right in that we just had the conversation of like Emperor of Bones and me being like, there's no way that any one of these types of effect would ever be like, is it Leyline of the Void that also is an overcosted unblockable beater that also has a way to potentially like steal your opponent's shit? Like, if it's not that, all for 2 mana, which is what Dauthi Voidwalker is, then is it going to be C play? So, in a way, as we're talking through, like, you might actually be way more right than me here that, like, MH2 was way more juiced because that one comparison alone of, like, Dauthi Voidwalker being, if it was just Magus of the Leyline of the Void that also was evasive, that would be enough. And then they tacked on the additional thing. If Murktide Regent didn't have the growth clause, it just had what it is as an undercosted beater, that would have been enough. If DRC didn't have the Delirium clause, it just had the Surveil clause, that would probably be enough. So, the fact that like they might have like learned from that, recognizing that I don't know if players universally disliked the fact that all of those cards were juiced to the 9s for, no additional reason, and that they didn't have any self-control to like not add the 6th line of text to every card.
Yeah, maybe they've gotten a little more docile in their dotage, and they've taken maybe 2 or 3 lines of text off of each of these cards. Eternal Durdles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is the best deck building website on the internet. You can find all of my and Phil's decks in links below, including decks from this episode. And if you do, you'll be directly supporting the channel. All right, so let's talk about Ripples of Undeath. That is an enchantment for 1 in a black. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, mill 3 cards. Then you may pay 1 and 3 life. If you do, put a card amongst those cards into your hand.
So the best decks in the format right now, strip your hand down to nothing and put a Trax into play on turn 1.5.
Yeah.
The other best deck puts an enchantment into play that replaces itself and then turns every card into the deck, replaces itself. So you have one that's a 2 mana replaces itself engine, and the other one is a deck that strips you down to nothing on turn 1 and then puts it Atraxa into play on turn 2. So the idea that you would play something that doesn't immediately impact the board, and then the thing that it does may or may not do anything, I feel like is too far gone. And that's an example of what I mean by the context of the format that we're in.
I do agree with that to a point. 2 mana, like, I'm not playing this as a 4 of by any stretch of the imagination. This is like, I'm not building my deck around it. But as like a role player, Sylvan Library sees play, and
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Maverick, it sees it. In fact,
it did years ago. It did years ago, my guy.
It does. It does see some play. It's not like we're defining the format, but it does see play. Here's the thing, though: is this card is getting you some amount of value immediately. If you play this in your pre-combat main phase, you get the choice. Now you have to have that 1 extra mana, but you're going to get the choice to recoup that 1 card.
That's what I mean, though. It's not doing it. If you play this on 2, if you don't have that spare mana, which means that it's a turn 3 play, not a turn 2 play, you're just milling cards and not doing anything other than milling 3 cards. And if you want to mill cards,
that's fair.
If you want to mill cards, you're just playing Dragon Rage Channel.
Yeah.
Or you're playing Stitcher Supplier.
Well, right? I like this because I live in a world of hope where Orcish Bowmasters and Riscaminator ends up getting banned soonish, and we can look at this card and be like, well, you know what? Death Shadow would love a card like this.
And I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to be a downer. I'm just trying to be objective because, like, if people, like, if we have any sort of influence or impact at all, and people are going to, like, put time, effort, and money into testing these cards out, only to have them not do anything and get bodied. Like, I hope to be wrong. I hope to be wrong about a lot of these cards, but like the constraints of the format just will not allow for stuff that is like this, that requires time and development to get to. There is no time in development.
Yeah. Now, to that end, Phil, I will be streaming because of the Magic Online Creator Program. I will be streaming challenges of Legacy one-on-ones with other Legacy content creators between like 2 and 5 on Friday. So if you get a chance, tune into that. It's Twitch TV/Dirtlemangus. Almost any Legacy content creator is also going to be doing this, so you can just check and see what your favorite content creator is going to be doing. I think Bryant is going to be on there too. But this will be fun to just mess around with these things and see in a vacuum if any of these are good. I think one of the very first decks I'm going to be playing is like just see if Riscamator with Psychic Frog is just like that's where everyone is now. But to that end, our final card for Black is of course the Flip Planeswalker Sauron of House Markov for 1 to black, a human noble legendary creature with lifelink and extort. It's a 1/4, and it says at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, exile Sauron Markov and then return it transformed under its owner's control. And then the transform is a 3-mana planeswalker that also has extort. And
Three loyalty planeswalker. 3 loyalty planeswalker.
3 loyalty planeswalker. +2 is create a food token. -1 is it deals damage equal to the amount of life you gain this turn to any target. And then it's 6 is gain control of target creature. It becomes a vampire in addition to its other types. Put a lifelink counter onto it if you control a white permanent other than Sauron. So a lot of text on that card. It's weird, Phil. It's weird that like obviously Ancestral Recall would proc Tamio. Healing Salve would proc Sorin. We now have a reason to play Healing Salve.
We finally got there. Yeah. Finally, Healing Salve will see its day in the sun.
I wish it would have just been the same case for all the other planeswalkers of like whatever color. Like Johnny should have been like, if you play a lightning bolt, then this flips, and then giant growth, and which one am I missing here?
Ancestral,
Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual. Yeah. So then I guess Grist would be Dark Ritual. Anyhow, what do you think about this card?
So I haven't thought too deeply about this card because I don't again, everything in the format has evasion, so I don't know how much a 1/4 really matters all that much. And like the stats are not anything impressive, and extort to me is flavor text because the idea that you would have excess mana to do anything for drain 1, gain 1 is like, okay, if you cast a spell and then tap yourself into daze mana, I don't know about that.
I think with the extort here, that's just to flip this guy, right?
Yeah, the thing that I've really seen here in a meaningful context is okay, this is another. Remember how we were always joking about Veto doing anything interesting?
Yeah.
And so we were like, oh, you can Nourishing Shoal plus this thing to dome them with Veto.
Yeah.
To me, this just strikes me as it's a 2-mana Veto instead of a 3-mana Veto.
Yeah.
Because if you play this on turn 2 and then Nourishing Shoal, exiling whatever the fattest thing that you can exile is, gain 15 or whatever, then post combat this thing flips and then you minus and you dome them for 15, right? So that alone is okay. That's powerful enough. Now that means that you have to put bad cards into your deck.
Yes.
So it's is that actually good enough in a format where you have to presume that if you lose the die roll that your starting 7 is actually going to be a starting 5, and you're not going to have which choice of cards you're discarding. So is that can you actually in a format like this play cards that are bad if they don't have the other contingent piece that make them worthwhile to begin with? I personally don't think so. So don't get me wrong, cool, interesting card, and if people explore it, I'd love to see it. I don't see it doing anything impactful in terms of actual competitive meta. I don't see it doing anything impactful.
Yeah, I think I mentioned Sauron specifically because we have covered all of the other flip planeswalkers, and I think evaluating them all in the context of each other is important as well. I don't think that this will see any meaningful play. Creating a food token doesn't really matter. Gaining control of a creature and turning into a vampire doesn't matter. Not for 6 loyalty, at least. So, anyhow, that is all of the black cards that we could find for what's the word I'm looking for here? For your perusal, your approval for Modern Horizons 3. Thank you for watching. If you get a chance, subscribe to this channel, like the video if you could, tell a friend, and if you can support us on Patreon, we would love that. You can go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. Thank you for watching, everybody. Green cards from Modern Horizons 3.
Next on Eternal Durdles.
Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our Patreon supporters out there. Thank you to the Durdle Maniacs. If you want to be a Durdle Maniac, go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles and help support the channel. It keeps things going. It keeps things updated. Thanks so much for watching. On with the show. Hello and welcome to Eternal Durdles. I'm your host, Zach Clark, and with me as always, Phil Blackman. Phil, how's it going, man?
Zach, I swear, if Senseis of the Magus of the Sensei's top was in green, dude, it would be in my deck.
Would you play it in green? Okay.
I'd play green. Dude, if you told me that I had to put a trap in the play on turn 1 every turn of the game just so I could... Unfortunately, what? Are you telling me that there's no Magus of the Sensei's top in the green cards we're about to cover?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is just no Magus of the Sensei's divining top. However...
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I got so busy, dude. I'm sorry. I'm so busy. Sorry, I got to go. I got stuff I got to do. I'm sorry. I'm so busy.
Well, let's start with Birthing Ritual, which is a 1 and a green for an enchantment that says, at the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature, look at the top 7 cards of your library. Then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, put a creature card with mana value X or less from among those cards onto the battlefield, where X +1 is the sacrifice creature's mana value. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. That is such a weird way to do that effect.
Yeah, they're really hedging so that you can never miss.
Yeah.
Or you can never get punished.
Can rarely miss. Yeah. Which I appreciate. If you're going to sacrifice a creature, then only look at 7 cards and whiff. That's rough.
Nah, man. Get punished, man. Like, have some risk.
Build your deck so that you don't whiff, right? Like that's how I would look at it.
It's like, hey, do you want to not have to, suffer any consequences of your actions? Here you go.
Yeah. This card's not going to see like major play anywhere in Legacy. I think it's a nod to Birthing Pod for Modern. I think it'll see play in Modern. But it is an interesting effect. And I look forward to seeing somebody completely prove me wrong.
Yeah, look at it this way, man. This is another, you put this in a play on turn 2, you pitch all your cards to Allosaurus Rider, and then you have a Grizzlebrand in your top 7, and we're off to the races. But yeah, I think the problem with this card is that we already have all of these other really powerful ways to cheat shit into play. Yeah. So it's just like where in Modern you only have so many options. In Legacy you have all of the busted shit. So it's like, okay, you have to not be playing Natural Order. You have to not be playing Reanimate. You have to have a reason that you would need to put in something bigger that's not off a Green Sun Zenith target.
Yep.
There's just like, you would need a reason to be in this instead of just show and tell your shit into play. Yeah, it's like, there's just so many other options that are already powerful in Legacy that this might just be pushed out because this is targeted for Modern. And then this is one of those things where it's like trying to give you a scaled down version of the Legacy stuff. So.
Yeah. I agree. All right. Next up is an uncommon for 2 mana. It's an instant. It's called Collective Resistance. It's escalate green mana, so that allows you to pay for it. Pay this mana cost extra, like the green extra, and you can do extra modes on this card. So it's choose one or more. Destroy a target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or target creature gains hexproof and indestructible. I only bring this up because it could be a card that I could see putting into Infect in maybe the sideboard, or maybe like main deck. Be like, you know what, I've got this thing. I can answer, a chalice on one or something like that with this. And then it also has a little bit of modality to use for other things. That's the only reason why I want to talk about this card, unless you have other reasons why you think this card would ever see play.
I mean, Pick Your Poison does something similar for 1 mana. You have all of the disenchant effects that give you the first 2 modes, plus also have something else going on. So, like, there's the option with where you have, I think Wilt is just a disenchant with cycle. You have a bunch of alternative ways that destroy artifact or enchantment is just inherently tacked onto other cards, and you don't need to have a dedicated naturalize effect. So, yeah, it's like if you're playing this card, I think you have to be looking at that third line of text as like something that would be meaningful to you. I would never play a creature in my deck because that would make me cringe. So this is all you, my guy. You can collectively resist.
Creatures so cringe now. That's that. I agree. The only reason you would ever play this card is because you want that third part to have text, but you also want the flexibility of the other 2 slots in case that's relevant. Eternal Dirtles is sponsored by Tales of Adventure. You can go to toamagic.com, use the code DIRTLES for 5% off your order, and you're going to get that whole order in one package. No more waiting for 5 or 6 or 12 packages to show up at your door so that you can finish your deck. toamagic.com, code DIRTLES for 5% off, and you'll be directly supporting the show. I'm going to murder this name, so let me try. I know you have a different way of saying it than I do. Eladamari Corvecadal.
Yeah, man, your syllabics are so strange. It's Eladamri.
Corvecadal.
We know it's Eladamri. He's just a known character, so that's not strange. Yeah, Eladamari. Corvecadal.
It's the second part that I'm having the most trouble with, honestly. It's not as more Amartica Dashina Koldakar or anything, like it's a lot harder to pronounce.
That's easy. That one's easy.
All right, this is a legendary creature, elf warrior for 2 green and 1 colorless. It's a 3/3, so it doesn't get hit by Orcish Bowmasters. And it says you may look at the top card of your library anytime. Hey, this could be your Sensei's Divining Top, Phil.
It says you may cast creature cards. Come on, why would I ever? First off, this is a creature, and then you may cast creature cards.
Yeah, let me finish reading it though. So we got the whole thing. So you can look at the top card of your library at any time. You can cast creatures from the top of your library, and then you can tap it and 1 green to tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Reveal a card from your hand or the top of your library. If you reveal a creature card this way, put it onto the battlefield. Activate only during your turn. So this is interesting because it's kind of an answer. Like, look, Elves is still going to be not great, but this doesn't draw cards, and it has that glimpse of nature kind of effect going on. So I think that's interesting, and it might allow, until Orcish Bowmasters leaves the format, it might allow Elves to be somewhat of a deck.
This has a lot of good things going for it in that, it is a card advantage tool. It also leverages it so that your fetches actually can grant you some amount of information. But the other side too, how often is your fatty, your critter hoof behemoth stuck in your hand, and you're like, all right, well, this is a Gaia's Cradle, a very thick Gaia's Cradles away from ever getting out of my hand, and this one that just lets you cheat into play for 3 mana. So I mean, not 3 mana, for 3 creatures and a green, which should be fine. But also, there is a world where you could theoretically spam off the top of your deck because there's a bunch of elves that let you untap your elves.
Yeah.
So even though this says green tap 2 other creatures, depending on what creatures are in your deck, you could untap this multiple times and then do this multiple times over the course of a turn. I don't know how often you would have to do that, other than if you can play creature spells off the top of your deck, if you're playing shit like Heritage Druid, that you would just be able to do it anyway. But between Eladamri and Nettle Sentinel untapping every time you tap a creature, and if you have a way to untap this thing, and then your Nettle Sentinels will untap naturally, you could see a snowball effect happening.
It could get weird. Well, there's Wirewood Symbiote and stuff.
But Wirewood Symbiote, there's Queer Ranger, there's a whole bunch of ways to do all that different stuff.
All kinds of shenanigans. It's a big brain card.
I think it would actually be interesting if, when people were cutting the glimpse of natures from the deck because of Bowmaster, and it being a problem, I would be curious to see if there's a world where you just, okay, let's look at the deck. Let's look at where Glimpse of Nature was. What if some number of those Glimpse of Nature were just replaced with this Eladamri, which is also a Green Sun Zenith target, right? So I know that like Beast Whisperer was Glimpse of Nature on a creature that you could Green Sun for, but this is sort of doing something similar, except it's not actually drawing you cards. But like if you're most
it's not drawing cards, and right? Like, and that's the biggest issue. Yeah.
But also, the other thing too is that like you do have ways to manipulate the top of your deck with Elvish Visionary too. So like if you have a land on top, you're like, okay, I'll play this Elvish Visionary, I'll draw the card, look at the next card, and you can do that. Like there's a bunch of different ways. This is doing a lot of tactical implications for like what that deck was doing, and it's solving problems of like, okay, it's green sunnable, B, it's an elf, C, it like doesn't have the problem of drawing cards the way that like Glimpse was getting punished and then a team is fired down. And if you were already looking for some amount of slots to play Legolas's quick reflexes.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, you already were playing natural order, but like I imagine the deck would play some amount of Legolas's quick reflexes. And Legolas's quick reflexes also works with this card because if you quick reflexes this card, then every time it taps to put something else into play, you're doming something for 3, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot better. So like now you're already incentivized to play that card, but this thing has its own tap effect outside of combat, which could be really cool. So like, I mean, I'm not an Elves guy. I don't have Gaia's Cradles that I'm looking to sleeve up anytime soon. But if Elves players were looking for, what's a reason to pick up your deck again and try something new, I think Eladamri has enough going on that it's worth giving it a shot.
This is enough to me to say that the second best archetype to come out of this format as far as like cards that were given to it. This one card puts Elves in second place behind Cloudpost as far as things I can immediately be like, oh, this deck got a leg up thanks to this set.
Yeah, there's the downside of like this thing itself needs to tap, so it has to untap.
It has to
you
live.
It does have, it has to live. It has summoning sickness, but between Legolas's quick reflexes, and also the fact that this theoretically does do something on the turn it comes into play, where if you go Elf on turn 1, right, this is a theoretically a turn 2 play. But even if it's not, if it's any turn beyond that, then if you get any amount of creatures off the top of your deck, like if it draws a card or two, like that's already not nothing. And then it threatens to do all of the shit that it would do if it untaps. So it becomes a problem immediately.
And like a Heritage Druid would be like bonkers with this card.
Right, exactly. So between Wirewood Symbiote and Legolas's quick reflexes as a ways to protect this card, it's like if they have to point removal at something, like they're going to have to point removal at the Wirewood Symbiote, not this thing, and in which case this survives. And then if you have 1 mana, then they would have to respect quick reflexes. So I think that there's enough contextual with this card that like it's just going to be pretty cool. And right, but also like I don't see it as any other home other than exactly old elves.
Yeah, elves.
Right?
Yeah. All right, next card is Fanatic of Ronas. It is a 1 and a green for a snake druid creature. That is a 1/4. It can tap for a green mana. If Ferocious is involved, it can tap for 4 green mana. Activate only if you control a creature with 4 power greater. Okay, so just that's Ferocious. And then it also has Eternalize for 4 mana, so you can turn into a black zombie that's a 4/4. Once that enters the battlefield and goes through a turn, it will Ferocious itself at that point. I don't think that this is a card that like Elves wants to play, but 4 mana is just a lot of mana. I just don't know. I look at this and I'm like, man, 4 mana is just so much. Is there anywhere that like flipping this around, maybe playing like Aloran or something? I just don't know. Like this card looks interesting to me, and like I said, 4 mana is a lot of mana.
So what do you want to spend the mana on?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think that's that's the crux. Like it's not like looking and being like, okay, where does this thing slot in? It's what deck would want this kind of boost of mana?
For sure.
Like, what is the actual thing that you're trying to
do? Maybe it's a deck
like,
that plays those giant ass Eldrazi, dude.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, 4 green isn't really it can't cast the colorless stuff, so it would have to be the
I'm talking to the big boys, right?
Right. If you're in that space though, you're probably like if you're in like Cloud Post, you want you don't want the crop rotation, so you don't want this.
Yeah.
So like I mean, it needing to go with creatures, it's like all right, is this like is this like the green based initiative deck, and then something there. I mean, personally, I think like a 2-drop mana dork, it implies that you need a 4-power creature to actually pay this thing off, which means that if you cast this on 2 and then you don't have you would have to commit a 4-power creature, which then means that whatever amount of mana that was, then you undo it and you get this amount of mana. But then if you're doing that, then those cards need to there's just so many hoops to jump through to make this thing work, even though it's a lot of mana up front. And there's also not any if you're playing something where you have a creature with power 4 or greater, whatever that creature is probably just doing enough on its own to warrant the slot in your deck that you don't need this sort of mana boost. Now, I don't know, right? Because this thing not only itself is a creature, but it's also saying in order to do the awesome thing, you need another creature. And why would I ever have a creature in my deck? So, I am not the target audience.
Yeah,
but
fair.
For tap 4, add 4 is a big deal. So, if somebody finds a home for it, sweet, you did good. It will not be me. And I don't expect this to show up, but I won't be surprised if it is, because obviously it's a powerful effect. But
yeah, I just looked at it and I was just like, God, that's so much mana. All right. Next on to Monstrous Vortex for its enchantment for 3 and 1 green. It says whenever you cast a creature with power 5 or greater, discover X, where X is the spell's mana value. This is the card that I was like, oh, maybe Cloudpost would play this. You've already got all these giant Eldrazi, whoops, I hit another one. Maybe that's a little too win more. It just seems like that if any deck wants to play it, it's that deck.
Yeah, I don't have much on this card because it's just not something that I would ever even think about experimenting with. Yeah. So I'll let you have this one.
I think I was high on the glue that is all these Eldrazi, and I saw this and I was like, Discover is pretty amazing, especially if you cast an 8 mana creature and you flip over a Reality Smasher, even that's just pretty good. So I don't know. I looked at this and I was like, if the Eldrazi deck wants to splash a color, I don't know what color that is. It's probably not green specifically. And we went over Corrupted Crossroads, which doesn't work with any of this stuff. It just the Discover is a weird thing that when you're pairing with something that big, I'm like, can you figure out a way to be oh, I could consistently end the game a turn after I cast this? I honestly don't think that this is oh, go out and alter some copies of this, Phil. If you're a Cloudpost player on the level that Phil plays Miracles, right? This is not the card that's going to change your deck around. But it is an interesting looking card, and I 4 mana seems like a lot, but in the decks that want a card like this, 4 mana is probably 2 mana, So that's kind of where my head was with that. Let's move on to Primal Prayers. Primal Prayers is a 4 mana enchantment that's 2 and 2 green. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy, and you may cast creature spells with mana value 3 or X by 3 or less by paying energy rather than their mana costs. If you cast spells this way, you can cast them as though they had flash.
This is a quick one of those examples where they just gave you a worse version of Alluring.
Worse Alluring,
yeah. This is one-sided. Your opponent doesn't also get this effect. So where Alluring is symmetrical, this is not. Yeah. But Alluring doesn't have the bottleneck of needing an additional resource in order to convert. You just get to go off. So I can't imagine a world where anybody who would ever look at this card wouldn't just pick up Alluring.
I agree.
If the best version of Alluring becomes the Guide of Souls energy variation, then I could see, okay, if the actual best version of Alluring itself is leaning into that energy package, then okay, Primal Prayers just becomes the better version of that. That way, you're not giving your opponent the symmetrical effect. But that seems crazy to me.
It's a lot of hoops.
Would it ever be? There's a lot of hoops. I mean, only in the world where Guide of Souls combo, Primal Prayers Guide of Souls combo, is actually the best version of Alluring. Will we see this play?
So, Phil, something somebody pointed out: Guide of Souls does not give you energy when it comes into play.
Yeah. I mean, here's my defense to not understanding how cards work. Okay.
There are too many effing words on that card.
No, there's not too many words on that card. But that card's a creature. Why would I ever have it anywhere near me?
Fair enough.
Get it away from me.
Yep. Eternal Durdles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is the best deck building website on the internet. You can find all of my and Phil's decks in links below, including decks from this episode. And if you do, you'll be directly supporting the channel. All right, speaking of creatures, how about 6 for... I hate the fact that 6 costs 3. 6 is 2 and 1 green for a legendary creature tree folk. It has reach. It's a 2/4. Whenever 6 attacks, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield. As long as it's your turn, non-land permanents in your graveyard have retrace. I mentioned this card because I think Dukes and Strass will be pretty psyched to try this card out. Again, I just hate the flavor fail of it, like not being like, look, it doesn't have to cost 6. I get that, but like, why not mill 6 cards? Come on.
I mean, 2 plus 4 is 6. You know, it costs 3 and it mills 3. That's 6. You just have to do some addition. You got to just do
mental
some math,
gymnastics.
my dude.
All right.
Just do some math, bro.
But I'd like to see if the Green Suns fam has anything to say about this card, because it is interesting. Like non-land permanents in your graveyard have retrace, so that means you're getting back a lot of value, especially if you've been drawing lands that you don't need. You can attack with 6 and be like, okay, here's my Knight of the Reliquary, who's also just grown because I've thrown a land in the yard. Beyond that, like, man, I barely even deal with green creatures, so I don't have a whole lot to say.
Okay,
this does have
I'm
infect.
going to preface by getting over the. I'm going to get past the bottleneck here of this is a 3-mana creature that doesn't do anything upon ETB, that we exist in a grief beanstalk world. Looking past the fact that we're in a grief beanstalk world, in which case, a fair deck can never actually functionally be viable at the top of the competitive tables. Looking past that, this card fucks. This card's great. I mean, it's a 2/4 that with reach, so it lines up against the Delver decks of the world. Mill 3, put a land from among them into your hand is just like, okay, there's some amount of value between the mill and you go up a card every time it attacks. But then the upside of being able to just turn your, having retrace, turning all of your lands into regrows is really powerful. I mean, you can go from anywhere between. You were talking about how Sylvan Library still sees some play. Well, if you're playing 6 in your deck, then you still believe that Sylvan Library is a playable card in the world of our Lord 2024.
And you can put it into play with that land that you got.
You can put it into play, and then you can attack and clear the top 3 when you need to clear the top 3. So you can look at the next cards.
Look at
that. If you want to look at but I mean, obviously Loam makes it so you always have retrace fodder, which is pretty sweet. One thing that to think about too is non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have retrace, and that means that you can you cast it, right? Mm-hmm. So if you are playing with something like any of the baubles, like you can go, if you have this, you can go bauble, retrace it, bauble, every card, and turn every land into a card draw, which is kind of sweet, right? So
you can cast Green Sun Zenith for as well, which is pretty nice. Like
this is off of Green Sun Zenith, yeah.
I'm saying like you could retrace Green Sun Zenith. They're non-land permanents. Non-land permanents. Yeah. Okay, my bad.
But also, Green Sun Zenith will likely go back into your deck unless it was countered anyway.
This
so that's
is true. Why would I try and get it?
Yeah, but like
I'm wrong on so many levels.
I think that like the idea that in a way, this card being in play just means that every land puts your graveyard into your hand is really powerful, because the thing that is sort of not necessarily at face value recognized for how powerful that actually is if this is in play, it means that every top deck theoretically is any card in your graveyard. Yeah. Which is really powerful when you think about that, like in the aggregate. So I'm a believer that this card absolutely slaps. I just think we're in a world where 3-mana cards that are looking for the game to go any further than turn 4 are absolutely nonsensically unplayable. Yeah. But
until Delver is good again, Delver is top tier. 6 is going to remain tier 3 or below.
Yeah, if at any point the format is course corrected somehow, like if you are somebody who has a Green Sun Zenith in your grip at any point, like you should have a 6 somewhere in your collection, if not more than one.
All right, going on to Sowing Microspawn for 3 and a green. This has Devoid, and it has Kicker of 1 and a Colorless. It is a 3/3. When you cast this spell, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. When you cast this spell, if it was kicked, exile target land. So I mentioned this card. Now I know why I was talking about the card above with Discover is these two cards make it so that like maybe you want green to be the like splash color, but also like this card by itself is like fine in Cloud Post if you can produce the green mana off of like a Yavimaya. Like you're getting a land, you're killing one of their lands. Like I can see this as like a fine, like I know it says that is a 6 mana play, but when you're Cloud Post, that's like a 3 mana play.
Yeah, it is. It's just like it's just going to be competing for all of the slots of like, okay, if your deck has already accomplished the thing that it wants to do, which is get enough mana to cast anything that is just like overwhelmingly too strong for your opponent to recover from, it sort of feels like it falls into that space. But I mean, maybe it's just like right at the curve topper where it's like more reasonable to do than anything else. It won't be me, but
also it's a 3 mana 3/3. It's a 4 mana 3/3 that ramps. You know, if that's what you want,
it might be the bridge. Yeah, it might be the bridge.
All right. Thief of Existence is a.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just like going back and reading Sowing Microspawn one more time and realizing that the first ability is not also if you kick it, it's just the ability.
Yeah, that's just the ability. You just get to do it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, okay. I'm a lot higher on it for that type of deck then, as like, you know, half of your Primeval Titan for 4 mana instead of 6.
Yeah. This is
okay. Yeah. I take that all back. I'm like, I get that this is powerful in that like if you kick it, being able to remove a land is like super sweet. You set your opponent back like a fuckload, but like it just being a 4 mana version of half of Primeval Titan is worth it in that regard to me. Yeah. And yeah, for sure. That just being another cheap, non-killable, or like non-killable way to like tutor your card. So instead of needing like your Elvish Reclaimer or you know, I don't know if they any other creature that would like search if they were doing that, but like being able to just tutor up a land on cast, which means that it's not like, you know, it can get countered. Like you're still going to get that land no matter what. That it's essentially 4-man tutor for a land. I thought it was you get the things if it was kicked. I misread it the first time around. No.
This might even be playable in lands. You know, like as like I've got like 2 of these in my deck, and I'm just gonna like I'll go get Dark Depths. Like you can't even counter.
Yeah.
You know,
I actually would argue that if you were playing lands, that you'd probably be more interested in looking at 6 than you would at Sowing Microspawn.
I agree. I think both of these cards would be interesting to include, or at least to consider in lands.
Yeah, we're calling this segment. Finally, we understand what the cards do. And yeah, Sowing Microspawns for sure is the real thing.
Yeah. All right. Thief of Existence is 1 generic, 1 colorless, and 1 green for a 3/4 Eldrazi with the Void. It says when you cast this spell, exile up to 1 target non-creature, non-land, and opponent controls with mana value of 4 or less. If you do, Thief of Existence gains when this leaves the battlefield, target opponent draws a card. So it's kind of like a slightly smaller version of Thought Knot Seer that like hits a permanent. It's like a non-creature permanent, right? It's non-creature, non-land. Yeah. So again, this is like in that realm of like if the Eldrazi deck wants to play a color, I feel like green is going to be the color it wants to play.
Yeah, this thing is it is more closer to me as like the Eldrazi Skyclave apparition.
Yeah.
Because the effect of what it's doing is Skyclave apparition, but instead of giving them a body on the back end, it lets them draw a card, which, you know, depending on the deck that you're playing might actually be better if you're, you know, chunking with 3/4, that like them drawing a card that they may not have time to deploy is better than putting a body in the way that can tussle. Yeah. So that's not nothing. Also, the mana cost is pretty deceptive. If you're playing this in Eldrazi where you're playing soul lands, this actually just reads soul land mana plus green, you know?
Yeah. Or it could even read well, I guess it doesn't read. I have to remember what Ugin's Nexus or whatever that card is. Eye of Ugin. Eye of Ugin won't let you play this for just having like an Eye of Ugin and like a Yavimaya in play. But yeah, no. This card, I feel like if there's a color that like compare with the Eldrazi stuff, it's either going to be blue or it's going to be green. And I think that's the draft archetype too. I think Simic Eldrazi is like a draft archetype for this set. So I guess that makes sense. If you look at the next card, like not the next card, but like 2 cards over, Hunted Wumpus is just a 6/6 that if you spent colorless mana, your opponent doesn't get to put a creature from their hand into play. Otherwise, it's just a 6/6 with trample. So it's like kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I just want I do think that like if the like new Eldrazi, like the new like Thought Not Seer Reality Smasher, like whatever the updated version of that deck is, that it's not like that deck is unable to make colored mana between Cavern of Souls and like any of the fast mana that it plays. And obviously we were talking about how Elvish Spirit Guide is still something that they would play in slots because they used to play that kind of mana acceleration too. Yeah. And the fact that like the one generic and one colorless still does work with all of the soul lands. Like that requirement is filled. It's just sort of misleading visually. So if that deck does exist, I sort of do see this as being like a very meaningful player in that space because it does mean that it's effectively a 2-mana 3/4 with your soul land. And your Cavern of Souls can get through and make this thing the color. And then this just being able to clear everything that your opponent was doing before they even got to that space, unless they were doing something that was like fast mana busted. So I do think that like if that deck does exist, that this card will be a part of that shell and is enough of a reason to skew towards green, enough that you would be like, okay, Elvish Spirit Guide's getting the nod as opposed to anything else. And, if there was a reason to play a basic that's not wastes, you would just play the basic forest.
Yeah.
Because also that also means that you get shit like Beseju too. Now, I don't know if that deck would ever want something like that, but you get the other tools that are in green that are really good for what I imagine that deck would like have to fight over, which is like, being able to destroy like the weird troublesome stuff that right, exactly, like the stuff that would otherwise stop the fact that you're just like chunky beaters.
It was really funny. I was talking about Teferi's Moat a couple episodes ago, but that only deals with creature you choose a color.
yeah it's not quite it.
Not good with the void creatures.
Not good against the yeah. You cast Teferi's Moat against your Eldrazi opponent, and they go, that resolves.
Yeah. Or they look at their hand, and they go, man, it's a real bummer that I couldn't kill this with my Thief of Existence.
Or I was gonna say, or like I play a Teferi's Moat, you play Thief of Existence, but I'll be like, all right, green, and then we'll both be reminded what Devoid does.
Yeah, of course. All right, final card for this episode is, of course, the double-sided Planeswalker. Grist Voracious Larva is a 1-mana 1/2 with Death Touch. Hey, look at you getting around Orcish Bowmaster's Grist. Whenever Grist Voracious Larva or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it entered from your graveyard or you cast it from your graveyard, you may pay 1 green. If you do flip Grist, the flipped version of Grist is a 3 loyalty Planeswalker. -1 is create a black insect creature and mill 2 cards.
+1.
Oh my gosh, it's a +1. Is create a black insect creature and then mill 2 cards. Put a death touch counter on the token if a black card was milled this way. -2 is destroy target artifact or enchantment. And -6 is for each creature in your graveyard, create a creature token that's a copy, except it's a 1/1 black and green insect. This one, to me, is the one that I think is the most likely to have the correct color with it, so that you get that bonus of a death touch counter.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. It's got that going for it. I don't hate this card. I don't want to play it myself, not my style. But this feels like if you're in that style of deck, like that, like Cradle Control kind of deck, like you'd be okay playing this.
I was also thinking that, what's a way to get another reasonable thing that we were doing that isn't just like Gravecrawler shenanigans, right? Because that stuff sucks. But, we just talked about 6 in your Green Sun Zenith deck, and you can retrace a creature out of your yard for, just by pitching whatever, and then, kick it for green.
Boom,
and then
Grist comes to pay, you pay the green, you flip it over, and it's a Planeswalker.
That's not nothing, and, this is a 1/2 that has Death Touch, so if there is anything in the format that this thing just sits in front of, like, you're happy to, like, stall the ground if that's meaningful in any way. I don't know that it is, but there's one thing. I mean, the biggest draw or the biggest takeaway to me on this card is that Bowmaster is so much of Bowmaster is so much of a toxin on the format that they have to start looking at everything through the
has
lens.
To be a squire. Yeah.
So now everything has to be a squire. So like their behavior in design has to change because one card exists. And that makes me think, is that one card existing even worth it? Or should you just get rid of it and then print a version that doesn't make it so that your design has to be sculpted around it?
Inquiring minds want to know.
I don't know if the trade-off of that card existing means that you have to now look at everything through the same lens, because it's also very obvious that in this set that they were very conscious of Lightning Bolt. There are so many X4s.
A lot of X4s.
Like, and X4s for stuff that like doesn't or shouldn't need the additional but for the rate that it's already at. Like a lot of 3-mana 3/4s. There was the 2-mana 1/4. Like just a lot of just excess toughness to like honor these things that otherwise are the constraints of the format. But it's interesting now that it's like exactly 2, exactly 4. And if you see 2, it's because they had to pay attention to Bowmaster. And if you see 4 in a way where you're like, does it need that extra toughness? Is that toughness like doing anything for it? That it's, a nod to Lightning Bolt. So, I mean, haters gonna hate, but
yeah, man, dies to Doomblade still though.
Wow, dies to Doomblade.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I don't have much more to say about this card aside from that. Like, if you're that kind of deck that wants that value, like, sure, like putting a bunch of creatures from your graveyard after you've gotten this thing to 6 loyalty, maybe you get like 4 or 5 creatures off it that are 1/1s. Neat. But beyond that, like, I'm not impressed by this card. But again, I think this will see some amount of play.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like if you think about like all of the stuff that's going on the backside, like you invested 1 mana, and then if you did the incidental thing, like I don't think you're going out of your way to be like, I am going to flip Grist. I think you're like, all right, this is playable, and then if I happen to flip Grist, okay. Now that means that you have to be interested in the Death Touch side, because if the +1, like if you're doing the incidental back half of this card that does flip it, then that means that you have to be interested in the Death Touch for 1, which means that there has to be enough of a reason that you would just want to wait.
Necrogoyf is that reason, Phil. Necrogoyf is the reason.
If Necrogoyf starts seeing enough, that would be enough reason. But everything else in the format has evasions, so like I don't expect Grist to show up in any meaningful way. If it does, it'll show up in the cute decks. It is still a green creature, which means that like at any point you can just pay 2 mana with a Green Sun Zenith and you have access to this card. So if you're in a Green Sun Zenith deck, you actively have 5 copies of it. So like maybe there's a world where it's more reasonable. But even then, at that point, you also have to think, okay, why aren't I just playing with the actual factual Grist, which is doing a lot of similar things?
You probably are. I would say a deck
that
that wants this wants to play the other one too.
Yeah, probably you just have both as one-ofs. Eventually, you just become the full toolbox. I mean, the other thing about this, though, is that this is a creature, and why would I ever? Why
would you? All right, well, that's it for all of the green cards from Modern Horizons 3. Thank you all for watching. If you get a chance, please like this video, subscribe to the channel if you can, and hey, if you can support us on Patreon, we'd love that. Go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. That's it for green. Thanks so much for watching.
Zach, they put power balance in red, so obviously I was expecting Magus of the Sensei's top in red and didn't get it. I would have played red, man. I would have turn 1 Volked a bunch.
Yep, I could see that. I could see you casting Volcanic Island.
Yeah, I would have cast so many Volks. So many Volks. I would have been a Volk. People know me as a Tundra Bro? No. I'd be a Volk boy.
Yeah, Volk Bro. Volk Boy. So let's start with Amped Raptor, which is an uncommon. It is a 2/1 first strike creature for 2 mana. That's 1 and a red. When Amped Raptor enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. Then, if you cast it from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. Then you may cast that card by paying any amount of energy equal to its mana cost rather than paying its mana cost. This is a card that, like, I feel like some people have been like, maybe this is a card? Like, is this like a weird, like, maybe I would play this as like like, try and get there early in, like, Rhinos or something? I don't know.
So the first thing when everybody was going crazy for this card, but the first thing that I saw of this card, I'm looking it up right now. It's a creature, and when it first came out, it was like a standard all-star, and it was 1 in a red for it was either a 1/1 or a 2/1, but then it had prowess, and when it ETB'd, you exiled the top card of your deck.
Abbot of Carekeep.
Abbot of Carekeep. So my first thought was like, this is pretty close to Abbot of Carekeep, except, you know, you can't pick up a land off of it, but, you know, you get the free spell when you cast it, and
you won't hit a land either, which is the thing.
Right, yeah. Like, you'll get action. So it's like, okay, well, how good would it be if Abbot of Carekeep just ETB'd and then flipped over and drew you action? And then what does that action look like? And it's a one-shot action, so, like, how good is that? And I go, well, if it's one-shot action, then it's probably not strong enough, right? Because if you're playing a 1-red 2/1, even if it's got first stripe, okay, you're playing a 1-red 2/1, and if you flip over your ponder, it's like, okay, it's a 2/1 that pondered, and that's pretty good, but is it worthwhile given that there's going to be some amount of variance? And, you know, there's other shenanigans where it's like you can clear the top cards of your library if you have like excess shape on top that you want to clear out of the way. Like, okay, there's little implications here and there, but I haven't been super enamored by this card outside of people who are just like trying to go glass cannon.
Yeah.
Like, you play one of these and one Thassa's Oracle, and then you mulligan till both of them are in your hand, and then you just put the Thassa's Oracle on the bottom, and then you just win the game when you cast the Raptor. And okay, cool, glass cannon, and it sucks. But I haven't been told or thought of any ways that this card is actually as hot and awesome as everybody has presented it to be, or has seemed that it's been. But
the only thing I can see this is like being
really
like
gone down the weeds.
Like a reason to play this card would be like if you want to be the 1-mana lightning bolt deck, and that's just not viable in this format. Like and like there are things like Skewer the Critics and cards like that like are just, you know, like better includes. So like getting a 2/1 that like literally dies to Orcish Bowmasters, right? And then like also getting to have a lightning bolt attached to it just doesn't excite me.
Yeah, there's other spots where I was like, okay, well, you theoretically could spend a bunch of cards to generate some energy because there are some good cheap energy producers. And then maybe if you cast this early on, instead of saying that you're going to flip a 2-drop, maybe you can flip something higher. So if you go Galvanic Discharge on 1, get some energy, or tune the narrative, get 2 energy, and then play this, it's like, okay, well, now you could flip something thicker and cast it for free. Yeah. And maybe in that space, there's something, you know, appealing. It's like, okay, you're casting this with, you know, excess energy, and you're flipping over fucking ad nauseum or something. I don't know, like whatever the like insane payoff is, that's better than whatever is available for 2 mana. Because I could also see a world like the energy stompy world of like, all right, I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna flip over Minsc and Boo, and I'm gonna make Phil hate himself. You know, like it's like, all right, maybe there's something like that, but
yeah.
It just seems like it seems like it's an additional loop for not guaranteed action. Like, this is in your deck, and you don't have a clear point of view of what it's actually going to do, unless you're making like those really, really thick glass cannon concessions the way that like Cascade does.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, I can only play with this subset of cards, that way I can just guarantee that I know what my cards do. And unless you're doing something like that with this, then I don't know. I mean, I guess in a way that this is sort of a Cascade-y type card, because you get 2 energy, and then you flip over a 0-drop, and then theoretically cast the 0-drop for no energy and make a bunch of rhinos. So like maybe there's that. Like maybe there's like now Cascade has between the Delirium Cascader and this, because this is functionally Cascade for energy, right? Like,
yeah.
So like maybe there's that space, but is that enough? Is that cool? Is that powerful enough? I'm not sure.
I have a problem with any of this, like flip the card off the top of your deck strategies, especially like unless you're playing like exactly like a Cascade deck, like a Rhino style deck that like, you know, or like Living End or something, where like the whole deck is built around this. Like to get to the point where you want to be doing what this card wants you to do, you need to get energy somehow, which means you have to have cards that cost less than this card so that you can get energy, so that by the time you cast it, you're going to have energy to spend to get to do your Cascade thing. So I just don't. I think this card's too fair. You know.
Yeah.
I think it's just not getting all the way in.
The problem is that it's not quite Cascade in the same way where it's like, okay, if you played exactly one amped raptor.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, it's not looking at CMCs. It's just looking at your next spell, and that's what makes it so much more difficult to like wrap your head around, because the difference between non-land spells and spells is just so much wider that it's like, how do you actually calibrate your deck in a way that you're not just spinning the wheel for value? And I don't know if like a spinning the wheel for value is good enough, given that I don't know what the value would even be. That's enough to warrant the fact that this is taking up a slot in your deck.
Yeah. Yeah. And it has to be cast from hand, so you can't like chain into like two or three of these. Like, that's the other thing. They fixed this card before they put it out, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right,
if it was just cast this and then flip over every other copy of it and then flip over a fifth thing, like, that would be great. Yeah. Oh, you're saying 10 power for 5 toughness spread across 5 bodies plus an additional spell would be good for 2 mana? Is that what you're saying?
I think that would be that would be playable in this format, barely. It would just get there. Like, I mean, dude, Priest of Gix exists, right? Like, all right. Eternal Dirtles is sponsored by Tales of Adventure. You can go to toamagic.com, use the code DIRTLES for 5% off your order, and you're going to get that whole order in one package. No more waiting for 5 or 6 or 12 packages to show up at your door so that you can finish your deck. toamagic.com, code DIRTLES for 5% off, and you'll be directly supporting the show. So let's move on to Flare of Disruption. This is the red flare. For 3 mana, it's instant that you can sacrifice a non-token red creature to pay instead of its cost. It says, copy target instant or sorcery spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Phil, this one, I think, well, it's going to see play in CEDH for sure. Like, whatever. Not that we're a CDH podcast, but this is the kind of card that like you want for your Sakashima Krark deck. Get the Krarkulator out.
Get the Krarkulator out. Yeah, I feel as though the bottleneck on this card again is going to be like, what's the red creature that you're trying to sack?
Well, I can answer that for you. The red creature you're trying to sack is 100% Goblin Guide. After you've attacked with it, you've cast Fire Blast. So you're just like turning this into Fire Blasts 5 through 8.
So you're just looking at this as
now,
just
I don't
a 0 mana
necessarily
burn
know if that's where you want to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not where I want to be. A 0, like I'm not sleeving up Lava Spike ever. But if you ever see me put a Goblin Guide on the table, you need to have an intervention with me immediately. But I mean, I guess the most powerful aspect of this card is like, if it's just a 0 mana burn spell for burn, I guess that's not too far off the beaten path of like where it's going to be like the most powerful, because 0 mana is really powerful and they already have a bunch of 0 mana spells in that deck anyway, like you said with Fire Blast. So maybe if it's like, this just represents an additional copy of whatever you have for 0 mana, as long as you have enough creatures. But then I have to assume that you have the density of creatures to do that. So if you're in burn, you're what? Goblin Guide, Swift Spear, and Eidolon?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I guess 12 copies is enough. I mean, I also think that like it's possible that maybe these flares aren't 4-ofs. It's possible that.
I would not play 4 of this card. This would be if I'm not saying I play burn ever, because I don't. Like Eric, shout out to Eric Higby who plays burn. Like that's the only deck he ever plays. But I think that like as it maybe a 2 of or something in the deck as like like this is a gotcha card for sure. If you want to be more like balls to the wall like burn deck, this might give you that speed you need to be competitive. At a LGS, it's certainly not going to like hit top tables. The other thing, Phil, though, that is important to note about this card is it is not copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. So you could copy something your opponent does.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how interesting it is, because similarly, let's say one of the really bad matchups for burn has been combo, and but the thing is that like it wouldn't necessarily protect against opposing storm, because if you copy their tendrils, you wouldn't get a trigger. You wouldn't get a storm trigger, because that's a cast trigger. So I am not sure if it actually would solve any additional problems, but it does bring the additional heat that I wasn't thinking of. Again, I'm not happy that there's potentially a
a boost to burn before I get Magus the Sensei Chop. But
yeah.
There is the interesting situation where it's like, all right, you have a creature and they have a creature and they point a removal spell at your creature, you sack in response and then copy and kill their creature. And so you, instead of being down that exchange, you go even on that exchange but clear the board. Like maybe that's not the worst. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think the idea of like the creatures in burn having a lifespan of desirability is pretty dead late game. You're just happy to have them early. That converting any amount of damage
and blocked by Triumph of St. Catherine, they're not very useful.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it through the lens of like, okay, Fire Blast attacks your mountains and Flare is Fire Blast, but you sack your creature. It's like, okay, I think that's the most compelling thought anyone has presented to me so far with the Flare. So that's an interesting space. I mean, it seems like pretty sold that like somewhere this card has to show up. Like it's a powerful enough effect. Yeah, that you'd be like this is a powerful enough effect for 0 mana that you'd be like, okay, this is reasonable. But like having to figure out where you can do it proactively or in a way that like is actually not contingent on your opponent agreeing to do what you want them to. Burn seems like the cool place. That's a good call.
Yeah, and then there's also things like just looking at this card and trying to figure out like, are there other combo cards that like, like what if you duplicated Scape Shift, right? Like obviously we're not casting Scape Shift in Legacy, but I'm just like thinking about like if you could put a red creature into that deck, like I'm just thinking like, are there cards that we already have strategies for that are good, that if we duplicated those spells, the game would just be over? Like Scape Shift is obviously a bad example because generally if you cast Scape Shift, the game is over. But just trying to think if there's anything like that, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. It's just space that I should explore mentally when evaluating.
I can't think of it only because I don't know if there's that type of deck that also just like clearly features a red creature. Like I know some people were talking about this in Ruby Storm, and you have like Bergie or something like that. But it's like if you're doing that, you're probably going off already. Like you're not trying to get those creatures off the board. That's why your discussion about burn was the most interesting, because it's like, the effectiveness of those creatures is like limited to a narrow window, as opposed to the other combo decks where it's like if they're doing something like Bergie, they're probably trying to kill you with Bergie on the table. They don't have any interest in having that not be there. Where it's like, sorry, your Goblin Guide's lifespan, it did 4 damage, and then now there's just a brick wall in the way, so good luck. It's like, all right, well, I would love to sack that Goblin Guide and copy any burn spell and just get some value out of it.
That's why I don't work in Quark Shakashima deck, because you'll have like 12 Quarks on the board.
Yeah. In which case, just copying 40 things.
You just sacrifice one of your 17 Quarks.
Yeah, I mean, any combo deck in CDH is just going to put a Rogok onto the table and just have a free copy whenever they want.
As well. Yeah. All right. Eternal Durdles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is the best deck building website on the internet. You can find all of my and Phil's decks in links below, including decks from this episode. And if you do, you'll be directly supporting the channel. Frogmere Enforcer is a 7-mana artifact creature that is a 4/4 Frogmere with affinity for artifacts, but it also has prototype so that you could create a 2/2 for 4 mana, still has affinity for artifacts. Phil, I have a question about this, and maybe you can answer this for me. So, we're talking about Kozilek's Unsealing. If I prototype this, do I get to draw for Kozilek's Unsealing? You don't. Okay. I was just like, I'm building a deck right now with all the 7-mana like affinity cards, because there's 3 of them. There's this, there's Mere Enforcer, and there's Sojourners or Sojourners Conjure or something, Construct. There's 12 of those effects. Like I'm looking at this deck in a way like you could just burn through the whole deck and then be like, well, I have a couple of mana rocks in terms of Opal and Lotus Petal. I guess I'll just cast Thassa's Oracle. I drew my whole deck.
Yeah. My understanding for prototype is that if you do something for its prototype cost, it just has the characteristics of whatever the box of prototype is.
Got it.
So if you cast this for 1 red off of affinity, then it would be 3 and a red on the table.
I see.
Like that box is what it's identified with, if that's what it was put in to play with. Yeah.
The main reason I even bring this card up is because of Kozilek's Unsealing. Also, the closer we get towards, like, there are already decks playing like Frogmite and stuff like that. So I don't know that 7 mana is exactly where you want to be. 12 7-mana guys in your affinity deck, or your 8 cast style deck. But this is another tool in that slot, and because you have access to prototype, you can at least get it onto the board if you're in that situation. So this card is maybe a role player in a deck that doesn't yet exist, and that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, and if it exists, it won't be in my hands.
Yeah. All right. Ghost Fire Slice is a 3-mana instant that's 2 and a red for a devoid spell. It says this spell costs 2 less to cast if an opponent controls a multicolored permanent, and then it deals 4 damage to any target.
Yeah, so the cost reduction of it being, just a souped up bolt if your opponent has a multicolored permanent, I'm always so wary about cards that are conditional on your opponent having presence. Because if it is, then like 3 mana for 4 damage anywhere is not playable. So the idea that this would be contingent on them having a multicolored permanent, first, what multicolored permanents even see play currently? It's like maybe you see Teferi every once in a while. But even if you did, you wouldn't be able to cast it at instant speed with the Teferi on the table.
Well, let's think about those permanents, Phil. Psychic Frog is probably going to see play, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe Baleful Strix exists in some realm, but Knight of the Reliquary is a card that, again, you're not guaranteed to see any of these cards. But I'm just thinking off the top of my head, like the cards that you're going to see. Teferi, obviously.
Yeah, the problem with those first two, yes, Psychic Frog will see play. Knight of the Reliquary obviously sees play. But both of those creatures are also theoretically not killed by this spell.
Yeah.
Your Knight could just come in as a 5/5 and it's like nice 4 damage spell. Or unless you're specifically looking to go face. But if you're looking to go face, like, you would be more interested in the efficient stuff that's guaranteed to convert the damage that you need. And then Psychic Frog, it's like, okay, well, if my opponent like unloads this thing and you just discard a couple of cards, and granted, like it may not be useful for them to discard cards, they might let it go. But the thing is that they get to decide that if they have the resources to play with, right? They can choose to keep a really thick beater on the table that's going to recoup them those cards. So I think like the context of like what deck would even want this, what home would it exist in, and then is there enough problems that this would have to solve? And I think the answer is just no. I mean, maybe in Modern it's a little bit there's more multicolored permanents that I'm not thinking of. But in Legacy, it's like Minsk has been pushed out because Up the Beanstalk doesn't work with it. Teferi still sees play, but it doesn't work against Teferi because Teferi pluses to 5 and you wouldn't be able to instant speed in response anyway. Psychic Frog will see play but can get out of range. Knight of the Reliquary, if they're aware of Ghost Fire Slice, are just like, okay, I'll just not let you kill it.
Yeah.
So
I think the important thing here for this card, besides everything that you just pointed out, is the fact that it says any target, so it can go to face.
It can go face.
So that, like if you're looking at a Psychic Frog and your opponent has a card in his hand and it's a 3/3, don't aim it at this, or 2 cards to say, don't aim it at this. But again, this is a card that I think like maybe Burn gets a step up with this card out of the sideboard or something. I only bring it up because like of that. Back in the day, this is a playoff of a card called Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame was a colorless red burn spell that I think it cost 3 mana for a 3 damage burn spell. And that was a big deal when it came out because creatures had protection from red. Circle of Protection red exists. Like there was a card, I think, called Ghostly Flame, different than Ghost Flame, from Ice Age, that was a red and black permanent that just said, all of your spells are colorless now. So that could get around, like,
Yeah, man. You're reminding me, like, Kozilek's Return saw its day in the sun a while back as a sideboard slot because it was an instant
blue blast.
Well, you couldn't blue blast it, but also your Mother of Runes couldn't interact with it.
Yep.
So it was a tool to get rid of Mother of Runes if you weren't playing sweepers otherwise that they couldn't protect their team with. So, like, yeah, if like that ever became a problem where you're like, yes, I need to get around that sort of effect, and Devoid does that, even if I'm paying 3 for it, at least, I'm not having to go down cards or like this thing that's otherwise shutting me down. But It just seems like it's not priced to move.
Yeah. Keep in mind also, all of the flip planeswalkers, once they flip, are multicolored.
True.
All right. Moving on to Party Thrasher. Party Thrasher is a 2-mana 1/4 non-creature spells you cast from exile have convoke. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, this is a lizard wizard as a 1/4. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may discard a card. If you do, exile the top 2 cards from your library, then choose one of them, and you may play that card this turn.
Yeah, so it is interesting that there is the clause that you have to choose at the time of the thing. You can't like progress through your turn and eventually just cast one. They make you choose immediately.
Yeah.
So like you have to like this is one of those cards where I imagine you have to think through like what the turn actually looks like and then make your choice. So like the pause will be on that because you can't like cantrip again to see what else you got to make a choice. You just got to choose. So I guess that's an interesting qualm. I don't think this is priced to move. I don't think this is it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair... Like, they couldn't make this cost 1 for sure. It would be very playable then. I think this... If this sees any play at all, again, like, it's red. We're probably talking about burn decks that are sick of drawing lands and are like, I'll play this, and now I have a choice of 2 cards. Is burn going to be playable in this format in a way that, like, makes me think that I won't just see it at my LGS occasionally? No. But
yeah,
it is worth including, worth mentioning, because this does filter your hand when you're looking for more gas. So
it is. It is to be fair for that aspect. It is a one-sided howling mine. Like you do, but it's. But the thing is at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase. So if you cast this, you don't actually see the effect until the following turn. And man, do cards that ask you to get through a turn cycle feel impossible?
Yeah. I mean, hey, you could just tap all your creatures and cast something from your hand to get that value.
You can't. It's from exile.
No, I'm saying from exile. Never mind. Well, what if you have a Rift Bolt in exile?
Yeah, you just can't wait for that Rift Bolt to come off. You have to spend 3 creatures to cast it.
Yep. All right. Phil, you've been waiting for this. Power Balance is a 2 red mana enchantment that says, whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may reveal the top card of your library. If you do, you may cast that spell without paying its mana cost if the 2 spells had the same mana value. Cook, bro.
First off, let's talk about how sweet this artwork is. Did I lose you? Am I gone? Did I lose you?
You're back.
Did I get so hyped that our connection broke?
It seemed like it, yes.
First off, that art is exquisite. What beautiful artwork. Now, all of the talk that I've had about Power Balance is that everybody is like paying homage to it in the same way. Obviously, it was inspired by Counterbalance. And so everybody's been looking at it through the same lens as Counterbalance. And fam, even though it may be enabled by the same thing that Counterbalance is enabled at, they are so starkly different. One is like Counterbalance is disruption. Counterbalance is a way that's stopping your opponent from doing things. Power Balance ain't stopping your opponents from doing shit. Power Balance is a mana cheat. It's a mana cheat. You have to look at it as a way that you're cheating on mana. Counterbalance ain't cheating on mana. Counterbalance is disruption. So, like, everybody was like, yeah, I'm going to put Power Balance and Counterbalance in the same deck. And I'm like, okay, your deck is going to be extremely unfocused and not know what to do. Because they're two...
You're going to have, like, 3 Power Balances and 3 Counterbalances in play at one point.
Now, here's the thing. It's like, now you could play them both, but both are 2-mana do-nothings that require your opponent to act. And if you're not exactly set up to protect against that type of thing, and partially the reason why I find Counterbalance to be effective is because the shell, the ABC shell that it is part of, is the rest of the shell is about keeping the board clear, right? Like, it is paired with Terminus, and then the enablers are such that the Terminus keeps the board clear, so Counterbalance can keep the stack clear.
Yeah.
Power Balance doesn't have that same thing, and red is extremely cost prohibitive. Like, that ain't an easy mana cost. But the way that I envision Power Balance working is like, okay, let's say that you're in a deck that like has similar enablers. I don't envision any Power Balance ever being able to exist without Mystic Sanctuary in a meaningful way, because you need the means to put. Now, granted, or when I say Mystic Sanctuary, I mean any of those lands that put stuff back on top of your library at instant speed, because this lets you cast any spell. It's not just instants or sorceries. You can cast anything off the top. So, but the aspects that you can think about that are really powerful here is like, if I have a counterbalance on the table and we get into a counter war, if I have a fetch with a Lorium revealed in my graveyard, I know that that fetch represents a 0-mana way to counter a Force of Will. If I have power balance on the table and we're in that same position, I know that this fetch, if they try and counter my spell and we get into a resource exchange, this fetch now represents an Ancestral Recall for 0 mana. Now, that's really powerful, right? But the thing is that they are powerful in two diametrically opposed axes, right? Because if I lose that counter war for whatever that is, okay, cool, I may have the opportunity to reload, but it's different than if I win the counter war.
Yeah.
Right? Like the gameplay, the pattern that we're in is so vastly different. So whether or not power balance is good enough, the thing that I urge everybody who's looking at it is please get out of the lens of trying to compare it to counterbalance. It is inspired by counterbalance, but the ways that they're used are going to be so functionally and wildly different. And I would present myself as somebody who may has cast more counterbalances than anyone else in the world at this point. Like, I may be the premier counterbalance player on the planet, and I can tell you that these things will not function the same way. They are enabled the same way, but they will do wildly different things. Now, if this thing, the difference though is this can go up on mana, right? Because you can cheat on mana, and you could put a counter spell on top to then cast that counter spell for free, right? So in that same vein, you could theoretically put your own force. You could like let the Force of Will in that exchange resolve. That Force of Will falls off, Mystic Sanctuary, the Force of Will back to the top, and then if like you can fight again, you can have an exchange there. You know what I mean? Because they need to cast the spell and for the power balance to trigger. So you could, in response to the power balance trigger, do all the same type of counterbalance shenanigans, but the result is going to be different. The result is you not necessarily interacting, because you need that. The power balance itself isn't interacting the way counterbalance does. Power balance is letting whatever else you have interact, but it's giving you the mana to do so. So it's still a mana cheat, and it's potentially fixing your mana, both of which can be really appealing. But the ways in which you're going to build your deck, particularly because of the red prohibitive mana cost, are just so vastly different. So is this card going to be good enough to see a home? I think that's really contingent on if red is good enough. Now, one thing that I would be interested in to see is if the decks that have been playing counterbalance out of the sideboard, you know, your Delver-ish decks that have been moving and playing counterbalance out of the board, I wonder if those decks that are looking to play a longer game and grind a little bit harder, rather than trying to be disruptive to the opponent, since the deck actively wants to be aggressive and proactive anyway, if power balance is actually the more fruitful tool for them. Because
I agree.
If you go and cast something, and then in response I brainstorm with a power balance trigger on the stack, and then can cast a threat or cast a bolt or cast anything else in response to whatever you just did, that's now on the board, and then I can proceed to do other things. That seems more in line with what the Delver style decks would want to do. Now, obviously, you have to think about blue count. You have to think about the fact that maybe if they're not playing any basics, if they do play a basic, it's usually going to be the basic island. And there's a bunch of things coming into the format that might incentivize them to want to play the basic island, like that, you know, white orchid phantom that we talked about in the white review. So like there's going to be some push and pull of like what mana bases have to skew towards nowadays, following these additions. But I imagine that if power balance sees play, it will probably see play in that counterbalance slot as people test it out. But I imagine that it would do more for them than counterbalance would, because counterbalance against combo decks is arguably pretty slow. You know, like the way that combo functions these days, particularly because they have a lot of ways to get through it anyway. Like if you have a counterbalance on the table and you're playing against combo, and they just Veil of Summer, and you don't have a 1 to beat the Veil of Summer, or if you do have a 1 on the table, but then they can just go off with a bunch of zeros. You know, so it's like, it's not actually all that reliable in the counter matchup. Usually they'll bring in counterbalance for the mirror. But if you're in the mirror, then you know that your CMCs are going to be still very similar, that power balance might just be better, because if anything, power balance is your mana cheat. And so if you can get ahead on mana, now we're looking in the realm of like, okay, whoever breaks mana parity is going to be advantaged, which is, you know, I mean, I get that it's weird to like calibrate power balance closer to Deathrite Shaman than to counterbalance, but that's, in my lens, that's kind of what it is. Yeah. It's a way that you can get ahead on mana in meaningful ways that you otherwise would like to be able to break parity. Like power balance to me is a lot closer to like Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree.
because that's functionally what it's doing. So will this see a home? The only place that I've seen it outside of like trying to build a new deck, which I'm obviously going to try and experiment with, but like outside of like the tier whatever fun stuff at FNM, like if this is going to see legitimate play at competitive tables, I imagine it's that board slot that you usually see for Grixis Delver or Blue Red Delver or whatever that may look like. Because I could also see a world where if they don't, to get a reliable red-red, that you move away from Grixis, if that's powerful enough. But if you move away from Grixis, what tools does that open up in all of those slots? And if you have this proactive tool, this is not necessarily something that would be relegated to the sideboard as something that's at odds with you staying proactive. This is proactive. So if you're in a position where you're playing this game, this theoretically is a threat because your opponent now isn't going to look and be like, one thing that's really powerful about Counterbalance is that it changes the way your opponent has to behave. They have to start leading and baiting with spells to see the top of the library to see if it's going to resolve or not. And if they see a CMC, let's say they lead with a Ponder because they want to see if they can clear the way for their threat. If the Ponder gets countered, they just hold their threat, their 1-mana threat until the next turn so they can go again, right? Like it just changes the behavior pattern. But with Power Balance, they know their shit's still going to resolve. So then they have to think about, okay, what is me casting something if it lines up with something that's on top of their deck? Now you have to think, okay, if I cast a 1-drop, how bad theoretically is any of the 1-drops that it might interact with be? Right? If I cast a 1-drop and there's a Ponder on top of your deck, how bad is that for me? If I cast a 1-drop and you have a DRC on top of your deck, how bad is that for me? Because you get it for free and you get it before my spell resolves.
And it's going to have quote unquote haste on your turn.
Right. So the way that your opponent has to like respect the power balance, the respect will be a different kind of respect because it's not will my spell resolve. It's what is I like it flips the paradigm, right?
Yeah.
Counterbalance. I'm thinking, what is it that I have to think about ahead of time that I want to stop, and I'm going to try and stack my deck to like make it so that the things that I need to ensure don't resolve. So I'm like, if I need to make sure that Bowmaster doesn't resolve, and I have a Ponder and can put a 2 on top, I'm just putting a 2 on top. Now you have to figure out whether or not you want to risk your Ponder. Yeah. But if you cast Ponder and see that there's a 2 on top, or I mean, I wouldn't reveal it to you, but I'm going, when I stack my deck, I'm going, okay, I know that they'll be able to resolve their Ponders, their Brainstorms, their Bolts, their 1-mana threats, whatever. But I know for sure they're not going to be able to resolve Orcish Bowmaster because I have 2 on top. So I know that but by the time I untap, I am protected from that CMC across the board. It's different with Power Balance, right?
Yeah.
You got to be proactive. So I feel like I'm just reiterating myself now, but like if anybody is thinking about Power Balance, you got to look at it in a different lens other than Counterbalance. It's not the same card. It's inspired, but it's so different.
Final note I want to make about this card too, Phil, is in a scenario where like you just fill your deck. There's 2 things. You can turn this into like a pseudo counterbalance situation where if you can match up counter spells against same casting cost things, that'll do it. But that's really not what you're trying to. I feel like that's not what the value of this card is. Then my other thing is you have to think about timing. You know, I talk about this a lot when I'm talking about Infect. You have to think about timing. And if your opponent casts a Delver Secrets and you flip over a Lightning Bolt, it's got to go to his face. It can't hit the Delver Secrets. It hasn't been cast yet, right? So you have to think about how timing affects this card as well. And so I think, yeah, you have to be proactive with your counterbalance and not reactive.
Yeah, one thing to note on that front is the cast is a may. You may cast. You don't have to. But that's a good point that you bring up because it is something that was on my mind that I don't know if I touched on yet. But the other side of the difference between Power Balance and Counterbalance too is Power Balance actually can move through the deck in the way that Counterbalance cannot. So if something does line up with Power Balance,
you need
you
velocity.
cast the spell and then it's no longer on top of your deck. But the thing is too is that like if I play a Counterbalance, I know that whatever's on top, it's locking them out for that turn. Where with Power Balance, if you cast something off the top, that the whole thing resets, right? Because now the top of the deck,
you're gonna get to see new cards.
So you're gonna get to see new cards, but it also means that like the layers of which you have to think of like how your spells are gonna line up, right? Because if they cast a 1-drop and you reveal a 1-drop and cast the 1-drop and the top of the deck is now blank again, like if you had the means to be able to set up the top of your deck, like if I pondered before you went, stacked the deck, and then you cast things, I have to now think of like what the full sequencing of that would look like in order to like try and leverage multiple spells per turn.
Well, there is a balance to that too, because your opponent's not going to cast several 1-drops into a counterbalance if they know that the 1-drop is there. you might net 2 or 3 spells off of an opponent, through luck, obviously. But like, there is a power balance.
That's what I'm saying. Like the difference that power balance can itself clear the top of the library for itself to get to the next thing in a way that counterbalance cannot is also something that's really powerful and that is totally unlike counterbalance. As somebody who's cast a lot of counterbalance, anybody else who's played a lot of counterbalance, the top of the deck isn't going to change unless you change it. But power balance can change it itself if it lines up. And that means that how you sequence your cantripping and how you sequence your setups or, card draw in between, like, and responding to your power balance trigger, like that's a whole additional layer tacked on top of it.
All right. Well, let's go into Wheel of Potential. Wheel of Potential is a 3-mana sorcery. It says you get 3 energy counters, and then you may pay X energy. Each player may exile their hand and then draw X cards. If X is 7 or more, you may play cards you own exiled this way until the end of your next turn. I only mentioned this card. Because there were so many other energy cards that are like on the edge of seeing play, right? Tune the Aether, Tune the Narrative. The prison card that we were talking about, Static Prison. You get to a point where like, has there ever been a time where we thought like, do we want Wheel of Fortune in this deck? It's just a metric we don't think about Legacy at all. And I just don't know if that's ever really a thing. And it's also a May effect, which is an issue because you're not going to disrupt your opponent with a May effect. It's just not going to happen. If they want to keep those cards in their hand, they're going to keep them, right?
Yeah, I think this spell falls precisely in line with a couple of the other ones we talked about, where it's like this is a Legacy, this is a diet version of something that we have full powered in Legacy.
Yeah,
and there isn't going to ever be a deck, at least I can't foresee one, that will ever want a wheel effect that doesn't also want LED. And That means that like any deck that has LED is just going to play Echo because that means that your wheel is 0, right? You have a 0 mana wheel. So in that regard, like it's like the color isn't even a constraint because if you're playing LED, you're probably playing Petal. And if you're playing all of these mana rocks, then you have access to whatever colors you need anyway. So like that's not a constraint. So I imagine that like Echo of Eons is just pricing this shit out.
Yeah. All right. Finally, we're going to talk about the Flip Planeswalker, Ral Monsoon Mage, for 1 and a red. He is a 1/3, and it says instants and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell during your turn, flip a coin. If you lose the flip, Ral deals 1 damage to you. If you win the flip, you may exile Ral. If you do, return him to the battlefield. Flipped is a planeswalker that has a 2 loyalty and says Ral Leyline Prodigy enters the battlefield with an additional loyalty counter on him for each instant and sorcery you've cast this turn. So in a world where you're storming out, you could get this guy pretty high, right? And it says at +1 until your next turn, instant and sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast. -2, Ral deals 2 damage divided as you choose amongst 2 targets, 1 or 2 targets. Draw a card if you control a blue permanent other than Ral, and then -8, exile the top 8 cards of your library. You may cast instant sorcery spells from among them without paying their mana costs. So if you get going, Ral could come in with like an 8 loyalty, flip over, and then you can just refill your hand. That is the only thing I'm thinking about with this card is it's like a better Goblin Pyromancer in a deck that you probably don't want to play. Maybe we could talk to Bryant Cook about whether or not like Blue-Red Storm is a thing that they want to be doing.
Maybe this is like sees play in that slot in Modern. Like maybe you play some number of this and some number of Baral, and that's your stuff for Modern. But
I'd rather play this in Baral than Pyromancer. Electromancer.
Electromancer, yeah. The problem with instant and sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast is that in Legacy, you already have the most hyper-efficient versions of that, so you don't actually get the cost reduction. Like, if you're playing the instant and sorcery combo deck, you're playing with Dark Ritual. Like, you may play with the other things, but if you ever move into red, you're playing Rite of Flame. Yeah. And those things don't need the 1 mana cost. Right, maybe Pyretic Ritual, in which case you're making a concession.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. You're doing something purposely worse than something else, either because you can't afford Lion's Eye Diamonds or because you just want to see if this works. You know,
all that is to say, I don't think we need to spend much time on this card because I just don't think I think it's another Diet Legacy card.
yeah,
Right.
I agree.
There's just the more powerful stuff in Legacy available to us. So
and
this
the
will never
body
get
isn't
over
doing
the hump.
anything for you as a 1/3. You know,
The body's not doing anything, and it's like, okay, if you're in like Ruby Storm and you want to like do that, the thing is that like a lot of that shit is based off of artifacts. This only cares about instant and sorcery. So you could flip over 8 cards, flip over 2 lands, 3 artifacts, and then the rest are instant and sorceries. Like, did you even do anything?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, all right. That is all of the red cards for Modern Horizons 3 that we think could see play. If you get a chance, like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I just checked. 78% of people watching our channel have not subscribed. Be part of the 22%. And then if you can support us on Patreon, we would surely love that. You can go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. Thank you for watching, everybody. Gold, artifacts, and lands in Modern Horizons 3.
Next on Eternal Durdles.
Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our Patreon supporters out there. Thank you to the Durdle Maniacs. If you want to be a Durdle Maniac, go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles and help support the channel. It keeps things going. It keeps things updated. Thanks so much for watching. On with the show. Hello and welcome to Eternal Durdles. I'm your host, Zach Clark, and with me as always, Phil Blackman. Phil, do you think they would make a gold Sensei's Divining Top?
You know, if they made a Sensei's Divining Top for blue-white, I would test it for sure.
Yeah, I believe you would. So this episode, we're going to go over first gold cards, then artifacts, and then lands. Spoiler alert for anybody watching, this is probably going to be, it'll be the most cards. I won't say it'll be the longest video, but this is, what do we got here? 20 cards to talk about. So I don't know it'll be the longest video, but there are some bombs in the gold cards, I think, for sure, that we haven't gotten to touch on yet. A lot of people have been asking, you know, what about this land? What about that land? I'm like, wait for the lands video. This is that video. And we'll probably do a commander video as well. None of the commander cards have been talked about yet by us, so that'll be coming eventually. This episode is brought to you by Tales of Adventure. Go to toamagic.com and use the code DURTLES for 5% off your order. You'll be directly supporting the show, and you'll get the entire order in one package. No more waiting for several packages. That's toamagic.com, code DURTLES for 5% off. But let's start, Phil. Let's start with Cranial Ram. Cranial Ram is a black and red for an artifact equipment living weapon that says equipped creature has +X+1, where X is the number of artifacts you control, and it has equipped 2. Pre-banned in Pauper. What do you think, Phil?
I think that this won't come up in Legacy at all because we have better alternatives. It falls into that camp of Legacy light cards that we've sort of talked about on other episodes. But yeah, I mean, already pre-banned in Pauper, and I think it's just because it's it's functionally a reprint of other cards that have been banned before that they mentioned, and they were like, why risk that at all? And it's not going to affect Legacy at all because there's a version that you can cast off Ancient Tomb, so that's that.
And we already don't.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I think, if anything, this might open up like a tier 4 archetype of black and red affinity, but those aren't even colors that I think affinity would generally want to play to begin with. Like, if you were trying to be an affinity deck, like, you'd probably want to be in the blue spectrum to have access to Thoughtcast. That said, colors don't mean anything at a certain point, so maybe having a 2-color RAM thing might help. If this gave trample too, I'd be more inclined to say, oh, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that, like, everything you said.
Yeah. All right. Next card is going to be Invert Polarity. Invert Polarity is a blue and red instant for 2 blue and a red, and it says choose target spell, then flip a coin. If you win that flip, gain control of that spell, you may choose new targets for it. If you lose that flip, counter that spell. Phil, do you think this could possibly see play as, like, maybe even a fun of in a deck that might be like, a 3 mana counter spell, I can pitch this to, to Force of Will if I have to, but it could be a blowout?
No, I don't think anybody ever actually gets past the opportunity cost of, like, the risk of this card.
Yeah.
Not doing what you want. Like, you have to put it in your deck, and not knowing what it does, like, not knowing what a card actually does in your deck is such a it's such a baseline, like, I imagine most competitive legacy players would be antithetical to. Not only that, but also the paying 3 mana for this counterspell. We've talked before where I don't think counterspells anymore can cost mana.
3 mana is a lot, yeah.
To not only like have this like you can cast a force of negation, but like the fact that like force of negation, you know, being hard cast, like that's the upside the same way that force will has, but it's not in your deck because you can cast it that way, you know. And so I don't imagine that this ever sees play outside of somebody at their FNM trying to like feel something. But I don't think it'll ever see play otherwise because the coin flipping aspect, the gambling aspect in a competitive environment is just too steep of a cost to put a card in your deck with.
Yeah. Even at its baseline counter target spell, like we've got better than that, of course. So yeah, I agree with you here. I would not be surprised to run up against this at like a your Monday Night Legacy event or something like that. It's just like a blowout, like ha, gotcha. But like yeah, I think that beyond that, like I wouldn't play around this card. All right. So next we have Kudo, King Among Bears. Kudo is a legendary bear creature, so it's a 2/2 for 2 mana. That's 1 green and 1 white. And other creatures have base power 2/2 and are bears in addition to their other types. I like this particularly as a hedge against like Plague Engineer and Infect, and also it's like a team pump and Infect. Not to mention it's making Embiggen slightly better because now it's also a bear. So you're getting another bonus with Embiggen, which is cool. I don't know that I would play this main deck, but it seems like an interesting include. And specifically Infect. I don't know if there are any other decks that are like, oh, I'm going wide. I want to make him all my 0-1s, 2/2s, you know?
Yeah, I think the Infect side of like looking at it through the lens of an Infect deck is the most creative that I've seen anybody like discuss this card as. I mean, it's one of those cards that strikes me as like, okay, it's a really powerful effect that sort of controls the size of the table, and it's green sunnable, so it's like, you know, that obviously like any creature that has like an interesting or powerful effect, knowing that you as a singleton you can just have 5 copies of in, you know, the infrastructure of Green Sun Zenith, makes it so that like I look at these types of cards like higher than I otherwise would. I just don't know what other aspect, because it affects all the rest of the table, where size would otherwise matter outside of exactly Infect. So like it's one of those cards where the effect is powerful enough that if I see it at tables, I think that'll be sort of interesting. I was like, oh, is this also a world where like, you know, your Cheerios nonsense like gets a secondary thing because now you have this static pump effect for all of your 0 drops or whatever. But that's obviously like glass cannon and stuff. But I was just trying to think of aspects of where actually changing the size matters, because it doesn't affect constructs because they have its base power, so they still get the additional pump. It doesn't affect Murktide Regent because it has +1/+1 counters, so it just gets its base is minus by 1, so that's not significant. All of the effects that you care about in other creatures, like Delver just gets a point knocked off, but otherwise DRC still has the effect that you care about. Bowmaster gets bigger, as does the army, but like I don't know if you would do that in your Obzon deck. Yeah. So it's like I just don't know where this effect actually is applicable in a powerful way outside of Infect. So I don't think it'll show up, but at the same time, it's a powerful enough effect that if I see it at a top table and somebody's experimenting with something that I'm not thinking of, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Next we have Hoyt of the Reliquary. That is a 2-mana 2/2. That's a black and a green for a zombie knight with vigilance. And it gets +1/+1 for each creature in your graveyard. Then you can tap and sacrifice another creature to search your library for a land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. I want to start by saying I was at the local on Saturday. I ran to Stress, and I talked to Stress specifically about this card, and his response was like he's not sure where it would fit. And then he brought up a pretty salient point, which I thought was pretty interesting. He's like, with Knight of the Reliquary, you're trading something that costs no mana for something that costs mana, right? Like, he's like, you're getting a little bit of value, or at least no mana for no mana, right? Like, sack a land to get a land, right? Whereas with white, you're taking your mana investment and trading it for something that costs no mana. Now, plenty of utility there, but at baseline, he was like, I just don't know if that's good enough or where I would put it necessarily yet. But I think that as a one of, with Green Sun, based on just what you were saying, it's a card that just like it has utility and it could happen. I think the vigilance on this card is big.
Yeah, I think that this is, I mean, granted, this is not my wheelhouse of cards to like, really take a deep stride in. But this strikes me also similar to the counterbalance, power balance, where everybody is comparing it to the card that inspired it, even though there isn't a lot of crossover in like where they would never really be competing for the same slot.
Yeah.
I don't think like this card, I feel like should be a lot closer compared to something like Fiend Artisan than it should Knight of the Reliquary, because like even though this searches lands where Fiend Artisan searches creatures, the fact that they both need a creature to be sacrificed means that the infrastructure of that is still around. And then whatever lands would be paired with that initial infrastructure of needing a lot of creatures to sacrifice, or loading the graveyard in that way is I don't imagine that the land combo decks are going to be leaning into this card instead of Knight of the Reliquary. Like, why would they just take this additional step of needing additional creatures in the way that they build their decks? So I think this is closer to Fiend Artisan than it is to Knight of the Reliquary, and how that actually pans out with like what land package you put into your deck, if it's like actually like the combo part of lands, or if it's just the utility package of lands. But I imagine that the lands that you would want would need to work out some way with the creatures that you slotted in. So like when we get to Shifting Woodland, like there's that sort of space, but like being able to turn, like this is just an additional way to get your Bojuka Bog or your Karakas or your, whatever utility land as opposed to your combo land. So I imagine it's closer to that space to help with lands that can help the creatures that you're playing get across the finish line in a meaningful way, rather than being it's a lands combo deck that is using this as a tutor for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, one of the things I think that's interesting about this card is I was saying before, is the vigilance. Is as a 8 cast style player, and I'm playing like main deck hearse and stuff to stop the reanimator decks. I was running into these weird situations where you're like pumping your your hearse, and then you get to a point where you're like, this is my threat. I have to start swinging with this thing, right? And you don't have that dichotomy that like you have with Knight of the Reliquary with White of the Reliquary, like where you're like, should I swing with this or should I not swing with this? And again, that's because we're evaluating this card on a completely different zone than I think that the card that inspired it existed from. So I think that this card lives in a deck that plays Grist, is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. All right. So next up is Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog is a 2 mana that is 1 blue and 1 black for a creature frog. That is a 1/2, and it says whenever it deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, draw a card, and then discard a card to give it a +1/+1 counter, and then exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Psychic Frog gains flying until end of turn. Phil, go for it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you and I have both played a decent amount of pre-modern, and I don't know if anybody remembers the experience of what it's like to play against the actual factual Psychotog, which is what inspired this card. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the power of Psychotog isn't that it is any of the things that it is. It's that it has the potential to be those things.
Yeah.
So that potential changes a lot of behavior and stops your opponent from doing anything. So, for example, the fact that you can discard cards to put +1/+1 counters on it means that you aren't going to lightning bolt it because your opponent can discard cards and pump it up. Now, maybe if they want to look at their lightning bolt as a way to turn it into a Hymn to Turok, or they could do that. Even
it's
though
more like a mind rot at that point.
Mind rot. If they want to turn their lightning bolt into a mind rot, like, okay, they can do that. But the implication of what Psychic Frog can do is where, like, the interesting part of like why this card is powerful, because it doesn't ever actually have to do any of the things that it does.
Yeah.
But the implication that it can changes behavior at the table, and that's where it gets its power from, because it becomes tricky to navigate. However, it typically means that you control the narrative. Like if you have this card in play, your opponent has to either dance around it with all of the things that can happen. Otherwise, you get the advantage of drawing cards when it hits, and they can choose to like make it hit by giving it evasion. And so the implication of what that means is, long story short, this card is a great card for controlling the narrative on
otherwise, empty or stalled boards, because if your opponent wants to attack, the fact that it become bigger means that it can function as a roadblock. If it can become big and stand in the way of flyers, it can become a roadblock. If you want to point damage-based removal at it, it can grow bigger, and that means that it's tough to point your removal at it if that's not what the game is about. So the tactics to fight this card also come from, like, if you're playing, right now, the tricky part about this card, we know that it's going to show up in Riskaminator because that's where everybody has been talking about it, because free discard outlet, card advantage, which the deck has been otherwise wanting. It's another blue card for Force of Wills, where blue count becomes a troublesome for that.
Turns out it's a black card for grief.
It turns out there's a black card for grief. But I was going to say that the grief battles is also where this becomes, this card will implicate that, because removing cards from your opponent's hand means that they won't have the same size to combat with this. So it's like, if we both have Psychic Frogs, but you have a bigger Psychic Frog, it's going to be tough. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's going to be tough for them.
And not to mention, it draws you cards.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah. That's why it controls the narrative, because the you can't do nothing, right? Like, against Psychotog, it could only beat you down, but against this, like, they can choose to do nothing and then accrue advantage, and then that advantage strengthens the narrative, because then it becomes more cards that you can theoretically discard or whatever. So
I will say this: so playing in the pre-release over the weekend, one of my opponents turn 2'd this against me, and I did have a removal spell in my hand. I had Wither and Bloom, which is 2 black, or a black and a colorless for -3/-3, and it felt terrible, because I was like, I can't, if I aim this at this guy and I don't have a follow-up play to at least block this thing for a while, like, I'm going to get beat down with like a 3/4, and they're going to be drawing cards. The game did not end well for me. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, it just does so much. Between being an enabler, a discard outlet to enable a bunch of things, while also being something that can control the table, while also being a card advantage engine, like, and then theoretically a really big clock, right? Because at any point, if it attacks and they have cards in hand that are equivalent to your life total, like, you have to, they can choose to become like that combo where it's like, is now the time to go for it and kill you, So they can do that over the course of a game. Like, it means that they never have any dead draws, because every dead draw turns into a +1/+1 counter. So it does a lot of incidental work, which is why it's a good card, and we'll see play. And it's also in the relevant colors that the top deck in the format wants.
Eternal Dirtles is proud to be sponsored by Moxfield. Moxfield is the best Magic the Gathering deck building website on the internet. You can create, share, and find decks from Commander to Legacy, and even fan-supported formats like Pre-Modern and Old School. You can see all of our decks on our Moxfield. Follow the links below to stay tuned. All right, Nadu Winged Wisdom is a 3-mana 3/4 that is 1 colorless, 1 generic, a green and a blue for a legendary bird wizard, has flying, and then it has creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn.
Yeah, that clause is so strange, because like the advantage, everybody has sort of already talked. I feel like this is the most talked about card in the set, because it's just like so obviously, like, it generates such an obviously overwhelming advantage that it's just like, it's statted in a way that I don't understand, and it's, in relevant colors, and it just works against, like, there isn't a position where this is bad other than that it doesn't have an ETB. So it's like, against combo, it's not good if you're not doing the enabling of, like, you have your own Shuko, which is the thing that everybody's been talking about. So I don't know. I haven't really thought about this card doing anything interesting, because it sort of just feels like if you have it, it either does the overwhelming advantage thing, is just objectively good because its rate is good and the card advantage that it provides is insane. So it's just like, it's just all around good. It's like Psychic Frog. There are some implications to think about the ways that it is interesting.
Do you want this in your deck?
Powerful, and it has all of these different factors that like make it a really compelling, interesting card. Even though at face value it's powerful, to think about in the ways that it's actually powerful is interesting, because it creates a bunch of different patterns that you have to like sort of recognize. Like, in theory, you're like, okay, these are the different positions that maybe are interesting, but like not necessarily the same from moment to moment, where it's like, this one is just always going to generate like an absurd amount of advantage. And if you remove it, it's never trading down. and it's I don't know. I find it to be I find this card to be pretty boring because of how just overwhelmingly aggressively statted and pushed it is, in a way that's just like, okay, so it's a mythic that does insane stuff, and that stuff is what's like the thing that it asks of you is play the game. You know,
this card is a rare, Phil.
Whatever, man. I don't know.
And cool bird profile. Come on.
I don't know. Is it just me? I find the card to be really uninspiring.
No, I like this card a lot. Obviously, I think it's great in Infect. If you want to play it in Infect, I think it's wonderful. You know, there will be people playing in decks that are built better and maybe are slightly more fair. At least more fair to play in a tournament than Infect. But I don't know. I'm into this card. I've been waiting for something that like a card that is worth playing in Infect that doesn't necessarily have Infect, and I've got 2 of them this set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Nadu is just sort of in general a powerhouse that, like, yes, if you either are going off with it where you're doing the Shuko style stuff, or you can just play it as like, you know, a green sun target in any deck that has that, and then all of your creatures just become effectively untouchable in a way that doesn't just bury your opponent in whatever meaningful way. Like, whenever they print cards like this, I'm like more and more, I'm like, all those times where I dabbled between, am I playing 3 or 4 Terminus? I'm like, well, it's just always going to be 4 Terminus now.
4 now.
Because you just can't, like, if this sticks, you just can't afford to trade removal spells. That's a losing proposition against stuff like this, you know? Another one for the people who just like the cards doing the stuff for them, I guess.
Yep. All right. Philage, Titan of Fire's Fury. Where are we at here, Philage? Titan of Fire's Fury. Here we go. For 1 and a red and a white, we have a legendary creature, Elder Giant, that is a 6/6. Sound familiar? When it enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless it escaped. Then whenever Phage enters the battlefield or attacks, it deals 3 damage to any target and you gain 3 life. Its escape is 5 cards, 2 white, and 2 red. So this is a play off of Uro or Cruxa or whatever, but it's Boros.
Yeah, I mean, it being a Flame Tongue on the way in, it just comes in and Lightning Helix. I don't think this sees play in Legacy because there isn't a grindy Boros deck or blue-red deck, and by that I mean in the way that Uro is sometimes tough to escape on double green.
This is even harder.
Decks, well, the baselines that play Uro are in base green, where any of unless there's some kind of aggro deck of some kind, but like if you're playing aggro deck, I don't know if you want the sort of like long gamey recursive. Like when this is on the table, obviously it hits really hard. I mean, it attacks for 9, right? And it's going to be really hard to win a race where you're just lightning helixing every combat, which like can shoot down anything. Like once this is on board, it's sort of like one of those things where it's like, okay, well, you are now locked out of playing creatures that die to lightning helix because they just have a lightning helix every turn if they want it. So I imagine that if this comes in, it kills a creature, and then if it comes back, it just locks your opponent out of playing creatures. So, you know, I can't imagine that this card is all that engaging, but I feel like it's sort of built in because like it's the redundancy play patterns that we've seen from Uro, and that sort of snowbally pattern is I find that snowbally pattern to be really obnoxious. So I unfortunately, though, I don't think that this card is going to show up all that meaningfully because white, red is just so steep in Legacy,
there's
and there's
no
no real
Just Guide control deck that like wants to like kind of like slot this in as like a you know a control card. Like Lightning Helix isn't played in this format already.
Yeah, it's like you can have like it's tough because most of those decks are going to be baselined at an island, and if they're playing 3-drops, they're probably playing some amount of basics. And if your islands are in play and they're just stymieing you from being able to cast this, it's like really tough to be like, why would you ever, if you were ever playing that control style deck, why would you ever reach for this instead of just reaching for Uro, which is in half of your base color, if not both of your base colors? So I don't imagine that this actually shows up in Legacy. I've heard people say that it'll show up as like a 1 or 2 of in Burn and Modern. All well and good, but I'm sort of content that doesn't seem like it'll touch Legacy in a meaningful way.
All right. Finally, in gold, we have Planar Genesis, which is an instant. It says, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from them onto the battlefield tapped. If you don't, put a card from among them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So it's kind of it's another in that growth spiral like category. I don't know why I chose this card, to be honest. Maybe I was thinking about like Infect or something like that. Just like anytime I see a Simic card, I get excited. I don't know. Phil, do you have anything about this card?
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of an upgraded Impulse, right?
Yeah. Well, we have.
and-
I guess that is the thing. It's like it's better than Growth Spiral, right?
Well, it's better than Growth Spiral in that it's going to do everything Growth Spiral does, except better.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a better Growth Spiral. I mean, I think that if there was a deck that was in these colors that was interested in playing the Impulse, like we've seen, like old show and tell lists with that were doing that sort of combo, that played an Impulse, and it's like maybe they play this instead if they have green, which we've seen for like Veil of Summer and stuff like that as a way to
or
splash.
Eureka.
This being a ramp spell, but like a more reliable ramp spell, because if you don't have the land and you Growth Spiral and miss on the land, then you really just had a 2-mana cantrip. Where this is much more likely to actually hit whatever you need, but then also it gives you selection with which Growth Spiral doesn't. So unless you specifically are like me, where draw a card is really powerful for the Miracle mechanic, I imagine that you would just reach for Planar Genesis. This is sort of a nuts and bolts card. It's I don't think it's going to do anything or enable anything in any particular way, but it's in that spot of like if you were interested in this 2-mana thing. I mean, it is instant speed ramp to a degree. So that's not nothing, because like, you can put a card that you find with them, but like it's different from Growth Spiral in that Growth Spiral can put a card from your hand into play, where this can only put a land from among those 4 cards that you looked at into play. So there's some give and take there. I think that this is probably too soft and too slow for Legacy, but we've seen a lot of people reach to a wide variety of strange things to get around Bowmaster before, so it's not impossible that this shows up.
I've played pieces of the puzzle before, so
Yeah, I think that like this is a nuts and bolts card that I don't think is embarrassing. I just think it might be priced out right now.
Yeah. All right. So we're done gold cards. We're moving on to artifacts. We only have 3 artifacts worth talking about, and the first one is Disruptor Flute. Is a 2-mana artifact with flash, and it says when it enters the battlefield, choose a card name. Cards with the chosen name cost 3 more to cast. Activated abilities with of sources with the chosen name cannot be activated unless they're mana abilities.
Your thoughts?
So this is an interesting card because it's obviously a very targeted hate card that works specifically because it's 2 mana. It works off an Ancient Tomb, but the place I actually saw it played first was in Cloudpost decks as like, oh, I'll name Wasteland, and then you could follow up the next one with like, whatever other cards that you're worried about, right? And it stops your opponent from being able to cast those cards. So it's not just like, oh, like I need to play 4 Pithing Needles so that I can like stop Wasteland from affecting my deck. You can do the first one on Wasteland, and then like every other one has relevant, has like a relevant choice. Like you can be like, okay, well I'll just make it Force of Will. Cool. Now you can't counter this. Or name Brainstorm even. Like name any card that you want, and your opponent now can't play that unless they pay 3 more mana. And then it has the activated ability situation too. So you've got like kind of the best of both worlds of like being able to play, basically like a null chamber for your opponent's card, and having the access to a Pithing Needle that has a little bit more relevance.
Yeah, I think that this feels like it slots into like any of those hate slots. Like when this card shows up, which I imagine it will show up because most hate cards do, and if it doesn't, then okay, it's because everybody's like, nope, we only need really the Pithing Needle effect, and that's on 1 mana, and we can fetch it with Urza Saga, and it's just a lot better for the purposes that we need. This is going to be a card that's contextual, and it's a hate card. So when it shows up, it'll show up, and it will hate on whatever the targeted thing that it's trying to hate on.
Just imagine if somebody names Urza Saga against you, and you're just like, I guess I can't activate my Urza Saga.
Yeah, I mean, you can activate the first ability because it's a mana ability, but you can't do the other stuff.
Can't,
you still get the tutor, so
get the stuff.
I mean, yeah, it's like you shut off like the they can't activate it to get constructs, but again, like I have played against enough Urza Saga to recognize that when you board an answer specifically and only for Urza Saga, that because they're so timing sensitive, because if you don't find it before your opponent makes those constructs, then it's not actually going to do that purpose. So that one's a little bit more iffy to me, but like it's a hate card. It'll show up in the spots where you like, I need something. I'm looking to condense some number of slots, and I really want this meddling maid sort of effect alongside this pithing needle sort of effect, but I don't want to have multiple cards take up multiple slots there, so I can condense it a little bit. And it has flash, so you can respond by, like, I think that's the most powerful part, because if they put something on the stack and then in response you flash this in and then know what you're actually going to catch, rather than but like that's also a position where like there's more fluidity. But I think to have it in your deck at all, you sort of need to be in a space of, I want this effect primarily to shut off something specific for a certain matchup. So you're like, well, I can never beat the One Ring, so I'll play this as my answer to One Ring if there isn't a better answer to it. It's like I look at this card as like that sort of space of like, well, Karn becomes a real problem. So, because I don't have, if I'm not playing the Leyline Binding style control decks, if I'm playing the Prismatic Ending style control decks, and I don't want to have the access, I don't want to like force feed a fourth color for just Prismatic Ending to get to the 4 drops, then maybe I play Disruptor's Flute to like help me offset that advantage where like, I can either pre-name one of those 4 drops that's like really tough for me, and that, in which case it's like it's designated, right? Like I'm putting in my deck for specific cards in mind, and then when I run into those matchups with those specific cards, but then it gives the flash gives you a little bit more contextual play to it, where depending on what they do, you can in response do the thing because that's what's going on at the moment, rather than what you initially boarded it in for. But I don't think it makes your 75 if you don't have that initial idea of what you're targeting in matchups where you're like, I need to solve a specific problem, and then it gives you a little bit more fluidity in match. So it's a good card. It'll show up. I don't think it's going to like blow anybody's mind when it does what it does.
Yeah, I think you're getting the extra value out of this card for the 1 more mana you're paying too from Pithing Needle.
Yeah.
All right. So the next card, and in fact, the card after that, also, all 3 of these artifacts had one through line. So let's talk about Vexing Bauble and see if you can figure out the through line, Phil. Vexing Bauble is a 1 mana artifact, and it says whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. Then you can tap 1 and sacrifice Vexing Bauble to draw a card.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. This card does exactly what everybody thinks it does, and that's all well and good. And I don't know if we're going to add anything to that conversation beyond like, okay, card do something powerful, card good.
Yeah.
But I think the stuff that irks, the thing that irks me about the design is the 1 tap sack draw card. It's just, it feels so free and incidental. But we've talked about it before, where I'm like, either you believe in your design or you don't, And I don't understand why like this one has the sack clause to draw a card, but then like Disrupting Flute doesn't, or the next card, which is like a new Winter Orb effect, doesn't. Like, why is it that this one has the cantrip tacked onto it, but the other hate cards don't have cantrips tacked onto it? I'm just not sure what the thought process behind giving this one the out for multiples, where the other one doesn't. And if that were the case, where it's like, okay, you wanted to give it an out, it's like, because you can cast multiple onto the table. It's not like this costs 0 mana. So it's like, if you wanted to be able to cast your other ones or whatever, like even that though is like really dumb. So like, I don't understand. I just don't get what the point behind like making it. It's like, okay, we want to give an out like to the stuff that theoretically this is a hate card to stop the people that otherwise are doing the degenerate things. And it is good that if somebody has access to the degenerate things, that you should do things to protect the players that aren't doing the degenerate things, because the degenerate things are usually the decks that are not interested in whether or not they have an opponent. And so to like, just from that point of view, if we want to protect the players that aren't doing the degenerate things by giving them these kind of hate tools, that's all well and good. But at the same time, having this kind of piece means that the degenerate decks are also going to be able to use it, because they can just use this, turn off whatever, like at least in Legacy's context, they can play this, stop you from like blank your free counter magic, go off with all their stuff that does cost mana, and then if they have anything to do that doesn't cost 0, they can then like, okay, play out all my 0 mana artifacts, cast Vexing Bauble. That's effectively a silence effect. Yeah. And then when they're done casting their shit that they don't need, that they like clear through the silence, they can just sack this and draw a card. I don't know. it's a powerful effect. It'll obviously show up, but I wish they explained why they put cantrip style stuff on cards like this, because I just don't get it. Other than,
I mean, I can tell you why they did this in design, because they don't want you to feel bad about having this on the board.
Yeah, but like
that is the answer. They got rid of those feel bad effects.
Maybe they're like, we want to have some tension. We want to have something appealing enough to like get this off the board to like turn that stuff back on, rather than this just generically being a hate piece that then just like makes it so players don't play. Yeah. So maybe it's like an incentive to like for you to get it off the table, and so like it creates for more dynamic games. Like I guess you could argue that point. That it's like, okay, yeah, this on turn one is just like slows everything down and like turns off the free stuff. So like, which, you know, don't get me wrong, that's all well and good. Like hate on that shit all the time. That's fine. But I guess it's like, well, if players are then at a point where they can't do anything, then you want to have an out to be able to turn this off. So I guess that's fine. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's where we're at. If that's the reason, I guess that's fine. It just feels like a reach to me, but I also haven't played any games of it yet, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But powerful card, do powerful thing.
Yep. All right. Finally, we have Winter Moon. Winter Moon is an artifact that says players. It's a 2-mana artifact that says players can untap more than one non-basic land during their untap steps, and that's all the text on that card. So I think this is less good than just Winter Orb, which I would play in like Rug Delver all the time. Like I can't, like maybe you're a Merfolk deck and you're like, I have access to like my own Magus of the Moon, and I'll throw a Winter Orb into my deck as well. I guess I don't know. I don't know why this card exists aside from like the modern. I guess maybe they were like, in modern somebody might want this. Like I could see like a red deck being like, you know, like Burn being like, oh, I'll throw this down, like stop myself from losing for a couple of turns.
Yeah, this is a bit closer to like Back to Basics than it is to Winter Orb to me.
Yeah.
Because the incentives for how you build around it in your deck are closer to Back to Basics than they are to Winter Orb. But I don't know if this one ever sees play over those cards. Maybe over Back to Basics, because it's cheaper and it doesn't lose to Red Blast. But I think that's contextual.
Be blue either, right?
You don't need to blue. It's 2 mana instead of 3. So like there's some advantages there. But like a lot of the decks that outside of exactly like 5 color or like the shit that I like to play, you're any of the decks that are running a whole ton of non-basics more or less do operate on 1 to 2 lands. So like maybe you like stymie them for a second, but not in a way that's like crippling enough to like put a hate card in your deck for.
Yeah, so like I have to wait another turn to play my Draco.
I think so much of this card is contextual to be like, okay, well, if you expect like it can also be played to your advantage too. I just don't know if it would be better than actual factual Winter Orb.
Yeah.
In which case, this card might fall into the Diet Legacy camp of all the other cards that we've talked about in a similar way, where it's like, if you wanted this effect, you would just play Winter Orb, because if you're the deck that can operate on 1 to 2 lands max, and you want to like dunk on your opponent, you would just use the Winter Orb, which would also stop basics from untapping.
Yeah.
So it seems like that's just the better line for those players. So I can see a world where this does show up in that back to basic space, but I also can see a world where it's just the Legacy Diet version. So, I mean, it's a hate card, and any hate card in my mind is like viable enough to show up, because the hate cards are always contextual based on what they're hating on. And if what they're hating on becomes the thing that we need to like target, then those things suddenly go up in stock. So I'm never surprised to see a hate card on the table. I just don't know if this is a hate card contextually for the format where it is now, if it actually shows up in a meaningful way that actually warrants itself in your deck.
Well, I'll say this about Winter Orb and Winter Moon. I played a lot of Winter Orb back in the day, like all the way back to Titania's Song, like the first Pro Tour like era. And Winter Orb has its place. You want to play artifact mana and stuff like that, or you have a really low curve in the case of Rug Delver, so that it doesn't affect you that much. But the key to playing this deck was slamming this right after your opponent tapped out. And we just don't live in a world where opponents tap like 5 mana and then it takes them 5 turns to get like back up to square one. So I think that I think like even in a situation where you're doing Winter Moon and Winter Orb, and you're getting all that value out of it for like that time walk of like a few turns, this does that less so. And like you have to play what I would consider probably not a tier 1 deck to make it work. So that's kind of where I am with this card. To that end, we are now in the realm of lands. So we are finally into talking about lands. Let's start with Archway of Innovation. It enters the battlefield tapped. Unless you control an island, it can tap for a blue, and then for a blue and tap it, the next spell you cast this turn has Improvise. I don't know that this is going to see play, specifically because, one, you need an island. It's not like 8 cast is like just running around with islands, right? Like, you don't have a ton of islands to just like throw around. And like improvise, most of the stuff we have in the deck either already has Improvise or has Affinity. So I don't know if that's where you want to be, and that's the kind of deck that you would want this to go into. So I just don't think the payoff for this particular card. And this card said draw 2 cards. If you control like 6 artifacts, I'd be like, maybe it's a one of. But just cheating on mana in a deck that already cheats on mana so much just doesn't feel like it's necessary.
It doesn't feel like it's doing what the deck wants to do. Yeah, I imagine that what this deck is like, you can go like, if you're playing all of the problem is like a lot of the artifacts that you would otherwise play are making you mana in general. But if you are in the bauble shell, let's say you're bauble shelling, I mean, maybe there's a world where you're like, okay, I'll play Archway of Innovation as my mana ramp so I can play the baubles, and then on turn 2, if I have enough of those zeros, I can, with my island, or if my Archway came into play tapped on turn 1, then turn 2, I could tap 4 artifacts, cast Karn, and now we're off.
Sure.
I don't know if that's how that, or why that, or anything like that would be better than just Ancient Tombing. Yeah. And that might also be a space where Legacy might just have so much fast mana because we still have Mox Opal, we still have all of the Soul Land effects that Modern doesn't have access to, that this is just, even though this isn't a Diet Legacy card, it just falls into the camp where it's pushed out because there's just so much faster mana that you don't need to jump through a hoop to get it.
I don't know if this card would be playable if it said the next spell you cast has Affinity. Like I just don't think that like cheating on mana is good enough for like playing a land that like will probably get come into play untapped or tapped, and you're it's gonna get wastelanded in many scenarios, right? Like, and then you have to build your whole deck around this. You're like taking out like Kappa Cannoneers. Like you're like, well, if I'm giving a thing, I want something that like makes Kappa Cannoneer look dumb to play, right? Like, so then you're like, okay, I'm gonna play this like bomb that I can improvise out, and you're just making your deck less consistent. And that's for 8 cast. So I like, maybe there's a scenario where you want to play some other deck that uses this card, but in my mind, 8 cast is the only place like this makes sense. Maybe, I don't know, ask Tony Scapone, like this might be a card that in like Grixis, the Grixis, what's called, Saga Storm, that might be a thing to do. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that so many of the artifacts that you would otherwise wanted to put in play are already generating you mana. So like I just don't see where this card has a home. And it's totally fine that this card seems like it's powerful, but it doesn't actually have a home because Legacy just has such a high ceiling to break through that all right. I think that's going to be the same for the next card too.
Yes, indeed. So we have Arena of Glory. Arena of Glory enters the battlefield tapped unless you control a mountain. For 1 red, you can tap it for 1 red. But then for 1 red and tap it, you can exert this, which means that it's going to tap and stay tapped for 1 turn. Basically, it's a stun counter. Add 2 red. If that and then you can use that for a creature, and that creature gains haste until end of turn. The reason why I bring this up is because if you're trying to make, like, we're living in a world where now we don't have access to Sticker Goblin. Maybe the Goblins deck wants to try this and then like attack the turn the Rabble Master comes into the play with the Rabble Master, or Legion Battalion, or whatever those cards. I was thinking this is more of a like red Stompy Shell kind of situation. Is it good enough? I don't know, but that was where my head was at when I was evaluating this card.
Yeah, these arches like needing the Mountain Claws, in all of these decks that they would otherwise want to go into, at least the shells, it seems as though they really just want to be Ancient Tomb decks.
Yeah.
And if you're already in that space, it becomes so much more difficult to have the basic reliably when you have this card as well. And when you're looking at the non-Soul Land cards that you're putting in your deck, it's like you're competing with like stuff that just seems way more powerful in a vacuum. Like it's just going to be so hard to compete for the Urza Saga style slot. And
this is contingent on what you want to give haste to, but I feel like it's too many hoops to jump through if it doesn't win the game on the spot with whatever you're putting into play. And I imagine that whatever you're putting into play would win anyway. And now that Lava Spur Boots exists for the Urza Saga, I just don't know what this deck would grant you that the Urza Saga package with a Lava Spur doesn't also offer you. So I think that this is priced out because of that, and I don't expect this to show up.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about Monumental Henge. Monumental Henge, obviously is a land. Let me get to it real fast. Go. Monumental Henge is the white version of this, so plains, and then it taps for white mana. Then it says 2 and 2 white. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a historic card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This one to me, like, if cards like Seasoned Dungeoneer didn't exist and weren't in Ancient Tomb decks, right? Like, if you really wanted to spend 5 mana to get card advantage in a Death and Taxes style deck, there are better ways to do it, right? If this costs 2 and tap, maybe I could see that working. But anything that's like 4 more mana, you got to consider that this is like costing you a mana to do. I just don't feel like you're gonna get your value out of that. Even throwing this in the deck is like a fun of. And there's plenty of cards in that deck that like are historic that you could like get. But I don't know. I'm not seeing it. What do you think, Phil?
No, we've seen these sort of utility like value lands for like a big mana investment before, and they just never end up making the cut. Wasteland is just so strong, and to have a card like this that isn't doing anything else other than when you're like super developed, it's just so hard to be like, yeah, I'm going to commit to that when you know that the majority of the format is never going to let you get to that space. And then in the times where you do, you're like, okay, well, if you needed to calibrate for that, there are just better cards to fight those raw resource battles than something like this. Like, I think that as if we're in a space where Search for Azcanta is pushed out of the format, then this sort of effect will always be sort of outlier to the format as well. You know what I mean?
I do.
So I don't think this will show up. I think it just falls into the lineage of like card with mana sink, but Legacy is not conducive for mana sinks that aren't doing something openly powerful in it, like before the mana sink is tacked on.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mentioned all of those cards because I want to highlight the pure value of Shifting Woodland, which is it's the green version of this. So if you have a forest in play, it comes into play untapped, taps for green. Then it has Delirium, 2 and 2 green. Shifting Woodland becomes a copy of target permanent in your graveyard until end of turn. Activate only if you have Delirium. This one I think can and will see play.
Yeah, this one I obviously see play. I don't know what we can add to it that people aren't already thinking about as like really powerful. The only thing that you have to do is have Delirium and then 4 mana.
Yeah.
And this can pay for one of its own green because it's not 4 mana plus tap. It's just 4 mana plus Delirium.
Yeah.
So it's this plus 3 other lands with Delirium, and then you just get to have something from your graveyard on the table. Now, people have been talking about like, super busted cards, but there's also a world where you're like, if this is incidentally in your Uro deck, that, if you have 5 lands, if you can tap 4 plus this, it becomes a copy of Uro. You swing, get the Uro trigger, and then do all that same thing until end of turn. And even something as simple as that is enough that like, oh, there's a world where this is powerful enough, because being able to copy any permanent as long as you have Delirium, that just makes it so that it's so universally applicable if you just have a slot in your deck for this. And granted, like, it comes into play tapped unless you control a forest. I guess one thing that we should talk about and why this one is so powerful, unless you control a forest. It doesn't say if you control a basic forest. You can just have a dual land in play, and that's qualifies as your forest clause. So,
and this is this is one that, like, the other ones, all I can think of is you'll want them in a deck that is like a monocolor version of that deck. Like, that probably also plays Ancient Tomb, so it doesn't play many basics. Or many, in that particular case, you're playing like Basic Island. The only thing that you would play in that deck are Basic Mountain, or Basic Plains. Whereas this, like, you're probably playing this in like a 3 or 4 color deck that has access to fetch lands, and it just the mana base is so much more figured out here, way easier to do, and then you can just copy whatever has died recently. Anything from Dark Depths to Omniscience. Like there's a ton of things that just blow out the game. But then there's also just the value of being like, oh yeah, I'll get my Uro and attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the part here that'll be that people will actually get to dabble with and against is that it requires Delirium in order for you to activate this effect. So the other side of it though is that you can activate it at instant speed. So there's positions where like, if you obviously you can just copy it and make it a Dark Depths and then it sacrifices itself as 2020. Oh wow, you did it. But in that sort of shell, you could also, if you have a Knight of the Reliquary in the graveyard, you can activate this, and if it's been on the board, you then have an immediate Knight activation, which means that you just have a crop rotation.
Yeah.
And that kind of utility in a land that is also producing a color that you would otherwise want it to produce is really powerful. This card, I think, is as powerful as everybody thinks it is. If you're listening to this and going, oh shit, this card is really powerful and it will do powerful things. Yeah, this one is the first slam dunk, I think, that like definitely shows up in Legacy, and it will show up in the decks that you expect it to show up in. And then it might show up in like some decks that are a little bit off the beaten path that have access to green, because there's ways that you could also think of this card as its own combo enabler of like, okay, this is just my uncounterable Omniscience that I can put into play. You know what I mean? So like you can tap out for this on your 4 mana, put it like copy the Omniscience in your graveyard, and then go off, right? Because you don't care that it does only till end of turn. The game ends that turn. So I'm sure that people will experiment with that too. Whether or not that stuff is actually good or not, remains to be seen. But I think that this is as good as you think it is, and it will show up in volume and be really powerful.
One important note with this card is that it does not have the text that retains this ability. It is a copy of this permanent, except that it has this ability as well. So you can't do this and then have your opponent be like, oh, I'm going to kill your guy. And you're like, well, I'll turn my guy into Omniscience. So you have to keep that in mind. You can't, like, if you have 8 mana, you're not going to be able to do this twice in a turn to like change it around, just a weird like corner case scenario.
And it's not on there because at the end of the turn, it becomes a copy of shifting.
Exactly.
It goes back to shifting. Yeah.
All right. Spymaster's Vault is the last in this cycle. It is the black one with a swamp letting it come into play untapped. It taps for black mana, and then for a black mana and tap this, target creature you control connives X, where X is the number of creatures that died this turn. We all know what connive does. This feels like it's for modern. There's like that black-green like sacrifice, Yawgmoth deck in modern. I just don't see this being playable in Legacy in a deck that's like very good. But those Fiend Artisan decks might decide that this is a thing that they can use. So I mean, who am I to talk about decks I don't play?
I have nothing to add. I don't think this card shows up.
Fair enough. All right. Next we have Ugin's Labyrinth. Ugin's Labyrinth is a land that says in print, when Ugin's Labyrinth enters the battlefield, you may exile a colorless card with mana value 7 or greater from your hand. If you do, it taps for 2 mana instead of 1 mana, otherwise it just taps for 1 mana. And then you can also tap it to return the exiled card to its owner's hand. We have talked about this card a lot, Phil. There's not a whole lot of more fluff we can add to this card, but it's a soul land, and decks that want a soul land and are playing 7 mana colorless cards are what Eldrazi right now, like is a kind of tier F deck that may see play again.
Well, you were saying affinity, and so I was like, okay, maybe that's the thing. I mean, we have this might not make the cut because there's like this is a soul land that is contingent upon deck building requirements, where there's just a bunch of soul lands that don't ask that of you in Legacy. So I don't know if you would need this in addition to all of the other ones that you have available to you. If you're in Eldrazi, you probably don't, because you have Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, and you still have Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple, so you're already loaded. Maybe you play more if you're in the space where you have enough 7-drops for this, because the baseline is that it still just taps for colorless, even if you don't imprint anything. This card, again, I just dislike the clause on the back end. Like, okay, so the cost of doing the thing early is nothing.
Yeah.
like it's a deck build. Like you have to put something in your deck that, okay, that's at least you have something to think about. But, again, I feel like you either believe in your design or you don't. And the clause of like unimprinting the thing just feels like, it just feels like, okay, 1-drops are supposed to be good early and bad late, or to an extent, because that's the trade-off of the mana system.
Yeah.
And then your cards that are expensive are supposed to be really good late or really bad early, because that's the trade-off of the mana system. And every card all the time now just has to be good at all times, all the time. And I'm just like, okay, so we just don't believe in anything. And then the cost of that is more expensive stuff just, never actually gets to see play anymore, because why would you ever play anything expensive that is dead early when you can just have the thing that's good at all times, all the time, which is like all of the new designs. So, that will always be something that irks me. I get it's the world we're in, but this is another card that's indicative of that. So it's kind of bigger.
I will say this about this card: get the one that you want for your commander deck and sell into the hype, because I think this card will go from it started at 70, it's at 50. I think it'll hit 20. It'll probably end up being a $10 card at some point, and then it will eventually just be a card that like they reprint, like just somehow they reprint it, or they put it in like a secret layer or something like that, and you're like, yeah, that card's $5 now. So mark my words, in a year, this card's going to be like $5, unless like a modern deck takes off with it. But otherwise, it's like a card every Eldrazi commander deck's going to want. All right. Next up, we have Urza's Cave. Urza's Cave is a Urza land. It's a land, Urza's Cave. It taps for 1 colorless, but for 3 colorless, you can search your library for a land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Sacrifice it, of course. 3 colorless and tap and sacrifice it, and put a land onto the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle. I'm just seeing this as like a one of in lands that, like, if you have like Ramanop or something like that, you could just be like, okay, I'm just gonna like continue to value out the lands I want. But aside from that, I don't think this is like a 4 of anywhere.
It's so weird that, like, personally, outside of Nadu, I think this might be the and maybe Shifting Woodlands. I think this is the most powerful card that they printed for Legacy so far. I see crop rotation on a land as absolutely insane. So from my point of view, this is an absolute MF and slam dunker. Like, this. I think this card's insane. You're telling me that I can have an uncounterable crop. This is an uncounterable tutor, and we know how powerful those are. Thanks, fetch lands. And this can get any land at instant speed. Like, okay, and it also is just like you sack this as part of the cost, and it's like, okay, they can stifle it, but it's not like if your crop rotation gets countered, you also lose the land as an additional cost. Like, if you just think of this not as a land but as a spell, I mean, it can tap for colorless, which is all the more. It means that your Life from the Loams can now just recur crop rotations.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I see this card as being absolutely insane.
Also, like, this is a card I could see playing in like Cloud Post, just to like make sure that you can get your green source with it, if you need to, or just get another post out.
It's literally crop. They printed Magus of the crop rotation on
a land.
Knight of the Reliquary is a crop rotation. Elvish Reclaimer is a crop rotation. We have literal crop rotation, and now we have colorless crop rotation. Like, this.
So you
this
picked
to me
the
is
wrong card to stand.
This is the best card in the set to me.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I get that Nadu is like really powerful, but it's powerful in a way that's like, okay, it's objectively powerful with the stuff that it does, and yeah, people are going to do it with Shuko, and it's going to overwhelm your advantage, and it's like really uninteresting. This one is just like really powerful in that it's crop rotation on a land that's colorless. Like, if ever all those land decks were looking for more of a reason to play more Ancient Tombs, this is it. Like, I mean, I can't believe that like this hasn't that like if this came out and was mythic, I feel like everybody would have lost their shit. But because it's uncommon, everybody's like, oh yeah, it's good. It's a nice tutor and it'll do stuff. No, this is insane. It's crop rotation on the land. It's crazy.
And we have already talked about the final card, so I'm going to remove it. It was Soporific Springs / Sink into Stupor, the bounce land. We talked about that on our blue episode. That's it. We made it, Phil. We got all the cards from the main set of Modern Horizons 3. All the cards that we think could possibly see play in so many corner case scenarios. But we've done it.
We've done it.
Yes.
Congratulations. What's your pick for best card in the set?
My pick for best card in the set is probably Psychic Frog right now, or Nadu. It's like between those two. They just have obvious choices to play to throw those into play. So I think they make the most sense to say that they're the most powerful cards in the set.
I can't think of any of the other stuff right now other than what's top of mind, so I'm going to just, stick to my guns, die on the hill that it's Urza's Cave.
Urza's Cave, okay. All right, well, only time will tell. So if you have enjoyed this, if you've gone through all of our videos, because there are 7 of them for this set, thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you doing? You've been watching us for over 7 hours. Like, just subscribe to the channel already. If you can support us on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. That would really help support the show and keep things rolling. I will eventually combine all of these into one mega episode, and we'll put that up on YouTube as well, so that you can just play it in the background at work and listen to all of our nonsense about this set for time in memoriam. I think that does it for us this week. Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch you shortly when we talk about the Commander set, I suppose. Before you go, I need some help. Please subscribe to this channel and do your part to help sustain the Legacy content ecosystem. Just subscribing to this channel goes a long way to reminding YouTube that people love and support this format. Now, if you really want to go the extra mile, you should think about supporting us through Patreon. Both the links for subscription and Patreon are right here. And if you're listening on an audio format, you can go to patreon.com/eternaldurdles. Thanks so much for watching.